Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's that time. Welcome, one and all, to the Man Cup event presented by Vance and Hines, the 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, presented by Wiseco. Let's talk a little bit about today's program. And we're going to start off talking about the program by calling, yes indeed, we are calling, Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1, please. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1. MPS Pro ET, calling you to lanes 3 and 4. As soon as things get rolling, we're going to put V-Twin in lane 2. But right now, this is our first lane call. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1, please. MPS Pro ET, you will occupy lanes 3 and 4. Remember, this is an elimination round. You're going right here and got into it. So good luck to all contestants. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get this show on the road. We're going to be ready to go hot at 9 a.m. Your official tower time right now is, if I can get this credit to work, 8:44 a.m. We do plan on running on time, all things considered. Here's today's program. 9 a.m. we're starting with our 3 street ET classes. They will be followed immediately at approximately 10:30 by the opening ceremonies. Top Fuel E1 will kick things off at 11 a.m. Competition order will be Top Fuel Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, J Piston Pro Mod, Nitrous Express Pro Open, Robert Tull Pro Stock, APE Pro Street, Shinko WPS Real Street. And then we will go right into Sportsman E1 following that in the usual order. So the whole program is going to kick off and run like a rabbit today. Need everybody to be on their A game and wish you all the very best of luck. It is that time. Once again, Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1, please. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1. MPS Pro ET to lanes 3 and 4. Thank you. All right, my racers are starting to bring their vehicles up. We're getting ready to go racing out there. We're going to fill up lane 1, and then we're going to fill up lanes 3 and 4 with all of our ET bikes. JG in the house, here he comes. He says 2 times. We'll have to get him 2 microphones. He could be two mics. Not two chains, two mics. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have got us a glorious day weather-wise. Track prep out there looks fantastic as well. So I think we are ready for a spectacular day of racing. I really do. We saw records broken. We saw lots of great and close competition. We know we're going to see savage competition today. Savage. 10K on the line in MPS Pro ET. 5K on the line in Liska Racing Street ET.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Jacob, for the great job up here in the tower, letting everybody know. I want to reiterate to all of our ET riders, seems to have been a bit of confusion out there due to the purse sizes. The purse size does not change the Man Cup run order. At Man Cup, your first round buyback is prepaid. So if you lost last night in first round, you are still in. You lose second round here and beyond, your day is done. But at Man Cup, your buyback in ET classes, all three of them, is prepaid in your entry fee. So first round losers, you are all in this second round of eliminations. Want to make that very clear. You lose second round and beyond, you are done for the day, but just want to make sure everybody knows that. Liska Racing Street ET riders are bringing them the lanes here. We're about 10 minutes out from going hot. The SGMP staff has got the facility ready to rock and roll. We'll get through one round of the ET categories, do our opening ceremonies, recognize our number one qualifiers, give them their awards from Robinson Industries, our sportsman qualifiers. Then we're going to move into the first round of pros, and that will start with Kings of the Sport, our top fuel motorcycle.
Oh man, we already got people in the staging lanes. Look at me, I'm behind schedule. Where's my watch when I need it? No, it's probably on my wife's wrist. Stick your tongue out at me. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you out here on this gorgeous Sunday morning. I was over there with the, on the other side near the concession awning for the chapel service this morning. They've got a beautiful tribute over there to T.T. Jones. And we also at Man Cup have limited edition hoodies and shirts for the late, great T.T. Jones. Man, you couldn't ask to meet a better guy. That's the first thing I thought. Man, what a great guy. When I met T.T. here 3 years ago in April, what a great guy. So, that being said, we should have Street ET, Pro ET, and Vance & Hines V-Twin ET back up here for round number 2 of eliminations. Spencer Allen, good morning, buddy. Good to see you. Hey, Sam Adams is actually pretty good. That's the first time I've had a Sam Adams. That was decent. It was all right. The first time I had a dark lager. Good stuff. Spencer Allen, we had a good talk last night about Pro Modified. He just said, you know what? I'm over this stuff. I'm going to drag out my street bike, throw an arm on it, all kinds of stuff. He's got that thing moving. Low 12-second runs out of an Aprilia 750 Dos Duro. All right, so we're just doing some preparations here, finalizing the track out here. Ozzy Moya and crew working the magic. Brian Dale, how you doing, buddy? Hey, just getting fitted for the letters and everything. Gonna make sure, you know, you're all cozy and warm. It's not that bad out there. But then I forget, I'm from Kansas. It's like this all the time. See Mr. Culpepper in the house. What's up, man? Been meaning to come down there and catch up with you. It's been a while. I thought I was going to see you in April in Orlando, but man, Mother Nature put a stop to that real quick. Anyway. I should have Liska Racing Street ET, MPS Pro ET, and Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin. All right, so before we get started, just want to say welcome, one and all, to the day that decides all the marbles of the 44th Annual Field Tech World Finals presented by Wiseco at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Gonna check on my guys over at Motor Mania TV, and yes, we are live. Cool. So, to everyone who made this possible, the 2020 Manufacturers Cup sponsors, Hawaii Racing on Pro Fuel, APE for Pro Street, Shinko and Western Power Sports for Real Street, Nitrous Express for Pro Open, Grothish Drag Bikes for Ultra 460, Star Racing for Top Gas, Schnitz Racing, MRE, Murdoch Racing Enterprises. You see Jay Regan running around here sometimes like a chicken with his head cut off. PR Factory Store, Don Plesser, we're sorely missing you here this week, buddy. MTC Engineering, Worldwide Bearings, MTC Engineering in there on Super Comp. Worldwide Bearings, Wiseco Pistons. They're for Street Fighter, the 950 class. JE Pistons for Pro Mod. DNG Chassis. MPS Racing. See Dan Rudd running around here too. Liska Racing for Street ET. Dunnigan Racing, Exoticycle, Roaring Toys, DME Racing, Mickey Thompson, Fast by Gast, Manhill Garage, Kibblewhite Precision Machine, Cometic Gaskets, Advanced Sleeve, Web Camshafts, McKinney Motorsports, Robinson Industries, especially Bill Robinson, threw up $300 5 times over. $300 bonus to every single #1 qualifier in the sportsman categories. Rob Bush Motorsports, Monster Race Products. We see Mitch Brown running around here. That's the man behind that madness. And if you see George Bryce by chance, say, hey, thanks for all you do for our sport and Hawaii Racing. Now, Motor Mania TV is here. It is a completely free platform for your friends, your family, or anybody across the world to watch this drag race as it happens. They would like to thank Ralph Navarro from Platinum Fleet Repair, Manhill Garage, Fast by Gas, Schnitz Racing. You see the Schnitz trio running around here. Dave, Ryan, and Trevor being the 3rd generation Schnitz racer. And let me tell you this, he is a force to be reckoned with on that Gixxer 1000. That and Ryan Schnitz. Talk about that for a second. 181 miles an hour in top gas. If you're going 150 and you look back over your shoulder and see Ryan hard charging you at the 1,000 foot, what do you think? How do you judge that finish line? Rob Bush Motorsports, Robinson Industries, J&E Automotive, John and Dale Morgan, MTC Engineering, Van Tyne Imaging, Robert Varela, Rick Perry Masonry, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, and McKinney Motorsports. All for Motor Mania TV. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is how we get exposure. And more exposure is all of the media outlets out here. We've got dragbike.com, cycledrag.com, and so many other private photographers out here. If you've got a lens pointed at you, make sure you smile and wave. That's all I can say. Like Mr. Hutchinson last night, I'll never forget this. Going down the racetrack, running on 3 cylinders, he's like, you know what, let me have some fun. Sticks his left hand up after he launches the bike and just starts waving to everybody. Oh my gosh, what a fun night. What a fun night we had last night. All right, we have Vance Howdy Shell on the right-hand side. 10:03, the dial-in from Vero Beach, Florida, the 2011 Buell Summit Racing side. Spencer Allen, the 12:14 dial-in Strange side. The 2016 Aprilia. Goes 003 red. And he's going to be upset about that one. 12:20 at 107.96 on a 12:14. 003 red. Howdy Shell goes 161, 10.02 with a 2 on the 10.03. He will move on to the next round. Here's Herschel Sorrells. Sorrells from Hull, Georgia, 995 the dial in on the 05 Gixxer Summit Racing side. Strangeland is Johnny Ard from Indianapolis, Indiana, the 2015 Honda CTX 700. Twist the throttle and go. Automatic. That easy. Racers are separated 264. OUCH. Ouch. That's going to hurt. John Ard still pulling out the victory. Herschel Sorrells gets down there and breaks out on the stripe. 989.5 on the 995. Johnny Ard is behind the tree by a lot. 290 reaction time. Jake Sorrells from Hull, Georgia, Summit Racing side, looking for a 1080, the 2004 Yamaha R1 Summit Racing side. Strange side is Roy Schwartz, good looking 1981 Suzuki GS 1100. You got 1,300 cubic centimeters in the frame rails. Strange side looking for a 1080 also. Jake Sorrells doesn't stage in time. You have 10 seconds to get in there and stage. Roy Schwartz takes the win lights, 1097 on the 1080. Got smart, got down there and peeked at his shoulder. Didn't see him home, sat up and lifted. All right, up next, Charlie Brown, 51-year-old on the Yamaha Summit Racing side, looking for a 1065. Strange lane is Joe Kirkwood from Indianapolis, Indiana, the 2000 Kawasaki ZRX 1100. On the strange light, looking for a 1338. Joe Kirkwood getting a freebie there after a 176 reaction time. Charlie Brown is 293 red. Leaving about a day early. Ryan Johnson from St. Pete, Florida. 06 Suzuki Gixxer 1000 Summit Racing side after the 950. Street Fighter numbers. Nathan Kendrick is on the strange lane from Milledgeville, Georgia, the 2020 Kawasaki ZX14 after a 935. Strange side. Stock length, exhaust, and probably a power commander on that bike. Racers are separated by 1/10 of a second and a little bit of change. 947 on the 935 for Nathan Kendrick. 058 light to Ryan Johnson's 173. Ryan Johnson runs 954 on the 950, much closer to the number. A nice hole shot victory for Nathan Kendrick. Brian Dale from Dalton, Georgia, the 09 Busa. 890 the numbers on Summit side for him. Marie Dangerfield from Merida, Georgia, the strange lane. Racers are separated by 031. Brian Dale getting down there and taking the win, 920. On the 890, 060 light to Marie's 029. And not looking good for Brian. Things came out in his favor, however. On the strange side, aboard a 2007 Triumph. Great big full dresser bike. 1153 the dial in for Warren Eldrin, strange side. Crosby Blair looking for a 960 on the 2014 Buell Summit Racing side. Racers separated by 050. The advantage at the stripe is in Warren's hands. It's not going to happen. Doesn't run the number. 970, 128 miles an hour for Crosby Blair. Taking the stripe by 239 down there. Wardell Tintman from Sterling, Virginia, 958 the dial in, the 2005 Kawasaki ZX-10 Summit Racing Lane. On the strange side is Austin Bridge from Bealton, Virginia, 21-year-old aboard the 2012 ZX-14. 878 the dial in. Now, pink isn't my favorite color, but it looks halfway decent on ZX-14, you know? Lights are coming down. Here goes Wardell. Racers are separated by 0.28. Double breakout victory. Give it to Wardell Pinckney Tintman. 957.6 on the 958, going 4 under to take 10 stripe. Austin Bridge, 63 on the trees, 75.8 on the 878. Going 28 numbers under. Wally Davis, Summit Racing side. A Bristow, Virginia native, 05 ZX-10, looking for a 921 Summit side. Eric Nettles Jr. from Tampa, Florida, 23-year-old on the 01 Suzuki Gixxer 1000, looking for a 951. Racers are separated by 0.46 down there. Get it to Eric Nettles Jr. with not the reaction time advantage, a 123 light. Wally Davis gets down there and just doesn't run the number. 938 on the 921, 079 light. Looked real good for him. Robert Moore from Ringgold, Georgia Summit Racing side, the 2008 ZX-14, looking for a 969. Chris Rolls from Lithia, Florida, strange side, after a 956 on the 06 Busa. Racers are separated by 071 down there. 31-10 thou margin of victory for Chris Rolsey. 135 light to Robert Moore's 056, giving up 0.8 of 1/10 of a second. 80% of 1/10 of a second on the tree. 31-10 thou stripe down there, all for Chris Rolsey. Joey Stevens, Portland, Tennessee native, Summit side, 946 the dial on the 03 Busa. Don Hortus, strange lane, looking for a 1401, the Yamaha V-Star from Bradenton, Florida. Joey Stevens going to have to sit there for 5 seconds almost. Oh, man. Racers are separated by 129. Yeah, oh my gosh, Don Horta gave that stripe up big time. 14-17 on the 1401, 89 miles an hour, couldn't judge it right. Joey Stevens comes around him, 88-10 thou stripe. Don Horta is going to shoot himself in the foot over that one. Ronnie Trainham, Summit Racing side. That is the far lane for those watching at home. The near lane is the strange lane. On the Summit side, we have Ronnie Trainham from Suffolk, Georgia, the 28-year-old on a 2017 Gixxer 1000. 892 the number. Tate Horta. Oh, man. Throws a light down. Bradenton, Florida native, 17 years old. Ronnie Trainham knew he had to cut a tree. Tate Horta putting a fist up. Hell yeah, brother. 009 light goes down there, 1399, 89.61. Ronnie saw that light and he knew he had to get out there. 009 for Tate Horta. John Loney, Dalzell, South Carolina, the 1978 Honda CB754. 1060 the dial in. Jim Smart, good friend of mine from Cartersville, Georgia, the 1999 Kawasaki ZRX 1200R, looking for a 1075. Racers are separated by almost a full 10th, 097, pulling them apart. Yeah, give that one to John Loney. Smart has to go down there and breaks out by 9 numbers, couldn't get around him. John Loney gets down there and takes 015 stripe, 1066.9 on the 1060, 38 light. Guillermo Roman from Cape Coral, Florida, the 08 Honda CBR 1000 Summit Racing side, looking for the super for the Street Fighter numbers. Strange Lane. Didn't get a name on that one. From Climax, Georgia, 31-year-old aboard a 2018 Gixxer 1000 looking for an 871. Guillermo Roman goes 54 red. Strange side is 24 green. Cool. 876 on the 871, 24 light. Here's Ed Ruffin, another good Xerox friend of mine. Navarre, Florida. 2005 Kawasaki, 05's Kawasaki ZRX 1200R. Good looking set of wheels on that thing. I rode one of these bikes on the street a little bit. Fun bikes, very fun bikes. He's looking for a 985. Ron Arnold from Bowling Green, Kentucky. 09 Gixxer 1000 looking for a 929. Racers are separated by 012. We got ourselves a bracket race here. Ed Ruffin holding 12 down there. Doesn't make it work. Double breakout victory. Ed Ruffin took 51 stripe. 980 on the 985. Had to get down there and take... Oh, man. That was right on. That's the least he could take. He took 51. That's all he could take. 15 light, 28 on the 29 for Ron Arnold. Daryl Pellin from Milton, Florida, 985 the dial in. The 06 Kawasaki ZX14, he says. That is a ZRX 1200R. Strange Lane after a 942. Both racers are dead flipping late. And give it to the left lane. Strange side is 341 on the tree, still makes it work. Daryl Pellin getting down there and being a stripe hog. 965 on the 985, taking 513 stripe. Had to take 313 or less. David Roman from Cape Coral, Florida. Kawasaki ZX10 looking for a 920 Summit Racing side. Joey Brandgard from Northfield, Ohio. Strange Lane looking for an 862. Racers are separated by 033. 864 on the 862, 097 light for Joey Brandgard, holding the reaction time advantage, taking 44 stripe down top. Here is Brian Rudisil from Malafaha, Georgia, the 34-year-old 07 Busa Summit Racing side after a 948. Ken Kobe from Austintown, Ohio, strange side. 53-year-old on the Bike Town Harley Davidson 08 HD Chopper, 1279 the dial in. Oh man, racers are separated by a tenth and change. 101 the difference on the Christmas tree. I've never seen a chopper cut a light like that. That's impressive. Taking 10 stripe down there is Ken Kobe, 1291 on the 1279, 024 reaction time. Brian Rudisil way behind the tree, a 125 light, runs 951 on the 948. .31 numbers above, way behind the tree. Barry Purnell, Summit Racing side after the 914, the 03 ZX9 Summit Racing side. Landon Noble from Zachary, Louisiana, 929 the dial in. Strange Lane, the 08 Busa. Racers are separated by, let me see. 029 pulls them apart. Reaction advantage to Barry Purnell, but he gives the stripe away. 937 on the 929, a 190 reaction time from Landon Noble. Barry Purnell goes 161 on the light, 925 on the 914. Steve Hogg from Ellington, Florida, strange lane. 983 the dial in, taking on Ariel Cross. From Conyers, Georgia, the 04 Suzuki GSXR 600. She's looking for a 980. Steve Hogue goes 67 red. Aerial crosses 50 to the green side. Aerial cross 986 on the 980 50 light. For a 110 total to win that one. Jeff Nugent, Lafayette, Georgia native, 949 to dial in. Summit Racing side, the 07 Busa. Chris Doty from Croton, Ohio, 43-year-old looking for an 850 on the 2011 Kawasaki ZX-10. Strange lane. Liska Racing Street ET underway right now. 39 light. Jeff Nugent goes 54 to the bad side. 853.6 on the 850. 39 light and 36 above. 74 total down there. Montez Thompson Sr. from Decatur, Alabama. 17 years old. Looking for a 995 down there on the good-looking old Gixxer. Summit Racing side is Stanley Russell from somewhere here in Georgia. Looking for a 966. Racers are separated by 0.43. Montez Thompson Sr., 990 on the 995. Goes 43 under, takes 99 stripe. Had to take 56 or less. Stanley Russell goes 207 on the light, 3 above for a 210 package to win the race. Tom Lagasse, Northport, Florida. 945 the dial in, Summit Racing side, the 16 Busa. Eric Connor away from Ackworth, Georgia, the 03 Z-Rex. Looking for an 11-11. Tom Lagasse going to get down there holding almost a full 10th from the Christmas tree. 87 light to Eric Connor's 176, 951 on the 945, taking 73 stripe. Roy Johnson, Keystone Heights, Florida. The 06 ZX-14 looking for a 925. Tom Medell from Venice, Florida. The 02 ZRX 1200 looking for a 1002. Now when I say taking stripe, considered margin of victory. Numbers above means how far off the dial they were. Roy Johnson. Tom Medell gets greedy and leaves before the tree even drops. Roy Johnson goes 36, 2 numbers under. Summit Racing side, 842 the dial in from Cameron Colby. From Treon, Georgia. 2018 Gixxer 1000 Summit Racing lane. Mike Reed's looking for a 1068 on the 01 Gixxer 1000 strange side. 14 red from Cameron Colby, 50 green from Mike Reed. 1057 on the 1068 for Mike Reed. Now, I want you guys to turn your attention to what's on the strange side of the racetrack. The near side, for those of you at home, you probably recognize that. That is a 2020 Harley-Davidson Livewire, completely electric motorcycle. 1155 the dial in from Lakeland, Florida. That's Donnie Huffman aboard the bike. Duffy Freeman from Stone Mountain, Georgia, using reciprocating piston power. The 2007 ZX-14 after a 957. Gorgeous looking old bike. I like how those live wires look. Duffy Freeman, 004 red, the live wires going on. 147 light. 1154 with a 5 on an 1155. Going 5 numbers under, 147 on the tree. Dennis Padilla from Miami, Florida, 34-year-old on a 17 Busa, looking for a 925 strange lane. Chauncey McKibben from Covington, Georgia, the 02 Busa, looking for a 10-second run, Summit Racing side. So, full house down here in the staging lanes. Dennis Padilla winning that one. 929 on the 925. 42 numbers above, 139 on the tree to take 18 stripe. 47 numbers above for Chauncey McKibben, 152 on the light. That's what got him down there. Ross Brown, Summit Racing side from Columbia, Tennessee. The 06 Busa, looking for a 906. Colin Nash, somewhere in Florida, where he's from. Racers are separated by 162. .906, the dial in down there for Ross Brown, runs 915, 138, 118 on the tree. Colin Nash runs 16 numbers above, 150 miles an hour for a 280 reaction time. Steve Usher, Summit Racing side, McDonough, Georgia, looking for a 939 aboard the Busa, Summit Racing lane. Strange side is Freddie Barriero from Miami, Florida, the 2011 Yamaha V-Star, looking for a 1255. Something happened with Freddie's bike down there. Not sure what happened. Steve Usher taking the AZ Groceries there. Chuck Woolham from Reddick, Florida. 2014 Yamaha FZ07. 980 the dial in, Summit Racing lane. Strange side is Patrick Vaughn, Cheektowaga, New York. 1162 the dial in, the gorgeous old 1986 Suzuki GS 1150E. Racers are separated by almost 170, 168 pulling these guys apart. Chuck Woolham got lucky there. Patrick Vaughn going 46 numbers under, 1158, 3 on the 1162, 25 on the tree, taking 327 stripe. Had to take 285 or less. Marshall Hutchinson Jr. This is the guy that waved last night. That was funny. 996 the dial in. 30 red from Marshall Hutchinson. Alex Kupitz from Portsmouth, Virginia. 109 green gonna get him the groceries down there. 1048 on the 1040. Twinkling wind lights down there because of the red light from Marshall Hutchinson. Wade Smith from Dudley, Georgia. .1008 the dial in, the Suzuki Gixxer 1000 Summit Racing lane. Lee Nettles is on the strange lane from Chesapeake, Virginia, the 19 Busa, looking for a 1055. That ain't good. Racers are separated by half a second. Saw somebody in the chat here on the live stream watching all the way from Antigua. Nice. Here's Dusty Brazel, a little bit out of a tire, not riding a Kawasaki for once. 1080 the dial in aboard the Suzuki GSXR 600. Juan George from Kissimmee, Florida goes red. The 2014 Busa goes 20 to the bad side. Razzle dazzle, baby. 1069 on the 1080. Going 11 numbers under the 1080. First foul is the worst in this case. Spencer Claycomb from Rockford, Tennessee, the 28-year-old Amish outlaw. 889 the dial in, Summit Racing Lane. One of the pile of Hayabusas he owns. Terry Singleton from Carrollton, Georgia, Strange Lane, the 17 Busa looking for a 960. Oh, man. Racers separated by a full tenth and change. Spencer Claycomb runs 918 on an 889, taking 97 10,000 stripe. 47 light to T-Bone Singleton's 152 light. Zachary Applegate, Summit Racing side. Showtime, what they call this guy. That is the world's fastest stock motorcycle. 799 the dial in. Pablo Gonzalez from Carolina, Puerto Rico, looking for an 895. Very tough customer aboard the 2019 ZX14. Strange Lane. About an 809, 167 miles an hour. A 364 reaction time spells the end of his weekend. 912 on the 895 for Pablo Gonzalez. We'll turn on the wind lights. Charlie Brown coming at it again. Boo Brown from Potomac Falls, Virginia, the 2012 ZX14. Strange Lane looking for a 915. Racers are separated by a tenth and a half almost. 155 the difference on the tree. Boo Brown runs 975. Charlie Brown just doesn't run the number at all, and he's dead flipping late. He knew it. Knew it. 198 light to Boo Brown's 053. Barry Pryor from Chesapeake, Virginia on the Strange side. 937 the dial there. 09 Hayabusa. Wild paint job on that thing. Jackson White is on the Summit Racing Lane. 2013 Kawasaki ZX14 looking for a 915. Ian Wilkins, watching all the way from New Zealand. 3:30 in the morning over there. Thanks for joining us all the way from down under, buddy. Wow. Barry Pryor taking the win. 923, 2 on the 937 dial. All right, that'll wrap up Liska Racing Street ET. Here we go into Vance and Hines V-Twin ET. Joe Galati from Paynesville, Ohio, pulling up here on the 2006 Dyna Y-Glide Summit Racing side after an 11:45. Dead Bear Machini on the Strange Lane from Stuart, Florida. The 2001 Chopper. 116 cubic inches in the frame rails. Racers are separated by 049. Dead Bear Machini holding the advantage and taking the stripe down there by a whole bunch. Joe Galati's bike just doesn't run the number. 1198 on the 1182. Holden 49 above Joe Galati. 1003 the dial in for Vance Howdy Shell here, Summit Racing side from Vero Beach, Florida. $11.49 the dial in for Ronnie Harris, the 03 Harley Davidson Sportster. Oh boy, we got a bracket race here. Racers are separated by 036, and for once it's not Vance Howdy Shell holding the advantage, can't get around him. 10-10 on the 10:03, 48 light for Vance Howdy Shell. 11:56 on the 11:49 for Ronnie Harris. 0:12 reaction time. Goes down there and takes 37 stripe for the win. Don Horta from Bradenton, Florida. The Yamaha V-Star Summit Racing side looking for a 14:01. Strange Lane is Warren Eldrill. The 07 Triumph goes red by 19. Horta is 36 green. Also, not to mention, Ian Wilkins in there. I just remembered the name. He is New Zealand's fastest turbo funny bike rider. Good to have you in here, Mr. Wilkins. Good to see you. 14:12 on the 14:01 for Don Horta, and here is Son Tate. Summit Racing side, the 1999 Suzuki Marauder, 14-second dial-in. Crosby Blair from Georgetown, Tennessee, looking for a 960. Oh man, racers are only separated by 019, and that's gonna kill Crosby Blair down there, pulling the front wheel off the racetrack. Tate Horta, give it to him, 14:04 on the 14-second dial-in, 44 numbers above, 130 on the tree. It's not often you see a 174 package winning the race here. 980 on the 960, a 149 reaction time from Crosby Blair. Spencer Allen, 2016 Aprilia Dorso Duro, 12:19 the dial. Racers are separated by 059. He's chasing down Ken Kobe, the 08 Harley Davidson, looking for a 1285. Give it to Spencer Allen down there. Ken Kobe gets down there. Stripe hog. 1275 on the 1285, going 100 numbers under. 4 light. Had to take 249 stripe or less. Spencer Allen moving on. Fast lane, Chris Raziel, Summit Racing side on the V-Rod Destroyer, looking for an 1130. John Ard from Indianapolis. Strange lane, looking for a 1532, the 2015 CTX 700. Gonna get the automatic win. That's a sweat off his brow. He was 146 on the tree. Fast lane Raziel is 009 red. 1549 on the 1532, a nice, comfortable 81 miles an hour for Johnny Ard. Donnie Huffman from Lakeland, Florida, the 05 V-Rod Destroyer, looking for a 956. Freddie Barriero from Miami, Florida, 1258 the dial in on the Yamaha V-Star Summit Racing side. Freddie Barriero fighting problems with that bike. That ain't good. 986 and the 956 for Donnie Huffman, 96 light. Freddie Barriero coaxes it to a 1349. Here's Barry Pryor, going to wrap up Vanson Hines V-Twin ET. Getting a freebie into third round. 1192 the dial in. The 2008 Suzuki M109. That's a different sounding V-twin. Actually kind of like that sound. Reminds me of the Honda V-twins. It's especially the VTX V-twins. That's nice. 1196 on the 1192. Going 43 numbers above on the buy run. All right. Here is the monster of a class that we happen to call MPS Pro ET. $100 motorcycles in this class. Starsky Corum from Sterling, Virginia, the 2017 Busa, looking for an 892 Summit Racing side. Strange Lane is Tom Hand from Atwater, Ohio, the 2014 Kawasaki ZX14. 857. The dial in. Racers are separated by 28. Excuse me, 18. 18 separates them. Starsky Corum gets down there, takes 043 stripe, running 2 numbers under. Had to take 041 or less. 859.3 on the 857. 23 numbers under, 34 light for 56 above. 56 package, excuse me. Chuck Perlis from Pelham, Georgia, the 963 dial in. Good looking old Kawasaki down there, Summit Racing Lane. Jeff Goffrey, 809 the dial in from Bettleton, Virginia. Says he's old, but the 07 Busa is going to get him down that racetrack. Chuck Curlis, 9 red. 60 green for Jeff Goffrey. 8085 on the 809, going 5 numbers under, 60 light for a 65 total. 55 total would be. Trevor Schnitz coming up, strange side from Decatur, Indiana, 16 years old on the 2018 Gixxer 1000. Third generation Schnitz rider, 818 the dial in there. Bob Foster, Summit Racing side. Kawasaki power in the frame rails with a turbocharger after a 750. Racers are separated by 042. Give it to Trevor Schnitz by 89.10 thou, 823.1 on the 8 to 18. Going 51 above 38 light. Not terrible for 89.10 thou MOV. Nick Christmas from Youngstown, Ohio. 946 the dial in, the 03 Gixxer 1000 Summit Racing side. Robert Zaveski, prevalent Midwest bracket racer. Raymond, Nebraska native. 874 the dial in. Racers are separated by 055 down there. 947 on the 946, going 18 numbers above, 31 light for a 50 total. Nick Christmas taking that win. Here's Chad Otts from Olive Branch, Mississippi, 820 the dial in. Another prevalent Midwest racer. Rhea Smith, Strange Lane from Seneca, South Carolina, 890 the dial in, the 2013 Hayabusa power. $44 red for Rhea Smith. Otts is 30 green. Looking for the top gas number down there. Runs 832.6. 126 numbers above, 159 miles an hour. Tom Ewig asks, are there buybacks in Pro ET? They've already happened. Here at Man Cup in the ET classes, your buyback is worked into your entry fee. So first round is like another time trial. Second round is where the business starts. You're out from here on. Summit Racing side. Chuck Curlis from Pellin, Georgia, the 965 dial-in, 82 Suzuki Power. Blair Field, a strange side, 2015 Busa, looking for a 910. Oh man, racers are separated by 108. Ouch. Still give it to Blair Field. Chuck Curlis gets down there and gets greedy. 980 on the 965. 14 light above Blair Field's 123. 912.3 running 23 numbers above a 123 light for a 146 total, taking 19 stripe. Man. Ryan Schnitt's strange side looking for an 820. Watch his speed. 2020 Busa looking at a turbo down there. Strange side. Summit Racing side. Good looking old Kawasaki down there looking for an 863. Ryan Schnitz behind at the tree by a bunch. 133 the advantage to the right hand side. Look at that, runs 814, 180.89. 869.7 on the 863, running 67 numbers above, 32 light for a 99 package, 93 10,000 the victory down there. Ron Raymond, 837 the dial-in, Summit Racing side on Kawasaki Power. There's John Markham from Bowling Green, Kentucky, looking for an 881. They're separated by 020 down there. Ron Raymond takes out John Markham. 838.0 on the 837, excuse me. 10 numbers above. For 16 light, 26 total. John Markham going home early. 881, 7 numbers above, 36 light. Total ain't good enough. Perry Paw from Bedford, Ohio. 875 the dial on the 99 Busa. On the Summit Racing lane. Strange side is Ricky Jones. 905 the dial in, the good looking old Kawasaki. Racers are separated by 011. We've got a bracket race down here. Advantage to Perry Paw, gets down there and hogs the stripe. 870 with a 545 numbers under 56 light. Had to take 7 stripe or less. Ricky Jones goes down there. 904.6 on the 905. 4 numbers under 67 light. Getting the win light down there. Summit Racing side is Bruce Sampson from Forest Lake, Minnesota. 80 Kawasaki, 812 the dial in there. Shane Cunningham, Strange Lane from Naples, Florida. 2013 ZX14 looking for an 827. Bruce Sampson chopped that tree down. 42 light. Shane Cunningham gets down there, breaks out, didn't have enough room to get around him. 813.3 on the 812, 13 numbers above, 2 light for a 15 pack. Bill Johnson, 874 the dial in. Kawasaki Power in the frame rails with helps from Weeks Performance, Summit Racing Lane. 874 the dial. James Henson looking for an 873 from Orlando, Florida. The 2007 ZX14 Strange Lane goes 64 red. .21 light for Bill Johnson, goes 76.3, 23 numbers above, 21 light for a 44 total. Candy Hagedorn. Summit Racing side with Suzuki Power on the frame rails. 890 the dial-in Summit side. Joey Brandgard, Northfield, Ohio. The 2020 Busa Testa Racing Engines power in the rails there. Vince Testa, hope you're watching, man. How you doing? 820 dial-in for Joey. Super Comp versus Top Gas numbers here. Racers are separated by 0.32. Joey Brangard gets down there and takes the win, being behind at the tree. 826, 142.54, runs 69 numbers above, 76 at the tree. Candy Hagedorn runs, oh, good Lord, 179 numbers above, 44 light. Dana Delk, Raynell, South Carolina, 1,155 cc's of power in the Frame Rail Summit Racing side, looking for a 1020. Carlo Testa, Testa Racing Engines power coming at you here. 890 the dial-in strange side. Dana Delk goes 351 on the light. Burn the heck out of that clutch back, trying to do a burn out there. 937 on the 890. Dana says, yeah, there's something wrong here. 937 on the 890 for Carlo Testa. Easy win lights down there. Ann Richter, Palm Harbor, Florida. 1,075 cc's of Kawasaki power in the rails there. Looking for a sharp 940 out of a 1075. Got to be high compression and a great big head there. Marty White, Strange Lane. Grove City, Ohio, in the 1994 Suzuki Katana, 863 the dial in there. Racers separated by almost a full tenth. 083 pulling them apart. 949.7 on the 940, 97 numbers above, 73 light for Ann Richter, taking 33 stripe. 867.7 on the 863. Running 47 numbers above at 162.25 the speed down there. That thing is fast, man. Summit Racing side is Mark Rowland, Clarksville, Tennessee native of the 88 Suzuki. Looking for a 10-second run. Strange Lane is Don Chavot from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, the 06 Busa. Looking for a 940. Racers separated by 55 down there. .946 on the 940 for Don Chavot. Running 76, 60 numbers above for a 136 pack. Mark Rowland is 21 on the tree, runs 148 numbers above. Tyler Fisher from Buchanan, Mississippi. Excuse me, Buchanan, Michigan. 912 the dial-in Summit Racing side. Griffith Racing over their strange side, looking for an 823. 15 green. Tyler Fisher's 19 red spells the end there. 829.8 on the 823. 68 numbers above, 15 light. 83 pack down there. Roy Hagedorn looking for an 876 Summit Racing side. Mike Lakoski, 883 on the Strange Lane, the 1983 Suzuki Power. Racers are separated by 0.47. Advantage going to Roy Hagedorn, and Mike Lakowski tries to stay around him there. 881 on the 876, running 61 numbers above. 12 light, 73 total down there. Mike Lakowski goes down there, runs 881.2 on the 883, 38 numbers under. 28 numbers under, took 22 stripe. Couldn't get around him, not enough room. Craig Adams, strange side from Brunswick, Ohio. 819 the dial in. Don Richter, Summit Lane, looking for a 902 on the Kawasaki. Racers are separated by 24. Summit side, Don Richter going to turn that one on. 12 above, taking 27 stripe. Excuse me, 27.10 thou stripe. 12 numbers above, 10 light for a 22 total, taking 27.10 thou stripe. Tight race down there. Tyler Lowe from Whitehall, Ohio, 892 the dial, Summit Racing Lane. Good looking KZ down there, and Mike Neerhoof, strange side from Youngstown, New York, the 86 ZX10, looking for an 890. Racers separated by 28. Oh man, one above, 55 light, 56 total, 74 stripe. 74 10 thou stripe from Mike Neerhoof. 896.0 on the 892, 40 numbers above, 23 light. 63 pack doesn't get it done. Alexis Baker, 867 the dial in for her, Summit Racing side. 21-year-old from Berrien Springs, Michigan. Eric Birchfield, strange lane, 878 the dial in. Nabusa over there from Seville, Ohio. Racers are separated by 007. How about 874 with a 1 on the 867? 71 numbers above, 39 light for Alexis Baker. 46 light, 890 with a 6 on the 878, just doesn't run the number. Stephen Knight, Summit Racing side, Wake Forest, North Carolina, the 13 Busa, looking for an 850. Mike Hamby from Gaines, Louisiana, 884 the dial in. Strange side. Oh man, racers are separated by 041. Stephen Knight got treed down there, 001 light, 887.5 on the 884. 35 numbers above, 001 on the tree for a 36 pack. 849.0 on the 850, 10 numbers under, 42 light for Stephen Knight. Did not have enough room down there. Dustin Lee, Morristown, Tennessee native, the 08 Busa, looking for an 881 Summit Lane. Jesse Baker, Newton Falls, Ohio, 836 dial. Strange side on the Kawasaki. Racers are separated by 054 down there. Dustin Lee going to take 12 stripe down there, running 44 numbers above and 19 light. 63 pack down there for Dustin Lee. 12 stripe. Here's John Carter, Summit Racing side, 827. The dial in on the Busa. Ricardo Marte on the strange lane, the 07 Busa, looking for a 935. Ricardo Marte goes 9 red. Man, oh man, what a race down there. Especially on the Christmas tree. They knew they had to be in there. 824.4 on the 827. This will be an interesting one here. Strange lane is Shane Epperjesse from Lake Dallas, Texas. 1,500 cubic centimeters of Kawasaki power in the frame rails. Good combination for top gas. Rick Ward Vortex 2 head. MTC Pro Light pistons. It's about what it takes. Ralph Medrano from Davie, Florida. Number 1 qualifier in Star Racing Top Gas, looking for the top gas numbers. Summit Racing Lane. Racers are separated by 21 and give the advantage to Shane Epperjesse. 8:21, 2 on the 8:18, 004 light. Run 32 numbers above 4 light for 36 pack. 8:19, 4 on the 8:20, 6 numbers under with a 25 light for Ralph Medrano. David Fletcher from Plant City, Florida. 994 the dial, the 1980 Kawasaki. Summit Racing Lane. On the strange side is Derry Pelican from Milter, Florida. 890 the dial in on the 06 ZX14. Fletcher telling him to go. Bike died on him. $10.75 on the 890. Derry Pelican taking the single there. All right, getting ready to hand this one off to Tom McCarthy here. Tony Johnson, Summit Racing side, looking for a 928. Dothan, Alabama goes against Dennis Padilla. 925 the dial. 945 on the 928. Dennis couldn't get around him.
MPS Pro ET bikes are out there kicking it right now on the racetrack doing their thing. This is actually E2 for them, and in this case, E2 is an elimination round, as I stated with E. So every time two get on the racetrack, one will come back. Joe Clem in the left lane dialed on an 876 on the big end. He goes 879 with a win. Breakout by Seth Bucheri in the right lane. This is bracket racing at the highest level. They predict their dial in. They tell you what they're going to run before they run it. And then it's up to them to run that number, but they cannot run quicker than what they predict. Seth predicted an 818. He went 811 on that, so he broke out. That's going too quick. That eliminated him right away. Attention in the pits, all of my number 1 qualifiers. Somewhere close to 10:15, we will be holding the number 1 qualifier ceremony right where we did the championship presentation yesterday. Dusty Brazel goes 0-11, eliminating himself from the ET rounds. He put himself out on that one. Boo Brown taking the win. Boo Brown broke out on that. Dusty had him. Not going to be happy when he sees the time slip, but that's drag racing. All my number 1 qualifiers, congratulations to all of you yesterday. Spectacular job. Wade my way through my notes here. Larry McBride, Jim Martin, Ashley Owens, Frankie Stotts, Mark Rendela, Spencer Claycomb, Rock Standers, Rodney McFarland, Nicholas Nobel, Ralph Medrano Jr., Alex Hughes. All my number 1 qualifiers. I'm going to need you down by the starters box, about 10:15. Mr. Matt Smith, congratulations on that 675 and 200. We hope you'll join us. Our number 1 qualifier in Robert Tull Pro Stock. Well done, all of you. Fabulous. We'll see you down there. For those of you watching on the World Wide Web, from India to Japan to Australia, and all around the globe. Thank you for tuning in and joining us. Here's today's program for those of you on the World Wide Web trying to catch up with what's happening. We are on our Sunday schedule, and that means pro eliminations are going to begin at 11 a.m., beginning with Top Fuel. Pros E2 at 2 o'clock, Pros E3, 3:30, Pro Finals, 5 o'clock. So those are the prime times that I know you're looking for. Professional class eliminations today are slated for 11 a.m., 2 p.m., 3:30, and 5 o'clock tentatively. As racing dictates, we will, of course, run those rounds relative to conditions at hand. Right now, Wally Davis and Mike Scott out on the line are queued up in MPS Pro ET racing. Scott in the right lane out of Crowley, Texas. He's off that line, but a very good hole shot. He's got a lead on Wally Davis. Scott dialed on a 9:14. On the big end, he goes 9:19 and puts it together for a win. Wally Davis was dialed 9:25, went 9:48. You got to run closer to your package than that if you want to win in this class. This is MPS Pro ET. Spectacular weather here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Spectacular. We got a nice, bright, sunny day. Very few wispy clouds in the sky. No big things to update or interrupt our schedule. Not in any way. Everything is clicking and ticking just the way it should be. For my international viewers checking in with us, it is currently just after 10 a.m. here Eastern Standard Time. Temperature is 70 degrees, and I'm sure that track temp is somewhere around 95 at this point. We've had very good sunshine, which continues unabated. We are in for a great day of racing. There are various weather apps on the World Wide Web that can tell you exactly what the full conditions are for you nitromaniacs who want to know every molecular detail. Help yourselves, dig in. Out on the 1320 right now, we have MPS Pro ET. This is E2. Gary Russell of Vermont in the left lane. Peter Hubbard in the right lane. Here comes the tree. Great reaction time by both racers. These are seasoned veterans going at it, no question about that. Russell dialed on 890, and he goes 891 with a 4. But he is trailered by Peter Hubbard. Hubbard's 047 reaction time was just about a tenth better than that 054 by Gary. So Gary Russell is eliminated from Pro ET, and these are actual eliminations because we are in E2 right now at MPS Pro ET. And that action continues out on the racetrack. Once again, attention in the pits for my pro number, all of my number one qualifiers. Dennis Stewart and John Loney going at it with the win by John Loney. All number one qualifiers for Man Cup for this event, where we'll need you down in the water box area. We will be doing number one qualifier recognition presentations at approximately 10:15, 10:20, somewhere in that neighborhood. As soon as we conclude our Pro ET bikes, and looking down the lane at what I have remaining out there for Pro ET bikes right now, it looks like I've got about 15 pairs, which is going to go pretty quick. And once we conclude with them, we're going to need you out on the starting line. Gorilla Roman, Corey Washington going at it now, Pro ET. Washington with the win. Austin Brodage out of Bellington, Virginia in the left lane just did a real live John Force burnout. Really standing on it. And David Roman of Cape Coral, Florida is in the right lane with the Kawasaki Green ZX14. Beautiful bike. Excuse me, that's a ZX10R, my bad. And I know I got serious Cowie people in the house too. Lots of them. Dan Rudd. Dan the man. Mr. Rudd of MPS out of Florida is in the right lane, putting his bike into the beams, or he's about to actually. Castleberry, Florida. Mr. Rudd, ladies and gentlemen, from the late 70s right through the 80s, all the way up to today, has been a motorcycle drag racer for a very good portion of his life. He continues to be one. He develops these products. He races what he builds. He is MPS Products. And he races it straight up. He cuts an 032 reaction time on that, goes 897 on an 896 dial. The win for Dan Rudd. He advances to the next round. Our next pair, Doug Fisher. Taking on an 03 Kawasaki in the left lane. That would be Peanut. Red light start by Fisher. He is out of here. Peanut takes the win. Next pair. Robin Procopio, 005 reaction time. She killed that tree, slayed it. Dials 806, goes 808 with a 7. That's drag racing. Outstanding pass by Mrs. Procopio. Her and Ronnie are such a killer team together out there. A lot of fun. I had a chance to talk with them last night. I'll tell you, they are some fine, fine folks. We got lots of them here in Man Cup Motorcycle Drag Racing. One big family. Dale Cranford out of Orlando, Florida, currently in the right lane. Harvey Hubbard in the left lane. Here comes Harvey. Harvey Hubbard, one of the great heavy hitters in ET racing. He takes this round, dialed 820. He went 821. Trailer Dale Cranford, who broke out on that pass trying to stay ahead of Harvey. So Harvey Hubbard of Sedley, Virginia, with the victory that round, advancing to the next. Pro ET, MPS Pro ET motorcycles continuing their E2 round. Tom Clem out of Davenport, Iowa. One of the all-time heavy hitters in Pro ET racing. Is eliminated this pass by competitor number 3038. Competitor 3038 dialed an 882. Went 882 with a 1. Hello. Margin of victory 0062. Not quite 6.5 thousandths of a second. Yes. Tight race. ET racers, when you're out there, when you are called into the water, when you see that Christmas tree start to come down, that's when you start your burnout. You should be doing your burnout as soon as that tree goes full yellow and they come off the stage. Once that light starts coming down, please begin your burnout. All right, Calvin Mason went red on that one. He's eliminated on that pass. Our next two are in the beams. Love the eclectic mix of motorcycles out here. So many different bikes in this class. Juan George, Kiss Me, Florida. Willie Hebert, Luling, Louisiana. I wonder where that is. I think I know where that is. I think I know somebody named Angel lives there. There we go. All right. George with the advance on that as we move on to our next pair. Attention in the pits, all of my number one qualifiers from this event. It is 10:15. Let's call it 10:20. I'm going to need you down there in the starter's box. It's 10:15 now, so about 5 minutes from now or so. Man Cup staff will be down there set up and ready to greet you as we do our presentations to our number one qualifiers and our primary sponsors here for this event. Big shout out to Vance and Hines and Fuel Tech for their sponsorship and presenting this event. Thank you. If you've never examined Fuel Tech products, you are missing out, and you're going to be beaten by someone who is using their products. They have some amazing, amazing electronics and fuel injection products. Go to fueltech.com, and when you're ready, give them a phone call. You will be amazed by their product lineup. All right, we're getting down to the last few. Again, my number one qualifiers are going to need you down there within the next 7-10 minutes max. Same location we did the presentations with yesterday. That's where we're going to need you out there. All of my number one qualifiers from this event. We are down to the last couple Pro ET bikes. I have 3 motorcycles to send down this racetrack, and then we're going to need all our number one qualifiers. Ronnie Harris, a Barry Pryor senior. An 850 bike versus an 1154. Barry Pryor being the rabbit, trying to chase him down. Breaks out on that. Ouchie. Ronnie Harris started 11.54, went 11.59 for the win. Barry Pryor went a little too quick on his pass. We are about to send our final motorcycle down the racetrack from MPS Pro ET. And then we're going to salute our number one qualifiers. Mike Perry, Venice, Florida, solo shot. Perry with an 0:30 reaction time. Rockets down that racetrack and completes his pass gracefully. And we are all set. It's going to get a little quiet here for a bit, but we could catch up with you. All right, so we are getting ready to turn the mic over to Mr. Jay Reagan. He's making his way down there for presentations now. But this time I am indeed calling all of my number one qualifiers down to the starting line area. We need you down by the water box, actually closer to the starting line. We're going to do the presentations exactly where we did the championship 2019 recognitions from yesterday. So right now I need down there from Top Fuel, Mr. Larry McBride. From Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Jim Martin. Janie Pistons, Ashley Owens, I need you down here, please, for the presentation. Mr. Matt Smith from Robert Tull Pro Stock Motorcycle, our number one qualifier with his 7.5. Frankie Stotts, I need you down there. Frankie qualified number one in APE Pro Street with a 677. Mark Rendela qualified number one in Pro Open with a 639. He was surprised by that. Man, I'll tell you, it was a nice street straight run. Looked beautiful. Shinko WPS Real Street number one qualifier, Spencer Claycomb with a 760 with a 4. We also from Growth Assault for 460, I need Rock Sanders, MTC Supercomp, Rodney McFarland. Wiseco Street Fighter, Nicholas Noble. Star Power Top Gas, we need Ralph Madrano Jr. And Cycle X Eliminator, Alex Hughes. Come on down. And if you just form up at the base of the tower out on the burnout area, Bank Up staff organizing everything at the presentation location right now. Yes, the location out on the racetrack where they'll be doing the presentations is right down by, it's halfway between the burnout box and the starting line. Just come on down onto the race surface now, all of my number one qualifiers. You'll see where those presentations are going to be made. So I need all of my number one qualifiers. Racing, Exotic Cycle, Roaring Toys, TME, Mickey Thompson, Fast by Gas, Man Hill Garage, Kibblewhite Precision Machine, Comatech Gaskets. All number one qualifiers, please, down to the line for the presentation for number one qualifiers. I need all of our number one qualifiers down there now. They are ready to engage in presentations. Our sponsor, Fuel Tech, is with us. Everybody is with us. Number one qualifiers, we need you on the line now, please. Larry McBride, Jim Martin, Ashley Owens, Mr. Matt Smith, Frankie Stotts, Mark Rendela, Spencer Claycomb, Rock Sanders, Rodney McFarland, Nicholas Noble, Ralph Madrano Jr., Alex Hughes. Bring them on down. All right, attention in the pit. It is now 10:23. We've been ready for some time here to do this presentation. We can't do it without you. But by 10:25, we're going to conclude this, and it's 10:23 now. So we need you down here. All number one qualifiers now, please. We must move this program along. We cannot hold up the entire show. Ready for several minutes to make the presentation. If you're not here, well, it is your choice. We've been calling you since just after 10 a.m.
All right, everybody. We are going to begin the number one qualifier awards up here. Surprising how few guys want to get into Bill Robinson's pocket. Number one qualifier award presentation will be over here, right in front of the Motor Mania TV, same place as it was yesterday for our Champions Award ceremonies. Come on out. We'll get these things awarded. All right, do I have our number one qualifier in Wiseco Street Fighter, and that is Nicholas Noble. Nicholas is our number one qualifier in Wiseco Street Fighter. Took the pole, and he's also going to get courtesy of Robinson Industries. Bill Robinson very generously putting up $300 cash for that number one qualifier position in all 5 of our sportsman categories. Very generously, Bill Robinson. Okay. Good luck today, Nicholas Noble, coming out of Louisiana. Number one qualifier in Wiseco Street Fighter. All right. Moving up, our tallest Texan on our lowest bike. This is going to be Alex Hughes. Alex Hughes on Bill Baxter's two-stroke. Very tall, lanky rider on that two-stroke machine. So Alex is possibly wrenching on his machine, changing out a piston. Paul Gast over there helping him out. We'll have to defer that. Okay. Next up, our largest participated category, which is going to be MTC Engineering Super Comp. In Super Comp, Rodney McFarland again. Rodney McFarland has done this a number of times, taking the number one qualifier. Bill Robinson's award gets that. Number one qualifier, Rodney McFarland in MTC Engineering Super Comp. Taking that hardware. Moving into Star Racing Top Gas. Back from a tough spill, Ralph Medrano Jr. Ralphie, your number one qualifier out here. Comes back with a vengeance. Also, probably still sleeping. He doesn't need any runs. Blow the rust off, blow everything off. Ralphie Medrano Jr., your number one qualifier in Star Racing Top Gas. We're going to move it into Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Super competitive out there, but Rock Sanders taking that number one qualifier. Rock Sanders, number one qualifier in Grothis Drag Bike Ultra 460. Here he comes. Rock Sanders. He's having a heck of a weekend He's having one hell of a weekend here, guys. Rock has been playing hard. Rock Sanders, #1 qualifier on Leatherneck Express 2. Second generation out there. Congratulations, Rock. Okay, we've got Shinko WPS, Real Street, #1 qualifier. Okay. That's gonna be Spencer Claycomb. Spencer Claycomb here. #1 qualifier. Shinko WPS, Real Street. Good luck today out there in eliminations. Take her home. Rick Steinert, Super Eliminator. That was a error. Alex Hughes was the furthest under. Rick Steinert is actually your #1 qualifier in Super Eliminator. Just trying to give the money to Baxter. He paid me to do that. Bring this out. Yep. Congratulations. You've got one of drag racing history here in this photo, and it's not the one talking. Superbike Mike Keat, Pro Stock Innovator. One of the greats of the sport is out here this weekend. Superbike Mike. Yep. You got one of the best. Congratulations, #1 qualifier, Rick Steinert in Super Eliminator. Okay, we keep moving through. Pro Stock, #1 qualifier, Pro Stock, sponsored by Robert A. Tull Plumbing this weekend. Our Pro Stock #1 qualifier. Well, this is not a surprise to many. Your 2019-2020 world champion in NHRA Pro Stock, Matt Smith, 200-mile-per-hour Matt. Congratulations, Matt. Great to have the Pro Stock bikes out here.
Thanks, Jay, for having us out here. And, you know, we got to thank our sponsor, the Robert Toll. I mean, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him putting the money up. So appreciate him for doing it. Steve Johnson for putting this deal together. And, Jay, thanks for having us. Great track.
It's been fantastic. Good to have you guys out here. Want to do it for a long time. We moved from Pro Stock into Pro Street. Our Pro Street #1 qualifier out of Hahn Racecraft, Frankie Stotts. Frankie, a huge proponent of social media. We've got the Stotts race team here. Congratulations, #1 qualifier. Sakura Chassis, great job out there, Frankie. Good luck today. Best of luck in APE Pro Street. Great job. Best of luck. What do we got? Pro Open, Nitrous Express Pro Open, #1 qualifier, Mark Rendeluck. Mark coming in from Oklahoma on his Turbo Busa, doing it one more time. Just racks these things up. He's probably going to have to get a bigger wall. Congratulations, Mark. Nitrous Express Pro Open, #1 qualifier, Mark Rendeluck. Getting it done. Good luck today, Mark. Moving through our categories. J.E. Piston, Pro Mod, #1 qualifier. This class sponsored by J.E. Piston this year. No surprise to this one. Ashley Owens, multi-time champion, takes the pole in Pro Modified. Good luck today, Ashley. Thank you. All right. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. Jim Martin on tour for the last month. Race after race after race, continues to get it done. took the pole in Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. Jim Martin, your number 1 qualifier. Thanks, Jim. Good luck. And there's 1 category left. Your number 1 qualifier, we had him out here talking a bit yesterday, and I think he told you that he was hoping to lay one down for you, and he certainly did. Larry McBride topping 260 mile per hour once again. Your number 1 qualifier in Top Fuel, Larry McBride. Congratulations, Larry. Everybody wants to know, is there more there for it?
You know, there's definitely more. But what we got to do today is we just got to come out here and try to win this race and see if we can't get this number 21 championship and cost you some more money.
Sounds wonderful. Congratulations on the 20 already, and you're on track. I wish you the best of luck. I wish all the competitors here at the event the best of luck this weekend. Great job.
Thank you, Jay, and we appreciate everything you're doing for us.
Thank you, Larry. We've got a couple special awards for the event. Taking this award for Robert A. Tull Plumbing. Been involved with his race team for a long time. Will be Steve Johnson. Tony was very generous in putting up some money to run Pro Stock here this weekend. And we thank Tony Tull, Robert A. Tull Plumbing, for getting it done. Steve, that's a little early for that. But Steve, here you go.
Tony's been a big fan of the sport. He's actually won a lot of races here with the sport. So he's in a successful arena right now. He's got a great plumbing company in Maryland. So many people have come over and said, "Hey, is Tony here? Is Tony here?" So he's well known in the sport. We're as a group, Pro Stock Motorcycle is proud to be here. We're all motorcycle people. At the end of the day, we're all family, and we may race with the National Hot Rod Association, but our hearts are definitely over here. We really love the support that y'all say that it's neat to be here. Matt Smith's championship trophies here on display, and if he's not looking, I might steal it. But other than that, we're all happy to be here, and we love to put on a good show, and can't wait for this great weather to bless us for a great day and safe day.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you very much. We do have ongoing track preparation right now for the first round. All Top Fuel motorcycles should already be in the lanes. All Top Fuel motorcycles should be in the lanes. We will commence the opening ceremonies, finish our track preparation, and move it on through. Our next award is for Wiseco Pistons. They're the presenting sponsor of the event is Wiseco Piston. And Tim Hargett from Wiseco is here. He's got the Wiseco and the JE display on the vendor midway. Got a full line of stuff, Tim. Thank you so much for the support from Wiseco. Wiseco Piston, our presenting sponsor for the 2020 edition of the World Finals. Thanks. And our event sponsor, Fuel Tech, did not bring their display. They encountered trailer troubles. Just probably a final punctuation on this 2020 strange year. So we'll have the effervescent Steve Johnson take this award for Fuel Tech. And thank you, Fuel Tech. Wave of the future coming. A lot of fuel injection out there. Fuel Tech leading the way with that. I want to say thank you to them. And Steve knows all about them.
I don't know all about them, but I'll tell you, Fuel Tech is somebody, like Jay said, the technology is here, and they're here to support you guys. So call them, look them up online, ask them questions, learn about this. Don't be behind the 8 ball. Grab what you can, learn from them, and understand that they're supporting the sport. So kick it back a little to them. Engine management systems is what it's all about. and the people at Fuel Tech are ready to help you, not only in your wallet with support in the class, but on the technical advice for your motorcycle. Thanks so much.
All right, everybody, that concludes our opening ceremonies. Next up will be Top Fuel is what will be next up. The staff is going to finish up their preparation. We clogged up this strange lane for a bit of time with the opening ceremonies. They'll do their preparation. Our next up will be Top Fuel Motorcycle. All of the pro categories will follow behind that. And we'll get that done. I guess we've got a late arrival here for Ralph Medrano's award. We're going to just take a quick picture and move into the preparation. We'll get a national anthem and invocation from Pastor Don as soon as the racetrack preparation is over. But Top Fuel Motorcycle, you are needed in the lanes. We will begin with you. The pro classes will follow behind that. We'll get this final elimination portion of the event kicked off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, we have concluded our ceremony to honor all of our #1 qualifiers in our classes from this weekend here at the 44th Annual World Fuel Tech World Finals. Jay is all set with the presentation, so we are moving ahead into E1 for all of our professional classes. All Top Fuel motorcycles, you should be in the lanes now. All Top Fuel motorcycle contestant teams to the lanes right now. Pro Fuel to the lanes, please. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, bring them up. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Even though we're in the morning hours, we'll call it afternoon. It's close enough. I could do that. Why not? So we are getting ready to rock and roll out here. So hence the little bit of excitement and the buzz going on here right now. Our program is pretty much... Go down our list of #1 qualifiers right now, and I'll tell you what happened with our pros during E1, 2, 3. In Top Fuel Motorcycle, our #1 qualifier was Mr. Larry McBride with a 5.70 at 260.26 miles an hour. Larry and Stevie went out there and did their best to lay down a number. They said they were going to, and they did. They did exactly that. So Mr. McBride's team, the cycle specialist team, they said they had a handle on this racetrack and they were ready, and they proved it, backed it up. Their words were golden there. In Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Mr. Jim Martin is in the number 1 spot with 7:31. Jimmy's, every year his program steps up more and more. He works his tail off on that bike. Every time I'm in the pits and I'm wandering through the Pro Fuel area, which is every event, every time I see Jim Martin, he's down there working on that bike, trying to find ways to go faster and quicker. And he's always up to something, and it pays off. Hard work pays off. Hard work and attention to detail are the bedrock of every winning program. In J&E Pistons, Pro Mod, Ashley Owens is in the number 1 spot. He came out during qualifying. We were looking at that 399 record, and I was talking about how many of our luminaries from the upper levels of Pro Mod have run that 399, and I knew it would fall this weekend. It did. Ashley Owens laid down a 397 with a 4, 176 miles an hour. So Ashley Owens is our number 1 qualifier in J&E Pistons Pro Mod, and that is a new record for Man Cup, a new elapsed time record for Man Cup as well. Robert Tull Pro Stock. This is our first national event, our first event ever here with Man Cup that we have hosted Pro Stock as a class of competition. And Robert Tull, Plumbing and Contracting, was nice enough to step up and sponsor the class, to put the money up and help back the class, make it worthwhile for the racers to come down here and make the run. We have had quite a contingent of Pro Stock motorcycles show up down here to compete. MSR Racing, Matt Smith Racing, with Matt Smith and his lovely wife Angie competing, as well as Charlie Pelski, Steve Johnson, John Hall, Ryan Oler, Mark Ingerson. Mr. Savoy's team is here. Greg Underdahl is here. Chris Bostic is here. David Barron. We had quite a lineup throughout qualifying. And Matt Smith fired the shot heard round the world for Pro Stock here with Man Cup. He went out there and laid down a very stout 6.75 with a 6 at 262 miles an hour as the number 1 qualifier in Pro Stock motorcycle. Now, considering the NHRA's national record is a 6.72, Matt put down a 6.75. That speaks volumes for Matt Smith Racing, and also how well his racetrack has been prepped and prepared for the pros to go out there and run a number. And congratulations, of course, to Matt Smith Racing and Denso. And the Denso 200 Mile an Hour Club. We'll just touch on that for a minute. Denso 200 Mile an Hour Pro Stock Club. Hector Arana Jr., Matt Smith, Angie Smith, Eddie Krawick, Scotty Polachek. That's quite the lineup. Angie went 199 in qualifying last night. We were looking for her to make that 200. I know they were trying. They almost did it, but, well, we may see it today, so that could be even better. Moving on with our number 1 qualifiers. APE Pro Street. Frankie Stotts with a 6.77 at 198. In Nitrous Express Pro Open, Mark Mendeluk, 6.39 with 2.13. In Shinko WPS Real Street, Spencer Clapham laid it down with a 7.60 at 189.34. Now Spencer's 7.60 with 189. We're going to watch those numbers carefully when Real Street comes out, because the Real Street record, Shinko WPS Real Street, was set by Jeremy Teasley last year at this event with a 7.59 with a 2 at 190.65. It is interesting to note that Spencer put down a 7.55, I believe it was, in practice and a test run. Can he do it again? Well, he's sure going to try, I guarantee you that. Our other number 1 qualifiers, Grothis Ultra 460, Mr. Rock Sanders, MTC Supercomp, Rodney McFarland, Wiseco Street Fighter, Nicholas Noble, Star Top Gas, Ralph Petrano Jr., and congratulations to Alex Hughes for his number 1 qualifier the Cycle X Super Eliminator. Now, the Super Eliminator bikes run on various standards and indexes for their multifaceted class. Super Eliminator is an amalgamation of racing bike 1970s, but there are some motorcycles even in the modern era that fit the qualifications for Super Eliminator. And because the mix is such an eclectic mix with bikes from the 70s to the modern era, their standards and indexes are different from anything else in motorcycle drag racing. Like when they make their qualifying runs, Mr. Hutchinson, who runs the class, will look at the national records for those classes and see how closely any given motorcycle in any configuration runs in comparison to its standard. And if they run under the standard, then that becomes a number one. That becomes a qualifying record in that particular combination. I know this sounds a little confusing, but from back in the day, in the era of the National Motorcycle Racing Association, NMRA, and the IDBA days, back then all of the motorcycles, if you moved your foot pegs and lowered your seat, that motorcycle was modified. Then again, if you changed the engine location, it could be considered a pro comp. There are various classes. So depending on the configurations, that's how things were matched up back then. Things, of course, are much simpler today. We have index racing, as well as bracket racing, as well as, of course, class racing. So today's racing is a little more straightforward, a little more user-friendly for the fans. Fan-friendly might be a better way to say that, so that people can catch up with what's going on out there. So stand by. We have a little work to do here in the town. I'll get right back to you in a moment. All right, back to the action. Queuing things up here in the tower, getting ready for our big moment. All ready for that. In qualifying with Top Fuel, many of the teams made test hits on Wednesday and Thursday. Pretty much across the board, each team made a hit here or there. And then there were 2 dedicated test sessions on Friday. So there was a total of 8 opportunities for the big fuel bikes to make hits prior to Q1 on Friday night. Some of the teams were able to take full advantage of that, some were not. But Top Fuel, conserving parts, finding the tune-up and making sure you've still got what you need to go racing on Sunday, takes a little bit of finesse to test carefully and make sure you're ready to go on Sunday. So all of the fuel bikes are a little conservative. Many of the motorcycles only made 60-foot hits or maybe 3 30-foot hits. So there were no spectacular numbers run during qualifying by the big, during open testing by the big fuel bikes. Everybody was hedging their bets because they knew, when it gets down to qualifying here with Cup, we have 3 dedicated qualifying sessions. We've got 1 on Friday night, 2 on Saturday, and that's where everything counts. That's where everything is really serious, because how deeply they qualify affects their points, and that of course affects your championship points. Now, with Man Cup, we generally have 5 events a year. Sometimes we can do 6. Every year is a little different, depending on existing conditions. If during the year one of those events gets rained out, or for whatever reasons, like the interruption from COVID, if a competition does not happen, if our schedule is interrupted, then automatically points default to double points for the end of year event. So that being said, we had a 5-race year this year, and we've only been able to host a couple. automatically this is a double points event. This really opens up the can of opportunity for teams to make headway on other teams. It behooves everybody to attend the World Finals, because if you're not here and another team has a double points advantage, you could be sitting pretty and all of a sudden you're going to be sitting lonely by yourself. It's very important to attend as many events as possible during the course of a race season if you're involved in championship points racing. And I'll point out that championship points racing is very different from just your standard everyday racing event, because weekend warriors and guys who are trying to win or get a trophy or whatever the case may be, you can't race the same way if you're in a championship points race. You have to be conservative. You're in it for the long haul and you're going to go the whole season. All right, we're getting ready to do the invocation here. Our top fuel teams are moving into location so that they're getting ready to fire up. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to turn it over now. Reverend Dowling, if you would please, sir.
Thank you, Tom. This morning I have a heavy heart for you that came to our service this morning in honor of T.T. Jones. We really, really appreciate it, and everyone that spoke, and you that could not make it. Just continue to pray for the family, Angelina, sons. And also, we heard we lost another man, another racer, and anytime we lose any of our racers, we have a heavy heart and a void in our heart. And that was Keith Adams, and also Caven Quist, young man. So for just a few minutes, we're going to have a moment of silence, and then we'll go into our prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you that we are able to come before you this morning humbly. Lord, we thank you for everyone that's making this event possible, everyone that's taking part. And Father, most of all, we ask that you guide these bikes down the track and help everyone to stay safe this weekend. So far, Father, it's been a good weekend, and we'd like to continue that. We thank you for the beautiful weather. We thank you for our soldiers, men and women, that's fought to keep this country free. We pray for America and pray that it will come back to you. We don't know what's going to happen in the next few years, Father, but we know you're in control, and we know that you love us. So, Father, we just ask your blessings continue on in the track owners and everyone taking part today. Keep us all safe and in your hands, and we give you glory and praise. In Christ's name, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. Remove your hats for the national anthem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. It is that time to fire those monsters up and let's go motorcycle drag racing. People worldwide, welcome to the 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Wiseco here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. You are hearing top fuel thunder coming your way. Time for this program to get in a high gear, and we are bringing it to you live and alive here at Adele, Georgia, home of South Georgia Motorsports Park. In the left lane, Mr. Mitch Brown out of Clearwater, Kansas. Innovative Frameworks chassis built by Sam Wells. That is the Dennis Bradley Top Fuel motorcycle in the left lane. In the right lane, Dave Van Tyne Imaging. Thunder, courtesy of Puma Power. You know it, baby. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you, Mr. King. What an amazing power plant. All right, you are hearing nitromethane at work out there, ladies and gentlemen. Well over 1,000 horsepower worth. These bikes make anywhere from 14 to 16, depending on the tune-up. They can go from 0 to 250 miles an hour and more than that in about 5 seconds. The national record right now with Man Cup Top Fuel motorcycle is 5.60 at 263. Here we go. Dave Van Tyne out of Hamilton, New York in the right lane. Mitch Brown, Clearwater, Kansas in the left lane. It does not get any better than this in motorcycle drag racing. All right, here we go. Van Tyne goes up in smoke. Mitch Brown is going down Broadway. 598, yeah. 598 at 227 miles an hour from Mitch Brown Racing Team. Congratulations to the entire crew. They have struggled and struggled and struggled. Test pass after test pass. That motorcycle has been giving them fits. Oh, they've been going bonkers trying to figure that thing out. I'd say they found it. That is a best for the team without question. I don't even have to look at my notes. That is their best run so far. 598, 227 miles an hour. The numbers on that for Mitch Brown. 104 on the 60-footer, 2.70 on the 330. He was 3.956 at the 8th at 199.14 mile an hour. 5:02 at the 1,000 foot. The actual elapsed time on that, 5.982, 227 miles an hour for Mitch Brown. Boy, I'll tell you, those are some happy races. Happy, happy, happy races. They've been trying so hard to get that bike to behave itself. I was told they found it. Well, they just proved it, didn't they? Yes, they did. Congratulations. That sound you're hearing now, the unmistakable sound. Nothing else sounds like it. A Top Fuel motorcycle. That is Sam Wills out of Edmond, Oklahoma on his Top Fuel motorcycle. Oh, what a beautiful sight. What a beautiful burnout. Sam Wells. Sam, each pilot has their own unique trait when they do their burnout. Sam likes to grab a little front brake and sit still for a few moments. Then he lets off the front brake and rolls the bike forward under power. Rob Garcia would normally be in the right lane, and Rob was qualified well. If I flip through this, Rob Garcia was qualified 6th with a 6:37 at 2:05. But he chunked a tire, and the tire came apart, tore his body apart on his vehicle. In fact, he lost more than one, and he was not able to effect repairs to come out here and compete. So Rob is out there on his lonely in his blue jeans right now, watching from the right lane, wishing he could be staging in the beams right now. And believe me, he will be. You'll see him again, just not today. Sam Wells, left lane. Sam's about to lay a number down. There he goes. All right, as soon as Sam got out there, he got out a little less than 100 feet, and that tire broke loose. He eased off the throttle, And then he did what he would not normally do, which is get back in it and rumble down the racetrack. Normally when top fuel bikes break the tire loose, you'll see them abort the run and just coast. But it's always different on race day. On race day, when the points count and everything counts so much, that's the day when you see these guys kind of break their own rules and will do whatever they need to win a round. And Sam just instinctively got out of it, got back in it, and rumbled down the racetrack. And the call has been made by the chief starter for Larry McBride to fire up, and he's doing that right now. Tommy Saxon on his big bike is in the right lane. He's going to wait for Larry to do his burnout. Tommy Saxon has qualified 8th with a 697. He's now facing number 1 qualifier Larry McBride, who posted a 5.70 with a 4 during qualifying. All right, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, you should be in the lanes right now. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. J&E Pistons Pro Mod to lane 4, please. Nitrous Express Pro Open, lane 5. Robert Tull Pro Stock to lane 6. Pro Street to lane 7. Shinko WPS Real Street, lane 8. And Spider-Man lays into it. Warms that tire up. You'll notice that Larry's bike sounds radically different from any of the other top fuel bikes. His combination is very unique. Tommy Saxon laid back on that and didn't do his burnout at the same time Larry did, because Larry has to go all the way downtown and then his team has to push him back. Then his team's going to help push him forward to get him staged. And when you deal with a big turbo bike, the big turbo bikes don't have that problem. They fire up, do a short burnout, and they're ready to go racing. So Tommy, as a matter of professional courtesy, just held back a little bit while Larry did his thing. And now Mr. McBride's putting it in the beams, and the Pro Fuel bikes are getting ready to fire up next. Pro Fuel will be next, followed by Pro Mod. Let's concentrate on the task at hand here with Mr. McBride out of Newport News, Virginia. Larry has gone as quick as 5.50, as fast as 264. We'll see what he's going to bring to the bank today. Tommy Saxon got a tiger by the tail, spider by the leg, any way you want to call it. Spider-Man versus Saxon. All right, Larry's staying glued to the racetrack. There he goes. McBride on the big end, 5.77 and 255 miles an hour. Really put it out there, Larry. 5.77 at 255. Tommy Saxon, 6.63 at 200. Larry had a 1.060 footer. 2.67 at the 330. He was 3.873 at the 8th. 2.07 at the 8th. 2.07.72. And then Larry was 4.89 at 1,000 foot. And Mr. McBride lays down 5.77 with a 255.34 miles per hour. Man, that bike is powerful. Our next pair would be Harry Schweigert versus Mike Chongris. But Mike Chongris also chunked the tire, and his tire took out his body, as happened with Rob Garcia. And Terry is out of competition this weekend from his qualifying problem. Chongris going after it. Big turbo bike. He got off the line quick. Goes 6.24, 197 miles an hour. And we have a difficulty upstairs, and we will handle that. I need all personnel to stay to the side while the professionals do their job. And while that is happening, while we are attending duties on the racetrack, concession stand is open at this time. If you are hungry, this is a good opportunity to get down to the concession stand, get yourself a little something to eat, something to drink, do what you need to. We will be attending duties on the surface And as soon as we have information from top end, we will be appraised. A big thank you to our sponsors here at Man Cup Motorcycle Drag Racing, Hawaii Racing, APE, Shinko, WPS, the Western Power Sports folks, Nitrous Express, Rothus Drag Bikes, Star Racing, Schnitz Racing, MRE, the PR Factory Store, MTC Engineering, Worldwide Bearings, Wiseco, J&E Pistons, D&G Chassis, MPS Racing, Lisco Racing sponsoring our Street ET class, Dunnigan Racing, Mr. Dunnigan and family, we miss you much. We hope to see you again back soon. Exotic Cycle, Roaring Toys, DME, Andy Sawyer, glad to see you here this weekend. Mickey Thompson, Fast by Gas, the Man Hill Garage, Kibblewhite Precision Machine, Cometech Gaskets, Advanced Sleeve, Webcam, McKinney Motorsports, Robinson Industries, Rob Bush Motorsports, and Monster Race Products. Those are our big primary sponsors. And of course, big shout out and thank you to Fuel Tech for being our title sponsor this weekend, and also Robert Tull, Plumbing and Contracting. Thank you. Sponsoring our Pro Stock class this weekend. As soon as I have word from the top end, I'll bring that to you. All right, in keeping our friends and fans praised of goings on here during the event, we have something on the racetrack out there that needs to be attended to, an incident of importance, and we are taking care of that. And while that's being taken care of down here on the starting line, we have a bunch of machines all ready to fire up and go on out into competition at the appropriate time. We have Pro Fuel will be the next class coming out. That was our final matchup in Top Fuel competition. So Pro Fuel, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel will be coming out next. A big shout out to Johnny Vickers and the folks at Hawaii Racing who are sponsoring Pro Fuel year after year here with us at Men Cup. Johnny Vickers and Hawaii Racing have been in existence. He's been a member of the Nitro community now since about 1983. Johnny Vickers started off as a racer himself, and he still is a racer. He's just too busy to get back in the saddle. God bless him. Johnny's got his hands full there. He's got to talk about sale with Hawaii Racing. They specialize in Pro Fuel Pro Dragster bikes, and any member of the Nitro community up to and including, of course, Top Fuel Harley Davidson. I had a chance to view an amazing machine at a recent race, the latest rendition of a Top Fuel bike by Hawaii Racing. And that motorcycle, owned and operated by Tim Kerrigan, is just, it's a modern day mechanical work of art. It is gorgeous. It is drop dead gorgeous. That bike, the machining on it, the fabrication on it, everything on it, immaculate detail. And it's got Johnny's latest Stage 2 Top Fuel motor. So the cam chest and the upper top portion of the block is extended and higher than usual. So Hawaii Racing products, when it comes to fuel racing, whether you want a Pro Fuel dragster, Nitro funny bike, or if you're interested in a Top Fuel Harley, any of those can be configured and made at Hawaii Racing. Hawaii Racing has recently upped the ante with their chassis building services. They now have a digital tubing bender, and they have full fabrication in a separate fab shop as part of Hawaii Racing now, and they can and they will build you a Top Fuel bike from scratch, from the frame rails up. You could have a complete roller, a running turnkey motorcycle, whatever you want. That could be arranged. If you contact Johnny Vickers and Hawaii Racing, they can accommodate you on that completely. The whole bike. You just want to hop on it and ride it, they can make it for you. They can go that far with their construction. While I'm on the topic of chassis construction, Grothis Drag Bikes is here with us this weekend. And when you have an opportunity, you should make your way down to the manufacturer's midway behind the tower here and come down to Grothis Drag Bikes located right behind the tower and see their setup and talk to Bradley Grothis or any of the Grothis staff. You want to talk to a racer about what it's like to race that stuff, Shane Epperjesi, old showboat, is down there, and he can tell you about how amazing these chassis are. And just view for yourself, you'll see it right away, how clean and immaculate the chassis are. Fabricated, the cleanliness of the welds and the uniformity of the welds, which speaks very highly of the fabrication. Time to refer to my notes here as we move along. And I'll do my best to give you some information on things that are happening here with the Man Cup. Our 2021 schedule has already been laid down. The Man Cup 2021 motorcycle drag racing schedule for next season, there are 5 events scheduled. The first one being March 19, 20, and 21 at Orlando's Speed World Dragway. March 19th will start off the year for Man Cup. March 19th to 21 at Orlando Speed World. April 30 into the first weekend in May, South Georgia Motorsports Park will be right back here at SGMP. On July 9, 10, 11, we will be with Dragway 42 out in Ohio. September 24th, 25, 26, Rockingham Dragway. Back out there with Mr. Airwood and his crew. Steve is still on staff and will be for the next 2 years out at Rockingham Dragway. So it'd be good to see Mr. Airwood, and they always do a fantastic job of prepping things at the Rock. November, next year, the World Finals will be November 18, 19, 20, and 21. Those 4 days will be the World Finals next year. November 18, 19, and 21 here at Rockingham Drive, here at South Georgia Motorsports. Our pro fuel teams are in the water waiting for their nod, and it will be a while before we get to that. We have to get all of our service vehicles will have to return to their appropriate positions before we get there. Right now we have are attending what has occurred out on the racing surface. Mr. Mike Chongris made it pass, and apparently he has come off the bike on the top end. They are attending that. And as soon as we have some word in the tower here, I'll bring you that word. I don't know what the word is. I have not heard anything yet. I will not speculate. But as soon as I get the word, I will pass that along to you. Our pro fuel teams are in the water, ready to fire. I see David Larson's motorcycle, the Larson Motorsports Pro Fuel bike in the right lane. And the other pro fuelers that I see all lined up, ready to fire up. I see the Terminator bike over there of Sam White. And I see the Rockstones bike, Mr. Rock Jackson. And of course, the long and short of it racing, Walter Holonsky, that motorcycle is ready. Walter and Preston are ready to rock and roll. So we will bring you some Nitro Harley action next as appropriate. While we attend that which needs to be attended to here on the race circuit. I'll get back to you in a few moments. Thank you. Attention in the house, Mr. Superbike Mike. And it was great to see you out there and see you honored during our opening ceremony. Superbike Mike, if you are handy and can make your way up here to the tower, if you are so inclined, Mike, please come on up here and join me in the tower. This is a very good opportunity in time where we can fill the airwaves with a little bit of nostalgia and talk about motorcycle drag racing. Pro Stock motorcycle drag racing from back when you used to race, sir. I'd like to exchange some thoughts on that with you. And while it is quiet and I have an opportunity that I could talk about motorcycle drag racing history, I want to point out to all of you, especially my international audience as well, that we need to put our heads together and work together to create Motorcycle Drag Racing Hall of Fame. We must do this. There is so much history we need to preserve, and we have not been able to do that yet. We have famous drag bikes scattered all over the world. Some are in pieces, some are completely together and running, like Bob Davis's magnificent triple that is here with us this weekend. And we need to have a central home for these magnificent drag bikes. Tell the tales of the legends of our sport. We need one central location to do this with. If somebody will give me a way and a place that we can start this, I'm more than happy to open up a trust fund. I will put $100 cash of my own money right out of my own pocket, right in an envelope, and start things off, because it means that much to me to see a motorcycle drag racing museum built somewhere in a central location, so that when people come here every year from all over the world, you're all going to have an opportunity to go to that drag racing facility and see these great bikes from our past. There's many of them out there, and I know where a lot of them are. And I'd like to see them all in one central location where everyone can come and visit and see these bikes and see the history. We've got many drag racing legends that need to go up on that wall. Just saw Greg Underdog go by the tower here. There's a man who's devoted his life to Pro Stock motorcycle. It's like Steve Johnson. Stevie Johnson's on the property here right now. Steve is, I can't even tell you how many years Stevie's put into Pro Stock bike. And now we've got Matt Smith leading the pack, and he's just getting started. 10 years from now, he's still going to be leading the pack, I guarantee you. He's that kind of a racer. And these legends from before them, like John Myers, like Dave Schultz, so many of them, back in the day, Mr. Trett, of course, granddaddy of them all. John Dixon of Supercycle Engineering, and John is here with us now. He's working with Larry McBride and Larry's team in Top Fuel Motorcycle. Johnny Dixon was a tremendous force of creativity in Top Fuel Motorcycle drag racing in the 1970s, even up to and including his rocket bike days. John's a madman, a magnificent madman. He epitomizes the madness that is Top Fuel bike. Willing to try any combination and everything to go out there, go faster, quicker. We need a home for a motorcycle drag racing museum and Hall of Fame. If you have an idea, if you know of a building appropriate, especially something not too far off of Interstate 95 so that everybody's engaging in interstate travel here in the USA, one central location. Big Daddy had a great idea in putting his museum right off of 75 down in Florida. Very easy to get to. You get on 75, turn off the highway at the end of the exit, and it's just a little right-hand turn, and there it is. You're in Big Daddy Don Garlett's backyard, and his museum is right there. We need something like that for us for motorcycle drag racing. We got a lot of great legends in this sport. Let's do them proud. Keep our heritage alive. Current national records. The Man Cup Motorcycle Drag Racing sanction at the start of this season. Top Fuel Motorcycle, Larry McBride, 5.60 with a 7, 263.10 miles per hour. Top Fuel Twin, 6.02, Mr. Tack. 2.36 by Tommy Grimes for the mile an hour. That's your Top Fuel Twin national records here with Man Cup. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel record, Kirby Apathy. He stunned everyone in 2018. with a 685. Then he upped the ante in 2020 with an up the mile-an-hour record with 184.98. That was at the World Finals in 2020. That is correct. Okay, Cheney Pistons Pro Mod. The record was a 399. Now it's a 397. Congratulations, Mr. Ashley Owens, on that. Putting that number down. 179.40 is the mile-an-hour mark. Cheney Pistons Pro Mod. And Robert Tull Pro Stock, our brand new national record, run by Matt Smith Racing, Mr. Matt Smith, his bad self, 6.75 at 200 miles per hour. Nitrous Express Pro Open, national record is a 619, 226 miles an hour. The 619 was run by Terry Schweigert, and the 226 mile an hour was run by Joey Gladstone in 2015, which Joey ran that on Tink Tink. Joey, I've had it confirmed you're here in the house this weekend. I'm so used to seeing you, and you being here and me not seeing you had me confused on the monitor yesterday. No biggie, buddy. I know you're here, and I know it's real. Good luck out there. All right, APE Pro Street. What a stunning class those motorcycles are. APE Pro Street, our national record here with the Man Cup, is 648, run by Jeremy Teasley in 2020. And the mile an hour on that is a 226.32, run by Gabe Frederick, also in 2020. Gabe set that mark at the World Finals here last year. And Shinko WPS Real Street, our new national record, run during this event by Spencer Clay. Flip through my notes here. 7.60 for 189.3. Spencer Clayco. 7.60 with a 4. All right, we will catch up on this. On the big end, we still have emergency vehicles out there attending. That would be attended to. And as soon as they clear the track at the appropriate time, we will move on to the program. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel will be up next. They are in the water, ready to fire. Attention in the pits, all 460 competitors, all 460 class competitors. Please report to Broderick Jackson's trailer at this time for a driver's meeting. All 460 competitors, please go to Robert Broderick Jackson's trailer. Mr. Broderick Jackson, make your way down to Mr. Jackson's trailer. We're going to have a driver's meeting now once you're all there in attendance. Very important, all 460 competitors. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you're well aware, we have a delay to the program here of great importance. And I want to assure you right now that all the appropriate steps are being taken and being made right now in the best interests of Mike Chongris. Mike is out there on the 1320. He is well attended to by professionals. And as you can see, there is a life flight copter coming in right now to make a landing. I want you to know that Mr. Chongris is alert and awake and responding to questions. So he is in a state where he needs to get checked out properly at the hospital. And that is exactly what's going to transpire, obviously. So the med flight professionals are here, and they're going to take Mike and give him the very best of care. And that's where we're at right now. We've got a bird setting down on the 1320 on the top end. It's not something we ever want to see. None of us do, but this is part of racing. This is part of the sport. So ladies and gentlemen, say a quiet prayer and know this. He is awake. He is alert. He is responding to questions, rendering answers. And that's where we're at right now. That's the most important thing. That is the information that has been relayed to me at this time. So that bird has set down, and they're going to strap him in and bring him off to the nearest trauma center. And they have fantastic trauma centers down here in this area. I will not speculate on where he's going. I don't need to know that right now. I am a former trauma professional myself, and I will tell you that this is, as you know, unsettling, but it is drag racing, and it is very important to note that he is awake, he is alert, he is responding to questions, giving answers. So those are very good positive signs at this time. And say a quiet prayer, please, for Mr. Mike Chongris and his family and all of Chongris Racing. He's going to get the best of care. Reiterating what I said earlier on 460, all 460 racers, all 460 competitors, make your way down to Broderick Jackson's trailer. Drivers meeting now, please. All 460 contestants. The life flight bird down there is doing what they do. And I can tell you from experience within the industry, your very best trauma professionals tend to be PJs and folks who do this aero rescue work. They are tops. They are absolutely tops. He's getting the best possible care right this moment. I can't even tell you how many years it takes and how many certifications it takes to get to that level of proficiency where they allow emergency medical professionals to become para and work on a bird or from a bird. And in the military, we call them PJs because they're para-rescue jumpers. And they are tops. You will get the best of care. Up on the big end, the rotors are starting to spin a little faster. And that tells me the bird's going to be lifting off here shortly. Members of Mr. Chongris' team, if you are on the return road or headed in that direction, Please take care of all things that need to be attended on top end while Mike is on his way to be attended to as well. For those of us who've been in a situation like this before as a racer, and I have, it's important that your friends and supporters gather up your gear, get all your equipment together for you, because you're going to come back and there's going to be another day. So, Mr. Chongris's team, be sure to gather up everything as appropriate. He'll thank you for it, I promise. Okay, at this time, the drivers' meeting is being conducted before 60 competitors out of Broderick Jackson's trailer. 460 being an exceptionally tight knit community and strong running class this weekend. They put up great performances running on that 460 index. So that drivers' meeting is underway right now. 460 will be coming out, lead off our Sportsman E1 following the pros. Our pro session is actually halted at this time with the conclusion of Top Fuel. We had a motorcycle mishap on the racing surface. Mike Chongris has had a incident on top end, and Mike is being attended to. The life flight is out on the racetrack. It will be departing shortly. I did see those rotors spin up quicker and then they slowed down again. So they are making whatever adjustments are necessary up on top end. As soon as that life flight takes off, we will attend the racing surface on the top end and make sure everything is correctly in order before resuming racing. Here at the starter end of the racetrack, Pro Fuel Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel motorcycles are in the water and they are ready to fire up. They are awaiting their call to do that. Hats off to the crew in place, being ready to continue on this end. Next class going out will be Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, followed by J&E Pistons Pro Mod, followed by Nitrous Express Pro Open, and Robert Tull Pro Stock Motorcycle, then APE Pro Street, and Shinko WPS Real Street. We do also have grudge bikes here on the property this weekend, and they've engaged a couple rounds of grudge racing. So we are likely to see the grudge bikes run after the pros if the grudge bikes are ready to go at that time. If they are not, that will bring us right into E1 of the session for our eliminations. Mike. So stand by. We will get back to that program at our earliest opportunity. Those of you who are hungry, the concession stand is open, and the concession stand is located at the base of the tower, the rear of the tower facing the staging lanes. Come on down, get a little something to eat. The manufacturer's midway is also available to all concerned. You're welcome to step down to the manufacturer's midway, check out the products with Fuel Tech, J&E Pistons, Wiseco Pistons, Lectron, Bass by Gas, Growthus Drag Bikes, MTC Engineering is down there. Weeks Performance. Weeks got a lot of neat stuff on display over there. I heard Jay talking about that yesterday. They've got a lot of cool stuff. Check them out. Bayball Performance Motors is in the house. They're ready to go. Outlaw Motorcycle Apparel. All that and so much more.
All right, currently on the track, we're still attending to Mike Chongris. What we do know is that he is alert and responding to questions being asked. We're going to make sure that he is all right, and that is priority one right now. Although rare, this is something that does happen. Accidents are very, very uncommon like this. Right now, for the racers, it's a good time to double check the program. Double check what you've made, double check the weather, double check everything. But as to the concern of racing, we've got our track cleaned up and taken care of, but what we're waiting on is Mike to get medical assistance, and that's priority number one here. It's the hardest part of drag racing. Again, what we know is that Mike is alert, conscious, and answering questions. But seriously, folks, the biggest hats off to the emergency medical staff here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. An incredible response, 100%. We have Cook County EMS on site, a great response from them as well. Our first responders have done fantastic. We have Hawaii Pro Fuel due up next. To follow is JE Pistons Pro Mod, Nitrous Express Pro Open. Follow Pro Open is Robert Toll Pro Stock, APE Pro Street, and Shinko WPS Real Street. Starting to get a little warm out there. Make sure you're drinking a little bit of water. Stay hydrated. Most of all, soak in this weather while you can. It's wherever you came from here in a couple weeks, there's probably going to be snow on the ground. A huge, huge thanks to the South Georgia EMS, especially Cook County EMS, for a quick response. Holy cow, give those guys a round of applause. Cook County EMS, a great bunch of guys. We're going to get Mikey Tongress out there and make sure that he is A-OK. All right, we're finishing up the top end operations there. Making sure that the track is in tip-top shape, making sure that we are free of debris. We are looking to continue our program here with Hawaii Pro Fuel. Also, a big hats off to our track EMS crew. Give those guys a hand. They were the first ones on site to attend to Mike. Great bunch of boys we have around here. Give them a round, guys. They deserve it, every single bit of it. Okay, while we wrap things up out there, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel due up next. Anyone who had to leave the staging lanes, now's a good time to bring it on back. There are some guys out there that made a trip back to the pits to double check some things, maybe make some adjustments. While we were shut down there. Hey, Scott, those are still a thing? Those little dump-in powder drinks? Man, I thought those were like 2009. But hey, if it works, it works. Hawaiian Punch in a powder pouch, right? Once again, any of my pros who had to make it back to the staging lanes, now's the good time to get back up here. All right, getting all of our track equipment back here. Making sure everything is clean, there's no debris left, that everything is good to go. David Larson getting the suit on. David making the haul all the way from Topeka, Kansas. Yeah, give a hand to those guys right there. Deep South EMS. Those guys were there in less than 30 seconds. Response time, of course, critical. Good thing is we've got Maki out of here with a chance to come back and drag race another day. Also, Mike Chongris, the news is, official word is he was conscious at the time of airlift. And alert and conscious during time of airlift. So, due to the efforts of Deep South EMS, Cook County Sheriff, Cook County EMS, Mike Chongris going to drag race with us another day. Yeah, buddy. Every single one of these guys around here, all the EMS team, all the county sheriffs you saw, absolute badasses. They don't mess around here in the South. That's what we love to see right there. Up next, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel coming at you. David Larson going to be summit side. Your number 3 qualifier, 745, a bill 64. The 120-inch Evo motor, 2019 Robbins tube chassis. Strange Lane is Sam White from Chapin, South Carolina, the 2014 Hawaii Racing chassis. Number 4 qualifier with a 747, 165.19. All right, we're just about set to go. The signal has been given. Fire them up, boys. Let's go drag racing. David Larson got his candles lit. Sam White got his candles lit. It's time to go back to nitro racing. Pro drivers, if you've left the staging lanes, get it back here. Pro riders to the staging lanes, please. Pro riders to the staging lanes. David Larson from Topeka, Kansas, your number 3 at 7:45.0. Sam White from Chapin, South Carolina, your number 4, 7:47.1. Here we go, guys. Back to drag racing. David Larson, 45 behind at the tree. How about a 7:58, 170 miles an hour for Sam White, strange side of the racetrack. 129 short, 481, 149.53 through the half track. Sam White moving on and will face one of these two coming up here. Rocky Jackson, Arnoldville, Louisiana. Strange side of the track, your number 2 at 7:39.3, 163.57. The 2007 Hawaii Derringer chassis. On the Summit Racing side, your number 5 qualifier is Walter Halonsky. High Springs, Florida native, 55 years old, the 2011 Acme Rocket Sled. Number 5 qualifier is 765, 170.49. .215 light for Jackson. Polonsky's off on the 180, but give it to Rocky Jackson. Solid 737, 163 miles an hour. Rocky Jackson, what a number for him. Yeah, buddy, 737, 163. I've seen Rocky for about the past 15 years. He comes to a race we have in the Midwest you might recognize, the Truett and Osborne bike drags. See Rocky Jackson in there all the time. Of course, we've got David Larson running around there all the time. Good selection of these guys we see around there. Up next, it's Jim Martin from Palestine, Illinois, the 2012 Hawaii Derringer chassis. I believe carrying that number, it used to belong to Gary Bailey, the late Gary Bailey. Jim Martin is your number 1 qualifier at 731, 169.47. And due up next, the next pair will be from J.E. Pistons Pro Mod. Once again, pro riders to the staging lanes. All pro riders to the staging lanes. Nitrous Express Pro Open. Robert Tull Pro Stock. I need you guys back to the lanes. Here's Jimmy Martin. Check this one out. 729, 170.36. Yeah, buddy, that's a number. 729, 170.36 for Jim Martin. 9. Up next, it's your number 1 qualifier, Ashley Owens. 3.974, 176.53. Gerald Black Ops Smith from Savannah, Georgia, Summit Racing side. Ashley Owens from Decatur, Alabama, the McKinney Racing Suzuki. A shocker. 397.4. Manufacturer's Cup World Record. Thank you very much. Now, Eric McKinney, if you're watching, you've got some work to do, buddy. Also, Fuel Man is leaving at 1:30. No. Oh, shit. All right. Ozzy Moya giving me a hard time up here. 85 light for Ashley Lowens goes 406, 170.36, a 102.4 short. Gerald Smith gets out a nice 102.7 short, has problems out there. 654 at 67 miles an hour, he coasts too. I don't know if Paul knows this, but I will tell you. He's a fast old boy. 71 years old from Grand Island, New York. Got a freaking bracket bike this weekend. 398.6, 399.3, 399.7. I'd like to see a dial-in bracket race between these pro mods. Paul taking on number 13, Tyron Lemons from Atlanta, Georgia, the 2018 Suzuki. Number 13 spot right now, 422.9, 165.31. Paul Gast, the man behind Fast Bike. Gast, been doing it forever. Racing motorcycles since the 1960s and 70s. Paul Gast, an absolute treasure trove of information. Once again, Pro Bikes need you to the staging lanes. Pro Bikes, staging lanes, please. APE Pro Street, get them up here. Shinko WPS Real Street, get them on up here. Lights are down. Tyron Lemons goes 46 red. Knew he had to put a light on gas. Lemons goes 416, 168 miles an hour. Paul Gast, 4014, 177.18. A 1031 short. Up next, your number 6 and number 9 pair. Jeff House from Keller, Texas, Strange Lane. '20 model year Growthis drag bikes chassis. Your number 6 qualifier at 4.076, 173.18. Summit side is Terry Wynn from Jacksonville, Florida, the 2013 Busa. Number 9 qualifier at 413.6, 171.23. Terry Wynn. Great guy, I'm telling you. You ever get a chance to meet him, go down there and say, "Hey, Terry, what's going on?" Always a joy to work with Terry. Always a joy to see him. '81 for House, 51 for Wynn. Give it to Jeff House down there, 407, 175.07. Runs 1 thou off what it ran last round of qualifying. Consistent little bike. Summit Racing side is Connell Smith. The little Kawasaki that could. Believe it or not, that is a Kawasaki motor. Connell Smith on the Strange Lane, 414. He's your number 10 qualifier from Lenox, Georgia. Vortex head aboard that bike. Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 needs you to lane 1. MTC Engineering Super Comp needs you to lane 2. Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to 1. MTC Engineering Super Comp to lane 2. Pronto. Richard Gadsden Summit side, your number 5 at 4063, taking on Connell Smith on the Kawasaki. Oh, give it to Connell Smith. There's a Kawasaki in second round of Pro Mod. That's what I'm talking about. 421, 151. Richard Gadsden goes one flat short, one trip zip. On the verge of a trip 9. That's what I'm talking about. And that dude moving. Mantez Thompson, summit side, your number 8 qualifier. Number 8 qualifier at 4:11.9, 171.18 the speed. Summit side from Decatur, Alabama. On the strange lane from Clearwater, Florida, it is Rick Perry. Bayboard Performance in the frame rails. You see George out there lining him up. 2018 Suzuki, your number 7 at 4:10 with a 9. JE Pistons Pro Mod here. Trees down. Thompson puts a light on the table. Give him the win lights, baby. 87 thou stripe, 21, 421, 166.39. 005 reaction time. Rick Perry goes 84 on the tree. Lazy 109 short, 422, 168. Travis Davis, Summit Racing side, your number 4 qualifier at 4:06.3, 172.65 from Douglas, Georgia. On the strange lane from Atlanta is JP Maddox, the number 11 spot at 4:15.8, 169.81. Pro Open, we should have you guys in the lanes. JP Maddox, 423, 166. We had this conversation yesterday. Man, that thing's smoking like a freight train. Burning about a quart of pin grade every time. Travis Davis gets down there, 4:05.4, 175.34 for the win lights. 84 light to Maddox's 61. All I know is there's going to be some valve seals and piston rings going in that thing sometime soon. Summit Racing side, the number 3 qualifier is Chris Garner-Jones. Chris continuing to race. Having lost his father earlier this year, we sorely miss TT Jones. He was a staple here in Pro Mod. Of course, down in Alabama with his racetrack and own racing series. Always a fun show to watch, the Garner-Jones boys. Chris sitting pretty with a 4:00.02, 176.21 Summit Racing side. Been racing his father's bike lately. Got that thing flying. Strange side is Kenny Hill from Brainbridge, Georgia. 2018 Suzuki chassis. It's like a Walter Timblin machine over there. He holds the number 12 spot at 4.205, 169.13. Our last pair here in JE Pistons Pro Open. Pro Mod, my fault. JE Pistons Pro Mod. This is our last pair. Nitrous Express Pro Open due up next. .43 light for Kenny Hill. Garner Jones goes 116, but still pulls it off. 4:02 with a 6, 174.44. Kenny Hill throws an 0:43 on the table, but can't get the number down. 4:31, 167. Chris Garner Jones was 1.009 to the short cone. Moving. Up next, we have a competition brake run. Rob Giard from Gainesboro, Tennessee. Number 4 at 8.305, 180.94. Would be Bill Vos on the strange side. Number 3 qualifier at 6.729. Vos electing not to run because of issues concerning some things. Now, Rob Giard doesn't really have to go down the racetrack, but he can elect to. Giard being held for a second. Here's Rob, good looking old Kawasaki base. This is what Funny Bike used to be. Now here in Pro Open, getting the old school stuff in there. .113 short, gets down there, 7:05. Look at the speed, 202.79. Love it. Absolutely love it. That brings back good memories of Funny Bike. Mark Rendelek from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, the 2019 Pete Brown Hayabusa. 6:39 was his number 1 effort. Taking a competition break over Dana Delp. .66 light for Rendelek, goes 106 short, coasts to a 674, 160 miles an hour. That thing looked good. 4:15 through the 8th mile, 177.14. Larry Hayes from Dothan, Alabama. Summit Racing side. Another throwback bike. Always a joy to see Larry here. The 1973 Strange side is Shane Epperjesse, your number 2 at 6.678, 153.42. Shane Epperjesse, 452, 173 through half, goes 707, 164. Larry Hayes. That bike is just freaking cool. All right, that will do it for Nitrous Express Pro Open. Now, here's what I've been waiting for. Robert Tull Pro Stock. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460, need you to lane 1. MTC Engineering Super Comp, need you to lane 2. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to lane 1, MTC Super Comp to lane 2, please. Up next, Summit Racing side, it's Chris Bostic, your number 7 qualifier, 6.985, 189.92. From Mount Juliet, Tennessee. The BPM Racing Engines machine. Strange side, it's Mark Ingwerson from Findlay, Ohio, the 08 Buell. Your 6-7 pair here in Robert Tull Pro Stock. Buell Power versus Suzuki Power. Pick your side. Bostic into the beams. Here we go. 007 light for Chris Bostic. Ingwerson goes 018 red. Bostic's going to get down there. 707, 190.38. Mark Ingwerson goes 7088, 189.07. Goes 18 red, 109 short, 451 half, 154.65. Up next is John Hall. Want to make sure. Charles Posky from Alabaster, Alabama. The Suzuki TL1000 base body. Number 8 qualifier at 7.276, 183.84. John Hall, Summit Racing side from Hamden, Connecticut. Also a TL1000 body. Pair of Suzukis. Number 5 qualifier, 6.936, 194.80. Now, here's the thing. I am a sucker for these 4-cylinder bikes. All my guys at home, take a moment and just turn it up. I'll sit aside, you guys just turn it up. Man, those things sound good. How about John Hall? 11 red from Charles Posky. 698.7, 193.52 for John Hall. 112 short, 449 half, 159.63. He will move on to next round. Summit Racing side from Birmingham, Alabama. The one and only Steve Johnson. I got a phone call from Steve Johnson Wednesday afternoon, didn't even realize it. Sacramento, California area code. I was like, oh, well, it's probably one of those darn telemarketers again. He's taking on the current number 2 qualifier, Angie Smith, from King, North Carolina. The only woman in the Denso 200-mile-an-hour club when it comes to pro stock. Of course, we know many other ladies in the 200-mile-an-hour club. Miss Nikki, we're missing you here, honey. Angie Smith on the 2020 Buell EBR 1190 RX. Steve Johnson on the 2019 Suzuki TL1000. Angie Smith, 110 short, 454 half, 155. How about a 705, 194.77? Steve Johnson goes 119 short, 468 half, 156.99. Started putting speed on. 721 at 191 does not get it done. Joey Gladstone, strange side from Maidens, Virginia, the 29-year-old. We know this guy. The 2020 Buell EBR. Number 3 qualifier at 6.826, 197.86. We remember Joey Gladstone in the ever-famous Tink Tink. This is where Joey is now. He's enjoying it. He loves it. Would be taking on Greg Underdahl, Port Charlotte, Florida. 62-year-old on a Suzuki. Competition brake run for Joey. Gets out there, takes 3 gears for data on half track. 110 short, 469 half. Just before the 8th mile, he clicks it off. And those Buells, they'll rattle you. Just standing there listening to the bike idle, you can feel every cycle in your chest. The thump, 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 thump. It's ridiculous. Crazy good sounding bikes. I'm not a V-twin guy by any means, but these V-twins are sick. Summit Racing side is David Barron from Midlothian, Texas, the 2020 Buell EBR 1190 RX. Number 9 qualifier at 737, 174.08. Strange lane is flying Ryan Ayler. From Bloomington, Illinois, the 2021 Buell EBR 1190 RX. 691.6, 194.69. Landed him in the number 4 spot. Now let you guys listen to a couple of Buells. Turn it up. Let's hear them. Look at Ryan down there, 6.926, 195.45. 109 short, 443.9, 159.72 through half. David Barron goes 112 short, trees Ryan by 010. 465, 148.89 through half, 736, a bill 774, doesn't get it done. Matt Smith from King, North Carolina, 48-year-old and now 4-time NHRA Pro Stock Motorcycle Champion. Won it just this year, qualified number 1 with 1 pass, fresh off the trailer. 6.756, 200.62. One pass, and Matt said, yep, I'm done. I should have said for Joey Gladstone, the dude. His dudeness. El Duderino. You know? 27 light for Matt. Oh man, this is going to be a high-speed run. Shuts it off in the trap, 7:11, 173.18. He was 4:56.4, 161.46 through half. That thing was on a pass. That thing was on a fast pass. That does it for Robert Toll Pro Stock first round. Up next, however, APE Pro Street coming into the question. I only got a handful of bikes this year. Another presence that's missed is Dunnigan Racing and DME also. All the Pro Street boys, man, we are missing you guys. Got Sidney Marshall out there doing his work. See a lot of people vacating the track to go back to the car and get the side bet money. I was on the starting line for Growth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460 last night. And let me see. In the 30 minutes that I was down there for Growth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460, I must have seen every bit of $10,000 exchanged between the guys in the stands, the guys standing down on the starting line on the racetrack. Money was flying around in an abundance. But hey, that's what it's all about. Growth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460, not only is it the fastest index class of its kind, but also it's the only index class of its kind. Because it's not only here that we have the 460 class, a lot of guys have the 460 class elsewhere. Man, does the money start to fly there. It was back in the staging lanes. There was a $500 bet on a race back there. Also, I need Super Eliminator. Super Eliminator to the lanes, please. Super Eliminator, come to lane number 3, please. All right, a little bit of lane loving going on down here. We see Sydney Marshall laying down some more prep. Up next is APE Pro Street. And then Shinko WPS Real Street. I know Spencer's got a number in that thing. Spencer Claycomb, a different kind of breed. I'm telling you. The guy can ride just about anything. Like I said yesterday, if you had a kitchen sink with a set of handlebars and 2 wheels, Spencer could probably ride it. You know what I mean? Same thing goes for guys like Dustin Lee, Brian Dale, Dusty Brazel, John Markham. All the big bracket racers, yeah, they can ride anything. Don't even get me started on the Gadsden boys either. I'll put it to you this way. I met Ricky Gadsden when he was still riding a ZX-12. And back then, the ZX-12 was considered the world's fastest production bike. And then, seriously, 2 months later, bam, here comes the Hayabusa. It is nuts how far the Hayabusa has come. GS's. But all of it goes back to the Z1. Late 1972 and early 1973, they take the bike for testing at Daytona. And it rewrites the record books completely. A modified version of the bike with a stock engine averages 161 miles an hour around the track for a flying lap. Then the Hayabusa comes along some 30 years later and dethrones everything. But now we have the Kawasaki H2. I'm really interested to see what the H2 does. Strange side. That's nice to see. GT Tonglet. Your number 3 qualifier at 724, 162.10 here in APE Pro Street. Grothis Drag Bikes, Ultra 460, and MTC Supercomp. Man, there's a ton of you. If you're not here, you better be here. Rudy Sanzatera, Summit Racing side from St. Pete, Missouri. 2016 Busa, number 2 spot. 7.001, 206.10. Good to see Mr. Sanzatera getting back in the saddle. Rudy Sanzatera. Sounds like driveline problems. GT Tonglen going to make the way down. 6.962, 204.05. That's a nice lap for GT Tonglen. Rudy Sanzatera dealing with driveline breakage. Going to get him out. And the next pair, Ryan Bonitatis from Berlin, New Jersey. Summit Racing side is your number 4 qualifier, 738.6, 179.49. Strange Lane is Frankie Stotts from Schaumburg, Florida. The 2006 Honda CBR 1000RR. That is the world's quickest and fastest Honda to the quarter mile. Once again, I should have MTC Super Comp, Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460, and Super Eliminator in the lanes. Already making an appearance, Mr. Grothis. Very much ahead of schedule. Frankie Stotts having issues down there. Ryan Bonitatis going to take that victory over Frankie Stotts, 736 at 193 miles an hour. All right, up next, we're moving into Shinko WPS Real Street. Shinko WPS Real Street here. Shinko WPS Real Street here. Here's the idea. These motorcycles have to be streetable, absolutely 100%. No sliders, no nothing. You have to be able to tag, title, and insure them. Ricky Gadsden from Atlanta, the 05 ZX10, number 2 spot, 763.5. Mike Sancho from Wesley's Chapel, Florida. Number 5 spot at 8:30. Look at Ricky Gadsden go. 7:59, 189.52. And that thing is fast. Oh my goodness. Up next, we have Spencer Claycomb. The number 1 spot at 760, 189.34. Oh my gosh. See what the Outlaw has for us. Had to chop the throttle. He goes out towards center line, says, you know what, just going to get that and be done with it. All right. Bradley Grothus, have a seat. We'll chat with you for a little bit.
Absolutely, Jacob. It's sunny and 77. Tell you what, I needed to come up to the tower just to cool down a little bit, and this sunshine is mighty impressive.
Oh, yeah, well, we got some good temperature in the track, too.
Yeah, before we get going underway, I certainly want to send my heart out to the Changras family. It's been a bit of a whirlwind of a day there, and my heart do go out to them, as they are one of the most dedicated families. A lot of brothers in that family, very similar to mine. And like I said, my hearts go out to them, especially from everyone at Grothus Drag Bikes.
Absolutely a nasty accident down there for Mike Changras. Great group of guys. You are right about that, 100%. Drag racing family.
And certainly guys that do compete often in Grothus Drag Bikes 460.
Oh, yeah. First up, we have Curtis Griggs. He's your number 20 spot holder. Threw down a 4.652 from Monroe, North Carolina, summit side. And on the strange lane, we know this guy well.
Yeah, Chad Otts, your number 27 qualifier, qualifying with a 469. I do know that bike is capable of running the number, but hasn't seemed to be able to do it this weekend, having a little bit of ignition issues. So a very tight matchup here. Number 20 qualifier taking on the number 27 qualifier. Both running mid to high 460s in their qualifying efforts. This one may come down to reaction time. And when you're talking reaction time, you got Curtis Griggs out first, 037 to Otts' 052, and that will do it. Curtis Griggs sticks the number, goes 460 with a 6 to Chad Otts' 467 at 146 mile an hour. Curtis Griggs away first and certainly to the finish line first, sticking that 460 number right on the nose. Going to bring up a single here with Tommy Saxon in the strange lane. Tommy, your number 9 qualifier, 462 with a 0. Another bike that we know can run the numbers. His other numbers were 458.6 and 457.8. On an earned by here, the approach has to be the same whether or not you have a competitor in the other lane. Expecting to see a 107.60. A little quick to 330, but does slow down just enough on the other end. Goes 461.9 at 147 miles per hour.
All right, nice number down there from Tommy Saxon. Look at that, 461, 147.
Yeah, 1,000th off his qualifying effort. That bike is certainly working to their advantage, and if it doesn't go rounds today, I would be surprised.
Blake Harvey, summit side. 22 under the number, 457.8. But look at the number Ronnie Procopio threw down.
Yeah, Ronnie Procopio going 460 with a 1 for your number 2 qualifying spot. A couple of bikes that campaigned in Pro Mod for a while. Blake Harvey on a 2019 Grothus drag bike. Really gets moving down low, moving too quick, honestly, while he's qualified in the number 45 spot.
Racers separated by 20 off the tree.
And it's going to be Ronnie Procopio at the stripe going 467 to Blake Harvey's 470. Harvey's, I know, we're looking to slow it down, but simply went too far the wrong way. They went 113 down low and only mustered 146 mile an hour on the other end for a 470.
Yeah, a lot of guys fighting some tire spin now because it's warmed up a little bit. They prepared for different conditions here, but certainly preparing for the track conditions is as important as the weather condition.
Yeah, no matter what class you're racing on, you really got to be not only a student of the sport, but a student to the track conditions you're racing. These bikes have plenty of power, and if you can't manage it and you can't apply it, there's no sense of really coming up.
Bob Foster, summit side, your number 18 spot. John Schwartz, summit strange engineering side.
Foster away first, 031 to Schwartz's 083. Schwartz is a little off pace, But guess what? It gets the job done, and we'll be seeing him in round number 2. He goes 464 at 143 to Foster's very slowing 514 at 119.
Yep, Bob Foster riding a retired top gas bike in there. A lot of guys, especially, with, like I said, the Kawasaki's, they take the bikes, throw a little bit of nitrous at them. Just that little extra down on bottom is all they really need for 460.
Yeah, Foster had the starting line advantage there quite handedly, but Schwartz was able to drive around and take the win.
There's Joey Brandgard from Northfield, Ohio, strange side of the track. 465.6, his effort yesterday.
Yeah, I think this may be one of Joey's first 460 events. Typically see him more in the central United States in the number 21 qualifying spot, and he's away first. He's got a 12 thousandths advantage on the starting line. We'll see if he can convert it into a win, and he certainly does. 463.1 at only 136 mile an hour. Does a great job. Seeing his competitor is nowhere in the neighborhood, and he doesn't want to run under. Samish was 092 on the bulb, 474.4. He'll be fine in his trailer.
Now, Joey Brandgard sporting Testa racing engines on the side of the body. Is that someone that I know?
I don't know. I don't have any correspondence with him. I do start to see it out here on more and more bikes, though.
Yep. Of course, paying homage to my friend Vince Testa out there somewhere. I know he's probably watching. Chase Van Sant, Strange Lane, number 41 spot at only 527, was 459.6, 4 numbers under on his earlier effort there.
Yeah, that qualifying spot really is not indicative of the Trick Tools Van Sant owned 460 bike, an old pro mod that they're really, really competitive with, and a 459.6. I'll take a bike that'll go that any day.
Right.
But if there's a matchup that I've been looking forward to for round 1, it's this one. 2 460 greats. Van Sant away early, 027 to Brown's 044, and Van Sant 464 over Boo Brown's 463. Your finish line margin, 4 thousandths of a second. Give it to the Iowa-based Van Sants.
Yep, 43 10-thou stripe down there. That's hardly a front wheel. Boo Brown getting it down there, I'm telling you.
Yeah, right before they launched, I told you if there's one matchup I was looking forward to this first round with 2 just extremely great competitors, that was it. And they put on a show for the folks here today.
Jason Buss from Glenwood, Iowa. You told me.
I did.
Did not get in there and change that, but I caught myself. I was like, okay, Glenwood. Yeah, no, it's not Louisiana.
Very masterful, absolutely. Another Iowan here. Van Sant takes the win in the last pair. We'll see what Buss can do here. Taking on Morris Ball in the Strange Lane from Aliceville, Alabama. Ball in the number 32 qualifying spot. Qualified in the mid-70s. Really is going to need to pick up a 10th, and it looks like Jason is off his bike, and Ball is going to have a solo here.
It looks like it's locked up, too.
Yeah, really kind of a heartbreak for Buss. He's been refining that combo, racing a whole lot more this year in this class than I have seen him in years past. A 463 is a great qualifying effort, and he's really not going to be happy to watch Ball go down this racetrack. Was there for the taking. He's 103 on the tree, goes 740 on the 8th mile, timer at only 62 miles an hour. That's certainly a tough one for Jason.
Well, getting out there and taking first gear just for the short time data alone is quite a bit for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. As much data as you can gather, especially from a motorcycle that's not performing up to par after 60 feet, you'd be happy to have that data than no data at all.
Right. And here's 2 more tough customers. Larry Epperjesse, all the way out of Texas. We know the last name Epperjesse by far.
Yeah, know it very well. Larry and Donna Epperjesse, staples in motorcycle drag racing for a long, long time, even before my folks had gotten into it in the late 80s and 90s. Great family. Taking on Tiny Noble, number 40 qualifier over here at 518. Larry has had a very consistent bike all weekend long. Qualifies in the number 7 spot with a 461.5. Has been making little improvements with that bike. It's got the Grothis drag bikes, legacy wheels, and front end. A really pretty bike, too, when you're taking a peek at it.
You know, we were just talking about that, too.
Yeah, we've got those same wheels on display down on the manufacturer's midway. Folks can certainly come on over and put their hands on it and see the high-quality finish that we really strive for. But beyond that, we really strive for great function as well. If you can have great finish, great function, really the parts kind of sell themselves.
Oh, yeah. The Grothis Legacy Series wheels, what attracts me to them is just how light they are. What does that front wheel weigh?
You know, I don't have that number right offhand. I probably should, but we design things as light as we can, but still know that they're going to have great integrity to come out here and perform. We, especially as racers compared to some other companies out there who maybe don't campaign their own parts, really have the ability to put our parts to the test, to kind of prove them out maybe before they come to market, make little changes. So know that if it's on our bikes, we're certainly very proud of it, and we'd be happy to have it on yours too.
Absolutely. Larry Epperjesi on Strange Lane. Summit Racing side is Tiny Noble. 588 numbers above for Tiny Noble, 15 numbers above for Larry Epperjesi.
Yeah, the tail of the tape here for Larry is to not go under the index and leave on time. Tiny, in the number 40 qualifying spot, appears is not going to be able to run the number.
Yep.
They both leave pretty tardy, and there it is. Larry Epperjesi with the win, 4:67.7 at 151 mile an hour to Noble's 5:15 at 135.
Yeah.
That's one of those matchups where you got a very high qualified person against a very low qualified person. Maybe your approach is just slightly different than it would be, say, for the Van Sant Boo Brown race.
Right. And Tiny Noble sounded like he was running on 3 cylinders down there. Still got down there and applied the nitrous to it. Running 820-esque numbers on 3 cylinders. That's actually quite impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking back, they may have looked to enter that in a different class this weekend, but you hate to see that kind of performance for folks at the World Finals. Kind of the very, I don't want to call it the peak of the year, but certainly one that everyone looks forward to, and ideally you're going to have your bike tuned up the best it ever has all year long right here.
And here's Megan Bowers, Summit Racing side from Nashville, Tennessee, the 27-year-old lady.
Yeah, qualified in the number 13 spot. She was 024, 462. That's a combo that is very competitive against Wade Cherry in the number 34 spot. Megan goes deep, and it shows. She's 031 on the reaction timer to Cherry's 072. And Megan Bowers, your winner, 4:66.0 at 150 miles an hour.
And again, side bet money being thrown around down here. Just watching these guys, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, you're seeing the cash move down there.
Here it is. Showboat Shane Epperjesi. 460 is the dial in here. 460 is the index in the class. 75 numbers above on Chucky down there, 467.5.
Yeah, this bike is certainly off pace for the Growth Drag Bikes camp this past weekend. We threw a lot more at it here for it to try to cover the number. One of the most evenly matched matchups we'll see this round. Number 22 qualifier of Ronnie Bones in the Strange Lane against number 25 qualifier. The starting line advantage here for a couple bikes who may not qualify to the real low 460s is going to be critical, but it's a good one. Epperjesi 015 to Ronnie Bones 023, and Epperjesi will get it done. He goes 466 at only 136 mile an hour to Bones' 477 at almost 150 mile an hour. Showboat Shane trees him, gets down there, sees he's got the stripe, and a veteran rider doing a veteran job.
Had him by 8. Had him by 8 on the tree. It looked good. Here's Mantez Thompson, Decatur, Alabama native, 36 years old on Suzuki power there. Number 16 spot holder at 464.2.
Yeah, Mantez has a lot of experience, and it shows. I think he would have rather probably tried qualifying a little higher in the field. Number 16 out of 45 isn't anything to shake your head at, but being more 460s, you typically see this bike down 461, 462 type area. He's going to be taking on Chris Parker, your number 31 qualifier over in the Strange Lane. Parker's bike really is going to need to find a lot of performance of his looks at the track. He's gone 548 and 473. Parker taking a little while to stage. They're there. The bulbs come down, and Mantez Thompson drills him to the tree. Thompson 026 to Parker's 084. And at the stripe, it's Thompson all day, 473 at 135 mile an hour.
Good short incrementals, too. 111 short, 302, 330. He sat up and lifted in the mile-an-hour trap. I watched him.
Yeah, absolutely. That's, like I said, another veteran rider, Epperjesi in the right lane, Thompson in the right lane, doing just phenomenal jobs here in round one. Thompson's got a great bike. He went 459.6, really good setup, and he's going to be excited to come back for round two.
David Davis from Cedar Hill, Texas. He's in your number 4 spot at 4.609. A very stout number. Very, very stout number.
Yeah, the battle of a couple Texans and the battle of a couple Davids. You got David Biddle in the right lane, the Summit Racing lane, your number 43 qualifier. Only got one look at the track. He goes 5:45 for the number 43 qualifying spot. Biddle has been definitely having issues with this bike. Certainly glad to see him still be able to make the call, though, for round number 1. The battle of the Davids, we're going to find out here real shortly who will be filling their bike back up and coming around for round 2.
All right.
It's been an exciting round of 460 so far, and looking out from the top of the tower, I do see more 460 bikes coming towards the ready line. David Davis is going to have a single here. He's 203 on the reaction timer, and the bike is just not going to take all the gears. Good movement down low. He goes 110, but by half track, he was already slowing. He's 305 for the official timers. He goes 549 at 87 miles per hour. David Biddle will back his bike up off the starting line here as Wes Hawkins sits in the water box waiting. Wes, your proud winner of the race within a race during qualifying, the shootout. Wes coming out of Virginia, taking on Jeffrey Hill in the strange lane. Jeffrey, your number 33 qualifier at 475.5.
Yeah, Wes Hawkins, he put up some stout numbers yesterday.
Yeah, Wes is a perennial 460 racer, appearing to have minor issues, though, here in the water box. Jeffrey Hill, bike is running, being a sportsman, waiting here a little bit. Jeffrey, the son of Kenny Hill, who is competing in Pro Mod this weekend. I would believe that Wes, the bike is either not taking the gear. I see him trying to fiddle with the ignition cover area. It's not looking good. He's only going to have so much time before the water box man says, hey, start your burnout. We got racing. We got to continue on through. There's plenty of bikes on the property here this weekend. And in order for us to keep working them through, we got to stay on schedule.
All right.
The body is off of Hawkins' bike as they work very frantically around it to try to get it to the starting line for round number 1. A bike that really is competing well during qualifying efforts, but we are seeing some issues here in round number 1 for Wes Hawkins. Jeffrey Hill's bike is refired. I imagine we'll see a burnout from him here very momentarily. And here he goes. Jeffrey Hill campaigning out of Bainbridge, Georgia. A bike that has been finding a little bit more power each lap. His first lap 482, his second lap 475. If they can continue to almost pick up 1/10, we'll see him in the mid-60s here.
Right, still a lot of commotion around the Hawkins machine. Pulling the lid off, man, Wes Hawkins is not happy about that.
Yeah, certainly a tough break when you got a bike that was performing well enough to win the race within the race, the shootout during qualifying. Jeffrey Hill, though, here, taking the tree. He's pre-stage, rolling into the stage beams as Hawkins' bike is rolling the wrong way. It's going backwards as Hill's bike is rolling the right way, going forwards. And this is going to make it all that much worse. Jeffrey Hill, 061 on the bulb, really slow out of the hole. For the official time, 698 at 62 miles per hour. But guess what? Jeffrey Hill took the tree, and he's headed to round number 2.
All right, so word has it that we will be rolling into Top Fuel at 2:30. 2:30 is the current goal for Top Fuel because of our slowdown earlier.
Our next pair is Strange Lane Jeff House out of Keller, Texas on a 1985 Suzuki. Very, very pretty blue. All of Jeff's bikes and cars, all this same blue. The number 11 spot, taking on bike number 3195. We had been announcing that this was a Wheeler Fabrication built bike. I was told late yesterday that the Wheelers do not own this bike, but that it is very reminiscent of theirs.
Right, and Jeff House, there's always been a running joke that we've had in the Midwest about Jeff House. If we see a certain shade of blue that reminds us of Jeff House, it's Jeff House blue.
You got that right. He loves his blue.
None other than that.
Jeff, one of those guys that is really finding good performance out of this bike as well. Qualifies with a 462.1. On the wood for a little while, the tree comes down. They leave pretty much side by side. House 052 to an 054, but man, House goes a little too fast. Goes 459.3 for the loss. 467 out of the Summit Racing lane. Who is your winner?
Keep that in mind. I think that's the only small tire bike here in Growth Drag Bikes Ultra 460.
Yes, as far as a wheelie bar bike, that is the only small tire bike. There is the one no bar bike that would ideally be considered a small tire, a street tire bike. But yes, it's not a bike that you would commonly see in this class. No, not at all.
Smokin' Joe Rodney from Clarksville, Tennessee, the 1974 Kawasaki. Number 23 spot at 466.3. Here's your 23-24, middle of the alley.
Yeah, if you're talking about an evenly matched matchup, this is the closest as you're going to find. A 466 qualifying effort, another 466 qualifying effort. Only 1,000 separate them. It's going to be Sherrod Fulgham in the Strange Lane. Both bikes pre-staged. On the two steps, they light the stage bulbs the exact same time, and guess what? They almost leave the exact same time. Smokin' Joe Rodney, 046, Fulgham's 053, and would you look at that? It's such a tight qualifying effort, and it's such a tight race. Smokin' Joe Rodney, your winner, 461.5 to Fulgham's 461.7.
Yep, the difference in the stride, there's 94-10 thou down there. 46 and 53 pull them apart. It's 006 separating them.
Yeah, how about those guys finding a little bit more of a tune-up, too? They both qualify in the mid-60s. In round one, they both find the low 60s. Really, hats off to both of them. Nice job.
Les Stymack should be over there on the Timblin chassis, strange side. Number 42 qualifier. I believe this is one of our competition breaks.
Yeah, and you got Thomas Gunn here on the Summit Racing side. Your number 5 qualifier, turbocharged entry, goes 461. Hopefully another entry out of the Gunn camp here real shortly in Pro Extreme. And that's going to be painful to watch for Stymack as he goes really, really fast, 456 at 151 miles an hour.
So in this case, does Les Stymack advance, or is it Thomas Gunn that advances?
We'll see Gunn coming on back around.
All right, good deal. So, the bike we were talking about that was suspected a wheeler bike.
Yeah.
That is Garnell Caudle.
Perfect.
I'm
Garnell.
being told. Garnell Caudle.
Garnell, I do recognize that name then quite a bit as far as racing down in the Huntsville, Alabama area. Certainly one that likes to pilot multiple entries. And speaking of multiple entries, Dan McCartan, he's only on his 460 bike here, but a very well-known ET racer as well. McCartan's 041 to Richard Gadsden's 049. They are glued together. And McCartan, your winner at 471.8 at 144 miles an hour. Yep. Gadsden just doesn't quite have enough to get there. He goes 471.4. It's a whole shot win for McCartan at 4 thousandths of a second.
41 on the tree for McCartan, 49 on the tree for Gadsden. They're 8 apart for 42 10th stripe.
Yeah, another great race. I tell you what, although it's not in the 60s at the stripe, it's a tight one.
Oh, yeah, Durwood Rawlings. Great guy. Just met him this weekend.
A great guy with a great bike. Sitting in the number 3 spot, 460 with a 5. I believe he may have been the first 460 entry this weekend to nail the number. Wasn't quite high enough to take the top spot. And was supposed to have taken on Bill tomorrow. Bill is out of the Chongers camp, and I certainly imagine was not going to ride anymore this weekend after the accident this afternoon. But Durwood Rawlings goes down there, goes 467.
Yeah, Durwood Rawlings made that one pass during qualifying, fresh off the trailer for 4.605.
Yeah, not exactly sure why he slowed so much there, but hopefully he does get a little bit of data, can do some assessing in between rounds, and come on back for round number 2 for some more great competition.
Also, Super Eliminator. I should have you guys up here. Super Eliminator. I should also have on the way Street Fighter to lane number 4 and Star Racing Top Gas to lane number 5.
Our next matchup, David Tybert on a bike that I believe now has some fuel injection on it. It's a bike that they've campaigned for quite some time, but does have some differences, taking on Broderick Hollywood Jackson in the Strange Lane. Jackson with the starting line advantage, 047 to Tybert's 085. But guess what? Jackson, he goes 103 to the 60 and goes 455 to the 8th mile timers. Tybert, your winner there, 468. Broderick Jackson with a nice Pro Mod almost 60. The bike really, really moving to half track 2. He goes 288 That's just way too fast of a setup. I'm honestly kind of surprised by that. Not necessarily by Tybert's performance. He goes in the 460s for the win, but that Jackson's performance was so quick.
So fast, right? I saw that short time, and I was like, man, he's going to be fast. Papa Freeman from Duncanville, Texas, the number 35 spot, 167 numbers above. And then Butch Million sitting pretty at number 12, 21 above.
Yeah, Butch had a great qualifying effort this weekend. Not necessarily been racing 460 for long. Butch, another one of the great guys out of the Chongris camp, will not be racing with us here today. But Papa Freeman on the solo. The bike, I'm guessing, is not in gear, though. He will take the tree under power, technically register an almost 3-second reaction time. At this point, he will be declared the winner as we look to almost round up our 460 action. We've got what would appear 2 bikes left, but they will not be running each other from my vantage point.
Yeah, up next we have Randy Butler. Would be taking on Matt Smith. Not that Matt Smith, but Matt Smith.
Yeah, Matt was really had a bike this weekend that was struggling, and I think they'll maybe be the first to tell you that. He qualifying the number 39 qualifying spot with a bike that went 5:06. I'm guessing the bike is either very wounded or certainly one that they don't feel necessarily capable to compete at this point. So Randy Butler will be taking the competition single.
Butler from Gallatin, Tennessee. Got GS power in the frame rails there.
Yeah, but Randy Butler was a name that you would very often see in the 460 racing, say, a year or two ago. Stepped away just ever so briefly, but happy to see him back out here, and doesn't look like he missed a step. A 461.5 qualifying effort, 0:15 on the reaction time. That's a setup that I would be proud to be aboard. As Butler launches, he's not far off. He's 0:17 on the reaction time and goes 4:60 with an 8.
Yeah,
I tell
buddy.
you what, Matt Smith would have had a difficult time getting under that kind of package.
Oh, yeah. 4.608, 0:17 on the light, 8 numbers above. Let me see here real quick. That's 25.
Yeah, if Randy Butler continues to race like that all day long, I would anticipate seeing him late this evening. Our very last Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 competitor for round number 1 is your number 1 qualifier, Rock Sanders.
Yeah, 1 off the number. 1 above 4.601. I actually had a chance to sit down and talk to Rock. What a kid. What
Yeah.
a great guy.
Absolutely. He's got great genes, very well put together, and certainly is well put together on the racetrack as well. 0:21 on the reaction timer, 4:59.0 at 152 miles an hour. I
Well,
know-
you see who he's hanging out with. It's Doug Frierson.
Yeah, and I can't see beyond that mask of his, but if I could, I got to imagine there would be a great big old smile underneath it. That is a great race day setup that Rock has got right there. And just like Randy Butler, I do anticipate seeing Rock Sanders in late rounds today.
Absolutely. All right, Super Eliminator. Street Fighter and Top Gas. Need you guys to the staging lanes, please. Wiseco Street Fighter, Star Racing Top Gas, and MTC Super Comp. You guys should be in the lanes. Bradley Groth is joining me up here for Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Almost wish you'd come up here a little bit more often, you know?
I tell you what, if I had more time, I'd be happy to spend more time of it up here. But for now, back to the trailer I go.
Yep, doing lots of work over there in the Grothis Drag Bikes camp. Very, very busy group of boys over there. Oh, buddy. Also, Ed Grothis. Just want to send my hellos to you. Joe Clemmy coming up here, Summit Racing side. Here we are in MTC Super Comp. Let's see here. Wow, here we go. Hey, wake up. MTC Super Comp rolling your way. Trevor Schnitz, strange side. Racer separated by 007. Schnitz making his way down on the Gixxer 1000. Give it to Trevor Schnitz. Joe Clemmy goes almost 20 numbers under. 19 under Joe Clemmy, 040 on the light. Trevor Schnitz is 901, 033 for the win. He was your number 4 qualifier, 7 numbers above. Here's Tom Clemmy, Summit Racing side, Davenport, Iowa, the number 5 qualifier. Strange lane is Joe DeSantis from Columbus, Ohio, the number 24 qualifier, only 28 numbers above. Super, super tight qualifying ladder. Tom Clemmy going to get the automatic win there. 26 numbers at the tree, runs 887, 146 miles an hour. Joe DeSantis way early, 189 to the bad side. I'll put it to you this way, guys. Super Comp is separated by 011 for the top 10. The top 16 are separated by 018. Super tight field this year, crazy tight field. Summit Racing side is Carlo Testa. Number 44 spot at 897. James Hinson, number 59 at 912. $891, 5 on the 890, 15 numbers above for James Hinson, 87 light. A 102 package wins that one. Carlo Testa is 60 numbers above, 64 on the tree for a 124 package. That ain't gonna do it. Dusty Brazel. Summit Racing side from Norman Park, Georgia, your number 8 qualifier. Got Mr. Gant over there, strange side. Racers are separated by 053. Brazel holding it down there. Gant's going to slow it down. 897, 129.33. 78 numbers above, 33 on the tree for Dusty. Jason Hoffer, Summit Racing side. Ackworth, Virginia, the number 42 qualifier. Strange side from Wildwood, Florida is Dwayne Leachman. Also, when I say numbers, I am referring to thousandths. 20 numbers separate the guys. 020 the separation, 928 on the 890 for Jason. Realizes there's a problem there, just wants to be extra sure that he's not going to break out. 928, 890, 76 on the tree. Sonny Vick from Rossville, Georgia, 2012. Busa, number 29 qualifier, 35 numbers above. Mike Neerhoof, number 22, 27 numbers above from Youngstown, New York, the 86 ZX10 body. Strange lane. Vic rolling in deep, goes red by 15. 61 light for Mike Neerhoof. $891, 2 on the 890, 12 above, 61 light for a 73 total. Willie Hebert Jr. from Luling, Louisiana. Summit Racing side. On the strange lane is Tom Varney, the number 58 spot, 199 numbers above. From Cheektowaga, New York, the 1981 Kawasaki GPZ 1100. I like how that bike is dressed up. Racers separated by 26. Whoa, Tom Varney way fast. Stripe hogging it up down there. 142 numbers under. Had to take 011 or less. 893, 7070 light for Willie Hebert Jr. goes 37 numbers above, 70 on the tree for a 107 total. Doug Fisher from Berrien Springs, Michigan. 1,428 cc's of Suzuki power in the rails, number 11 spot at 13 above. James Hampton from Harlem, Georgia, 55 spot, 167 numbers above. Doug Fisher, 002 red. Hampton goes 286 green, 889 on the 890, 002 red, 10 numbers under. Ron Arnold, Summit Racing side. Bowling Green, Kentucky on the 09 Gixxer 1000, number 49, spotted 113 above. Nathan Wall, Strange side. 59 numbers above for number 40. Racers are separated by 039. One above, 22 light for 23 total on Ron Arnold. 8.901, 152.04. Yeah, baby, that thing ran the number. Summit Racing side. Gorgeous old Kawasaki down there, Summit Lane. Marty White from Grove City, Ohio, the 1994 Katana. Looking for the Super Comp numbers. Oh, no. That's the tree. Marty White making his trip down. 870 with a 0. A 285 reaction time. Look at that speed on that thing, 162.22 miles an hour. It's got to be a Busa motor or something. It's something. Because you never see Katanas go that fast. How fast that bike is ridiculous. Craig Adams, your number 6 qualifier, 9 numbers above on the Summit Racing side. Strange side at Starsky Corum. Sterling, Virginia, number 36 qualifier at 49 above. 894.9 earns you the number 36 position. That's how tight this field is. Racers are separated by 124, excuse me. Hand the win to Craig Adams, 9027 on the 890, 053 light. Goes down there and shuts it off early to Starsky Corum's 177 reaction time. Jamel Dunbar from Augusta, Georgia, the 1984 Kawasaki. Number 61 spot at 259 numbers above. Mike Perry, Strange Lane from Venice, Florida, number 25 qualifier at 29 numbers above. Racers are separated by a ton, a metric ton. Yeah, hand that one to Mike Perry right away. Jamel Dunbar goes 184 on the tree to Mike Perry's 36. That decided that one. Charles Pissitz from Ormond Beach, Florida. Good looking Kawasaki down there, Summit side. Landon Noble, Strange side. Number 7, 9 numbers above. Oh man, you can see that one. 3/10 separating these guys. It's 295 separating these guys. Whole shot win for Landon Noble, runs 908 on the 890. Still takes a 178 stripe. Charles Pissets runs 70 numbers above, 3:82 reaction time. Take some numbers out of the box. No, wait, Pro Tree, yeah. Hello. Anybody home? Tyler Lowe, Summit Racing side. Number 23, qualifier, 27 numbers above. Alex Kupitz. Number 31 with 40 numbers above. Gets out there and stalls the bike. Stellar reaction time. They were separated by 46. Alex goes 003. Showtime down there, Summit side. The world's fastest stock GSXR 1000. Looking for 890. Ronnie Trainham from Suffolk, Virginia. The number 17 qualifier, 20 numbers above. Better scoot it in there. Yep, got timed out. Ronnie Trainham, 152 short. Goes 919, 147 miles an hour.
MTC Super Comp rocking the house right now. They're out there kicking it on this 890 index. And they will continue to hammer away at this as we move along in this round of eliminations with MTC Super Comp. We have a round of pros coming up here in the not too distant future. We have them scheduled to be out there on that racetrack at 2:30. We will endeavor to make that happen. So you bear with us, and we are moving on with our program. Racing's all about the combination and the tune-up, and our combination is definitely high speed this weekend. Billy Barton, South Carolina, in the right lane, looking for that 890 index number. Goes 90, and that's close enough. His 017 light was well ahead of Calvin Mason's 901. The 117 reaction time by Calvin wasn't going to get it against the 1017 light. He just put him away. We move on with the program. Our next pair. Turtle Cole, right lane, 026 reaction time. Michael Smith, an 025 reaction as well. Very tight racing up on the big end where it counts. Double breakout pass. 889 with a 9 from Michael Smith. Just missed the number by a thousandth of a second. Thomas Turtle Cole right there as well with an 888 with a 4. Smith closer to the number. Takes victory on that pass. And we move it on to the next pair. MTC Super Comp getting ready to rock and roll and continue here. We are 1/2 hour away for our next round of pros and their eliminations. Gary Russell in the right lane taking the win over Mike Lakowski. Russell with residency listed as Inglewood, Florida, and I'm sure he spends significant time there as well as his home up in Vermont. Transplant New Englander who gets all around the country and races very, very hard and has a whole lot of fun doing it. Well, he's at it. I've been watching him twist throttle since 1981. He was up there when I began. He's a dedicated racer, no two ways about it. I look forward to seeing him compete in the Masters competition. David Fletcher and Jason Herron. Herron in the left lane, 0:52 reaction time. Jason Herron wants very badly to win this weekend and has been working hard. He takes this round, 884 with a 9. Red light start by Fletcher ended his day right at the hit of the throttle. We move on to our next pair, Jim Mara and competitor GX13. GX13 is Perry Paw. And Perry Paw takes the win, 897 to a 915. So congratulations to Perry Paw on that win. Pete Hubbard and Blair Field. Our next pair up. Pete Hubbard out of Nesbitt, Mississippi in the right lane. Blair Field from South Carolina. Blair Field in the left lane. Up on the big end where it counts. Breakout pass dialed 8. I'm sorry, there is no dial. This is Super Comp Racing. This is on a national index, and that index number is 890. Blair Field went 876, well under the 890 index. Pete Hubbard with an 894 on the 890 index will advance to the next round. Matt Smith, for whatever reason, departed the starting line before the tree was activated in the right lane. It might have been a clutch cable, could have been any one of a number of things. But Matt Smith just departed, leaving John Spooky Markham on the starting line stunned. And the Spooky Man responded to the tree appropriately, taking the win. Dan Rudd of MPS Racing in the right lane, taking on Kurt Sikora. He builds and races his own products. When you buy MPS product, you're buying from him. That is Mr. Dan Rudd himself in the right lane on that white motorcycle. Mr. Rudd is a gentleman and a fine drag racer. He goes 899 with a 4 on that pass, taking the win against Kurt Sikora, and Mr. Rudd will advance to the next round. And Spencer Claycomb now is pulling up to the line in the right lane. Greg Hayes in the left. Spencer Claycomb with the win on that one. 898 with a 4 breakout pass by Greg Hayes as he runs under the index. Spencer will now advance to the next round. Dustin Lee versus Corey Washington. 0:12 reaction time for Lee, 0:25 for Corey Washington. This is a dogfight. 891 with a 9 for Dustin Lee. 890 with a 7 for Corey Washington. Reaction time settling the score right there on the starting line. Hard-earned win by Dustin Lee. Very good drag racing. Great driving. Roy Hagdorn, right lane. Taking it home. Darrell Perkins on the left side. Something not right with his bike. We have a roller in the left lane. But he's coming back to high speed now. He's boogieing from the left lane to the right. Looks like he'll make that right-hand turn off, no problem. And we are clear on the race surface and ready to rock and roll once again. Chuck Hoover in the left lane, crossing the stripe in the big end, 896 with an O, 895 with a 1. We'll bring the win in for competitor 16X. And we continue on with MPS. We are working with Supercomp right now. MTC Supercomp. Hats off to MTC, Mr. Eric. Thank you for being with us this weekend, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've got clutch questions, he's got answers. Just go right on down to MTC. He'll help you out. Megan Bowers in the right lane. And she's taken out by Chase Van Zandt. Megan Bowers went 891 with a 1, 896 with a 7 for Van Zandt. An 040 reaction time by Chase Van Zandt. A .120 for Megan. So Mr. Van Zandt with a whole shot advantage there. An 040 versus a 1.112. .120, excuse me. But anyway you say it, we're on to the next round. Tommy Guzin and Ronnie Woodall. Guzin will be in the right lane. And Supercomp is whittling down to its final pair right now. And our final contestant going downrange solo style here, Barry Pryor. And Ron McFarland. We did have a pair there. I was distracted by some lost leathers, so we'll get to that right now. But that seems to conclude MTC Supercomp on this round of eliminations. As Barry Pryor takes out Rodney McFarland, who's our #1 qualifier. So Barry Pryor Sr. will advance to the next round. Attention in the pits, if you are missing half your racing leathers and your last name happens to be Parker, I think we can help you with that. Come on up here in the tower. We'll see what we can do. If you're missing the top half of your racing leathers two-piece suit, we can help you out with that. Come on up. So we are adjusting our system, getting ready to rock and roll here. But I believe Super Eliminator is going to roll next. Our lanes are full of motorcycles. Our next pro session is scheduled for 2:30. So we are not that far away from that. I'm seeing a time of 2:12 right now. Super Eliminator, Michael Hutchins. Mr. Hutchins, if you are available and would like to come up and co-commentary, you are welcome to. But if you're busy with alignment duties, yeah, I understand the hand signals. I understand the hand signals. I know what's up, buddy. I hear you. This is a very unique class, ladies and gentlemen. I was talking about it earlier, and that the motorcycles are very, very eclectic combinations. We have two-strokers from the 1970s. It wouldn't surprise me to see something from even earlier than that. But really, we've got drag bikes of all makes and models and sizes. Early Suzuki water buffaloes. We've got air-cooled bikes, modern water-cooled machines. And you'd have to talk to Mr. Hutchins to begin to grasp how and why the indexes are aligned the way they are. There is a rhyme and a reason to it, and it dates back to the early IDBA days and the days of the National Motorcycle Racing Association, NMRA. And IDBA began in 1976, and the NMRA began in 1978. There are actually three big, strong, functioning drag sanctions back then: IDBA, NMRA, and then the sanction known as drag bike, started by Tom Laughlin. Mr. Laughlin, who may well be listening this weekend, Tom started that sanction after the demise of the AMDRA, the American Motorcycle Drag Race Association. AMDRA went out of business. All three of these sanctions cropped up: IDBA, NMRA. And let's move on to Man Cup, shall we? Because we've got Man Cup motorcycle drag racing going on here right now. And a big thank you to Fuel Tech for stepping up and being our big title sponsor for the World Finals this year. I hope you're enjoying this show as much as we are. Lots of fast company, lots of fast drag bikes. I'll explain to you how this works in a minute. Miss Rick Stannard in the left lane and John Leffert. The win by Mr. Stannard. His motorcycle is listed as experimental. We will have a solo, it seems, here at Dave Boyd. These motorcycles, depending on whether or not the engine has been relocated in the chassis or if it's a custom frame or an altered stock chassis with an altered motor, and they actually had altered classes back in the 70s, that determines whether these bikes fall in a weight-power ratio, that in cubic inches. So based on a formula, they have an index, and they have to run as close to it as they can. If a new record is set, it lowers the index. Dave Boyd, 874 to 147 on that pass. A very cool aspect of these motorcycles now, these Super Eliminator bikes, is because we're racing with some 1970 style bikes. You're going to see some modern technology, and you're going to get the modern performance to go with it, because you didn't have CNC machining and special billet everything back in 1970. But they do have that now, so the old index numbers are getting the you-know-what stuffing knocked out of them. Motorcycle in the left lane. is Alex Hughes. Alex was our number one qualifier. I noticed that this morning. I was looking to see if I had special notes on that motorcycle, and I do not, but I did notice the block on that two-stroker and how shiny it is. So I know I was looking at a billet block that's been machined for that bike for Alex. And Alex is working off the 781 index. And Alex Hughes goes 781. Excuse me, he went 166 on that. That 781 index for that motorcycle, for that time frame, if that motorcycle could have gone 781 back in 1976, it would have qualified number one in a top fuel field in that year. Absolutely. How amazing is that? Chris Raziel, fast lane motorcycles in the right lane. Mr. Chris Raziel. Tom Varney on that beautiful red cow in the left lane. The Fast by Guest lettering on it. I see early Kawasaki cylinder head on that. Recognize that. Chris doing his burnout on the Harley-Davidson Sports. The Harley-Davidson Sportsters and the Cowies, those battles in the 1970s. Oh, there was some feisty blood back then, I tell you. The Harleys ruled the roost for a while there in the 60s going into the 70s. And when the Kawasaki Z1 and the Honda 754 came to U.S. shores in 69 and 70, when those bikes came to the shores, those inline fours, that started all the ruckus. All right, out on our 1320, Chris Raziel working on an 11.0 index number. And Varney's index number is a 869. Hughes, Tom Varney, 880 with a 9, 132. Going to take the win on that. And that will eliminate Chris. And we move on to our next pair. Joe Molyneux in the right lane. Scott Allen, left side. Scott Allen flogging that 1974 Kawasaki. Sounded like an H1, not an H2. Went 950 to 141 on that pass. See him again. You guys are killing it. Okay, moving on with our classes here. That was Super Eliminator. Super Eliminator has concluded. We're looking at Wiseco Street Fighter right now. Those machines are firing up. Attention in the pits for our pros. It is 2:21 p.m. We are still looking at 2:30 for our next round of pros. All right, an update on our scheduling, which literally just came across my desk here in the tower. We are bumping the session slightly for the next round of pro eliminations to 245, ladies and gentlemen. So for my fans all around the world who are watching, from Mr. Sundep in India, Tack over in Japan, Mr. Whalen and Mr. Ian King and Morris and the company over there in the UK, all of our fans around the world, Nicky Zach, all of y'all, we are bumping our next round of pros to 245. We were scheduled for 2:30 Eastern Standard Time, which will be about 10 minutes from now. But we have slid that time to 2:45, and we're just going to carry on with our Sportsman eliminations right now. We are working with Street Fighter. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Street Fighter is index racing on a 9.50 index. 950 index. Everybody out there trying to run as close to that number, but not quicker than that they can. If you got a fistful of ones, now's the time to figure out which lane. Who you like. Winning the left lane by Ryan Johnson on that pass. Johnson was qualified 12th. Lindbergh Simon was qualified 29th. And now we have Eric Nettles Jr. versus Joshua Lemons. Quick word about Lemons Racing. Wow. Everybody associated with Lemons Racing is sharp. Sharp, sharp, sharp. It is a good crew. A really good crew. Oh! Lemons drops the hammer on that. The bike gets sideways. You could read the side plates on it. But he straightened it out. He straightened it out, took the win on that. He managed to run down Eric Nettles. That's why you never say die when you're motorcycle drag racing. You stay on it and you give it everything you've got. Wow, that was a victory. That's one they'll be talking about tonight over dinner. John Grove, Duffy Freeman. Red light start by Freeman. 024 red. John goes up the groove to the winner's victory's place for this round. Next, the D-Man, Dusty Brazel, left lane, and Steve Usher. Couple Georgia boys gonna go at it. Brazel gets out first, and he's away on him by a bunch. And up on the stripe, Dusty breaks out. They both did. But it was a greater breakout by Usher. Usher broke out with a 946 versus a 948. 950 is the index for Street Fighter. So the Dusty Man, D-Man going on to the next round. Usher will get the trailer. Joey Stevens, right lane. Vance Howdy Shop out of Vero Beach, Florida, in the left lane. Multi-time champion in V-Twin. He's won his share of ET races too. He is a tough customer. Howdy Shell up on the big end gets trailered. 950 is the index. He went 967 with a .162 reaction time. The 055 reaction by Stevens, and his running closer to the number was the undoing Mr. Howdy Shell on that one. As Street Fighter action continues. Don Chavos, Mount Carmel, Illinois. Chavos, 36 years of bracket racing, is put away on this round by Michael Smith. 006 reaction time by Smith. That was sweet. Ron Arnold and John Allen. Arnold with an 071 reaction time. As Ron Arnold takes his victory, Jason Herron, Brian Rudsill will match it up next. They're both in the beams. Oh, look at that tree come out quick. Jason Herron with an excellent reaction time in 036. He puts that 036 to work, taking the victory as Mr. Jason Herron advances now to the next round. Chris Rolls and Jeff Nugent. And now it is Horta versus the Spooky Man. Don Horta, Bradenton, Florida. Horta Racing has just done a Mr. Horta and the younger Mr. Horta have been cutting lights and breaking hearts all day, all event. Spooky Man's going to be tough, though. Close on the tree. Mr. Markham up on that big end. Takes the victory. 966 for the Spooky Man. 974 by Don Horta. Not close enough to that 950 index. Not with Markham in the lane next to you. Not a chance. So that spelled victory. As we move on to our next pair. Barry Pryor Sr., right lane. Tough man. Tom Lagasse, Street Fighter in the left lane. Losing to Barry Pryor Sr. It's a double breakout pass, but Lagasse crossed that line a little too early first with a 945 versus a 948. So Tom is all done, and Mr. Barry Pryor Sr. will be advancing to the next round. For my fans in the stands, and I know I've got fans in the stands who like nitromethane, just giving you a heads up, Sam Wills has his team out there in the lanes now with his motorcycle. So Sam is getting ready to run. And I know you're going to see the other top fuel teams out here shortly too. We will have some CH3NO2 coming your way. Good old nitromethane. Pablo Gonzalez lost on that previous round. Right now I have Nicholas Noble in the right lane, one of our points leaders. Ricky Gadsden Racing watching their racer very closely there, as Ricky works very hard with his clients. Why that bike broke loose as quickly as it did and shot to the right, I'm not sure. But it really did, and I really mean quickly. So that motorcycle is clear on that one, and we move on to the next. Noble will take the victory on that. Motorcycle on the left lane got a little sideways. Ladies and gentlemen, Star Racing Top Gas action now coming your way. All right, this is E1, elimination round 1. With Top. And I'm checking my time here. The official tower time is 2:34. We are expecting to see the fuel bikes out there with all of our remaining contestants. Fuel bikes is supposed to be running at 2:45. Harvey Hubbard in the right lane, racing against competitor 209. And competitor 209 with an 080 reaction time goes 8:22 and will take the victory over Harvey Hubbard, who muscled up an 8:35. Not enough ET there. Had a beautiful 003 reaction time. Harvey Hubbard was right on the money on that launch, but unfortunately something wasn't quite right with the bike. Only had about 134 mile an hour, and on a top gas bike, that's not it. Here's our next pair rock and rolls down that racetrack. This is Top Gas action. Top Gas Racing is done with an 820 index, 820. And they had the typical tire in Top Gas is a 10-inch wide Mickey Thompson drag slick, generally about 26 inches in diameter. The 10 by 26 Mickey is also a very common pro stock tire. Juan Citron of Hudson, Florida, 1979 Kawasaki bodywork on that beautiful drag bike in the right lane. One of our many cagey old veterans. Been at it a long time. Citron Racing, highly respected. Great competitor. Competitor 95 in the left lane, way too close to the wall. Has to get out of it. And see fans in the stands making with the oh my. Citron with the win. That bike got real close to the wall. All right, next pair. Shane Epperchesi, old showboat, is in the right lane. Cunningham, left lane. As the next pair stomp through those burnouts. Winning pass by Shane Epperchesi. It's going to feel good. When they get up on that top end, one of the first things they do is they get that helmet off and unzip the leathers, let the breeze come through them on the return road. But nothing feels as good as a victory lap. Nothing. Our next pair up, Terrence Clark and Mike Poyella. As our next pair boogie downtown. We're going to check that left lane. We got a whole lot of I don't know what out there. Let's see what the chief starter says. He'll make a radio call to the top end. As we watch this unfold, here's our next pair. Ricardo Marte, left lane. Chad Chatty Mac, Townsend, right side. And both bikes on the big end are progressing well into the shutdown. All is looking well up there. Carlos Testa, left lane. 824 on the 820 index for the victory. As he puts away Robin Procopio, who is a very tough customer to beat. She is tough. I've watched her win more than one national event. And we'll queue up the next pair. Bruce Acuff and Charlie Mack. Acuff gets away like a rocket ship. Great reaction time. And he goes a little too quick on the stripe. Somebody runs 8.0 with an 820 index. That is way too much power. Way too much. And seeing that 137 mile an hour to go with that 8.0 run, I don't think so. Craig Adams in the left lane, pre-staged, now fully staged. Gordon Johnson on a late in Alabama in the right lane. Here comes the tree. There they go. Adams got him on the tree pretty good. And he takes the victory on the top end. 8.30 for Gordon Johnson. 8.35 for Craig Adams. But Craig Adams had an 0.33 reaction time versus the 0.167 reaction time for Gordon Johnson. So you can see where Craig Adams would certainly have the upper hand there. And he did indeed made good use of it. Leah Martinez and Nicholas Noble. Noble on that beautiful multicolored machine in the right lane. Leah Martinez got in by a bunch on the tree. Martinez takes the victory Leia Martinez with an 098 reaction time went 821 on the 820 index. Nicholas Noble had a .208 reaction time. Can't do that, Top Gas. You can't give somebody 2/10 on the tree and expect to chase him down or beat him at the stripe. If you're 2/10 behind the curve on the launch, you're all done. Unless a break or spin or something happens further downtown. At 2/10 is well outside your best chances to win. Tom Clem, Davenport, Iowa, right lane. Steven Fuentes. Fuentes in the left lane breaks out. 8:15 on the 820 index. 8:28 for Tom Clem will give him the victory. Top Fuel teams, we need you to the lanes, please. Top Fuel motorcycle teams. Lane call has been made, and I've got several teams ready to go here. Pro Fuel bikes are ready to go as well. That looks good. As soon as my fuel teams begin moving, I will call the rest of my pros. Pro Mod, Pro Open, Pro Stock, Pro Street, Real Street, you're all on standby for call. As soon as I see fuel bikes move forward, I'm calling you. As we are getting down to our last few Top Gas bikes, we've got a handful here yet. But once we're done with them, there'll be some brief track prep. And then we're looking at Top Fuel action. Current time is 2:44 p.m. Dustin Lee in the right lane. Corey Washington left. Boy, here's a tough matchup. Some seasoned bracket racers. These ET guys are tough. Dustin Lee, 0:10 reaction time, 0:30 for Washington. Lee's got him right where he wants him, and on the big end, he takes the victory. Corey Washington was just a little behind the curve, and he tried to take the stripe on the big end and broke out. And he only broke out by 0.08 of a second. 8:19 with a 2 for Corey Washington. Dustin Lee, 8:25. And he was able to pull off that 8:25 because he had an 0:10 reaction time. Dustin has been slaying that tree all day. Absolutely. Some of our Super Eliminator bikes are making some runs with us in Top Gas because they're big enough and strong enough, so why not? If they can run the number, if they can run 820. See the beautiful Schnitz racing bike, which will be piloted by Ryan Schnitz going into the water. I'm sure Dave and Trevor are not far away. Our thanks to Mr. Dave Schnitz and Schnitz Racing for their support of this sport from the very day they opened their doors. They've been part of motorcycle drag racing history far back as I can remember. Thank you, Mr. Schnitz and your entire organization. You have really helped make it all happen. When that Hall of Fame finally opens up, there'll be a manufacturer's corner. You're going to be in it. Richard Holder, right lane. Doug Fisher, left. Attention Street Fighter, 3114. Attention Street Fighter, 3114. We need you to come to the tower, please. Street Fighter, 3114. Blythewood. Ryan Schnitz takes his victory lap. Blythewood in the right lane is a roller, but it's a fast roller. He still has power. He's going to be able to make the turnoff, no problem. John Markham of Bowling Green, Kentucky, now in the left lane, getting ready to run against Seth Baccieri. The Spooky Man. His son Dalton started racing this year, back in February. So Markham now has a 1-2 punch with him and his son. What I do now? And they are a tough family to race against. The Spooky Man with the victory. 070 reaction time against his opponent's .143. And sure enough, Markham ran him down, ran his number. And he's good to go for the next round. You're going to be hearing John Markham's name all day, him and Dustin Lee. I see Top Fuel Bikes ready to race. Most of them. Michael Smith, racer Michael Smith, we need you to the tower, please. Racer Michael Smith, please come to the tower. That was Michael Smith. Okay, that concludes Seba. Vance Howdy Shell to registration, please. Mr. Vance Howdy Shell. Go to registration at this time, please. Attention in the pits, Michael Smith, racer Michael Smith, 2. getting ready to conclude. The power sweeper is back here. If I see dragging and spraying, I'll certainly let you know. But then again, our live feed will cover that. So we'll see where that unfolds. But I fully expect our next round of eliminations with our pros to unfold here quickly. For those of you who entered into the Denso Spark Plugs contest, Denso, sponsor with Matt Smith Racing, started a contest this weekend where if you went down to the Denso MSR location there, Matt Smith Racing had T-shirt sales going on. And anyone who bought a T-shirt, if you bought a T-shirt, it automatically entered you into the contest. And by getting you into the contest, gave you a chance to win some swag. They have the Denso hat, of course, Worldwide Barons, beanies. You could win a face mask, you could win a cooler. This is all kinds of goodies. Angie's up here with me now. Angie, how long has Denso been with Matt Smith Racing?
They have been with me since 2018. They have been a huge part of our success this year and all of the years. They were my primary sponsor for the last 3 years. They're a great organization. Denso makes they make a lot of stuff for big trucks and a lot of automotive parts. Every car that's made and produced in the United States has something Denso on it. And Denso Spark Plugs is what we run. Denso Iridium Spark Plugs is what we run in our Pro Stock motorcycles. Maybe that's why it's so fast, but anyway. They're a proud supporter of us. We have a lot of supporters. We're going to draw one name if you come by and bought a shirt. There was one lucky person who's going to get this prize pack. I'm going to let Mr. Tom do the honors of drawing the name. And here we go. Good luck to everybody. He's getting one from the bottom. He's going to open it up. And the winner is it Candy Hagedorn from Venice? What does that say? Venice, Florida. Or maybe, is it Condi or Cindy? Candy. Candy, you're the winner. So please come by our pit, pick up your prize pack, and thanks everybody for supporting our organization.
And I want to thank Denso for putting up the money for the 200 mile an hour club. The fact that we have 200 mile an hour motorcycles with us right out of the gate here with our first Man Cup event with Pro Stock Motorcycle in the house, that is seriously exciting. And Denso put up the money with the National Hot Rod Association for that 200 mile an hour club. They did a great job with that. Our 200 mile an hour club members are, let me see if I can find that. I got to hear my notes. I do. The very first member of the 200 mile an hour club run at the Gator Nationals 2 years back. That was Hector Arana Jr. And then Matt Smith joined the club, and then Angie, Eddie Krawick, Scotty Polachek. And Angie almost put a 200 up on the board during qualifying, and that may happen yet still. So hats off to Denso and Matt Smith Racing, and hats off to our folks here this weekend who joined in on the contest. Thank you. Appreciate your participation. Congratulations to Candy Hagedorn on winning the contest. And we are getting ready to go top fuel racing. Do a little stroll here. Take care of biz in the tower and make sure that all is copacetic, and indeed it is. There's a brief check on the racetrack going on right now. Not major. I know you see some scraping going on out there, but that is normal, and I'll tell you why that's necessary. We've got so many motorcycles. We have hundreds and hundreds of motorcycles making hundreds and hundreds of passes. We can send sometimes 2 bikes down in the course of 1 minute. We have so many bikes, and we have the efficiency and staff that we can do that. But when you're sending 2 bikes a minute down there, now you're looking at 120 bikes an hour. And when we've been racing for a couple of hours, you can see quickly that we've sent several hundred motorcycles down that racetrack already. The rubber really starts to build up. And while that might seem like an advantage to the ill-informed, let me educate you on that. You You know how a rubber band moves when it's on the table? You push your finger down and you squish that rubber band. You can move your finger back and forth on it. But you can feel the give in that when you do that. Well, that's exactly what happens on the racetrack. And if you have a little give like that, that is not a good thing, because that kind of give delays everything on the bike. When these motorcycles launch, about a half a rotation of tire spin is all they want, or even less. It has to move some. They don't want them to plant like a radial tire with radial car racing. They need a little bit of give. You have to have some, but when you have too much rubber down, that becomes a real problem. And that's when they take time to scrape. And during radial car events, which I've been to many, and some of you have who are hearing my voice, you'll see them stop in the middle of the event and do a serious scrape. We're not going to do 45 minutes, an hour worth of scraping here. That's not going to happen. They're going to do what they need to do to make sure the track is right. But ideally, the track surface is right when they have a thin layer on the surface, a nice thin layer, not quite translucent so that they can see concrete on the other side of it, but a thin layer. And they know what they're doing when they do this. This is one of the reasons why they use hand tools, so they don't go down too deep when they're removing rubber. During the week, something most of you will never see when they're working on the racetrack out here, they have big industrial power scrapers that look like little tractors with big hydraulic blades and multiple burners on the end of it, so they can really scorch the track to a surface about 14, 18 inches wide. And when they put that much heat down with a big blade, they can scrape over a foot wide surface with a power scraper. And that's when they strip everything off the track. When they're going to do a full-on track prep for radial car racing, they scrape the entire 1320. They start before the finish line and they go all the way up past the finish line and scrape all of the rubber off of the racetrack. The reason they do that is a full-on prep when a major national event is coming to town, like this one. They do this days in advance. They take all of the rubber off the racetrack because there are many different types of tires and machines that go up and down that racetrack. And all of that rubber that's out there that's been racing, you know, for your weekend warriors, Wednesday nights, Friday nights, Thursday nights, whatever the case may be. You have hard rubber, you have soft rubber, you have street tires. There's such a mix that the rubber that's on the track itself is contaminated. It's not a single soft compound that responds the exact same time each time you put friction to it. So what they do is they scrape off all of that rubber. They remove everything. And the next thing they do is they take out the power Zamboni and they literally scrub and wash the entire racetrack from one end to the other. They scrub and clean the whole thing, wipe it down, then they blow dry it. And once it's all clean and dry, only then do they start to lay down the fresh rubber. When they do that, they do it in two ways, and you're seeing part of that right now. You're seeing the dragger out there. There are two machines. There's the dragger and there's the auto rotator. The auto rotator has drag slicks behind it that rotate opposite the direction of travel. And the big difference between the dragger and the rotator is that the rotator puts rubber down everywhere it's in contact with evenly and distributes that rubber across its surface. Now, the dragger that you're seeing out there now will knock rubber off of high spots and it will deposit that into low spots. Or if the case is such that it's already even, it will simply roll up and burnish the surface. But you're creating a billiard table-like effect using the dragger. And the rotator is, as I said, a whole different animal. The rotator builds rubber. When you want to build it up after you've taken all the rubber off, you use the rotator. And then when it comes time to go out there and run the big pro bikes, like we're getting ready now, they'll use the dragger and burnish the surface and get it just right. So I'll get back to you in a little bit. keep you informed of what's happening. All right, as our preparations continue out there and we answer any and all questions that come our way up in the tower, again, I'll take a little bit of a stroll here and cue you in on our pro teams. I now have staging lanes full of remaining competition pro teams. They are out there, and they are ready to rock and roll. We'll call the matchups as they come our way. One of the more interesting teams out there in competition, I want to put a big shout out there to LSR, to Long and Short Racing, because of the unique way they approach their motorcycle drag racing program. And I'm picking on them because, well, it's going to be self-evident as soon as I tell you. You have a pair of racing partners, and racing partnerships don't always last long. But this is a racing partnership that's been ongoing for the better part of a half a dozen years, then some, and I'll bet you 10 years from now it's going to still be on, and I'll tell you why. Because they share one competition machine equally, and they race multiple sanctions. That way, one partner races with one sanction, one partner races with the other sanction, and then after a couple of years, they switch off and do it again. But when you've got one competition machine, both guys paying all the bills and splitting things down the middle and racing out there, when you share the duties like that, there's no room for anybody to be unhappy about anything. So it's a symbiotic relationship that works really, really well. Even though one of them's really, really, really tall, and that's the long of it, and then one guy's kind of short, and that's the short end of it, and that's the long and short racing. So when you see the T-shirts that say LSR, Long Short Racing, it's not about land speed record racing. They'll probably do that at some point in their career. But LSR stands for Long and Short Racing, and that is the long gentleman is Walter Holonsky, and the other gentleman, a little on the short side, big on competition and tough to beat, that would be Mr. Preston Park. So our hats out to those guys. They've got a great racing team, and if you ever talk about or think about getting into racing yourself, and you're going to form a partnership and how you figure out how you're going to do that and split duties up so that everybody's happy, that's one combination that works for them. And whatever combination you come up with, I hope that works for you. Sam Wells' bike, and I'm pretty sure Sam's probably within earshot right now. A little quick story about that. Sam, you got some amazing fans, I'll tell you, my friend. You got some amazing fans. I was up in the stands earlier doing some photography from up there in the bleachers, going up in the nosebleed seats up there as high as I could go. And I got a gentleman up there showing me photographs of you sitting on a seawall drinking a beer back in 1971 to 72 after a drag race. And I'll tell you, that's pretty cool, Sam. And pictures of you on your B-Fuel Kawasaki back then, that is absolutely excellent. We have racing fans from all over the world who come here, and it's particularly exciting to me to see folks who show up out of the clear blue with photographs and memorabilia from the mid-1970s on forward. Our sport is very rich in history. Again, I cannot tell you enough how much we need to have a motorcycle drag racing museum that we can all go to. We should do that at least once a year, have a big to-do at a museum. We got to find a big empty building somewhere, somebody, If you folks would get in on it with me, I'll take a $100 bill out of my pocket right now and put it in an envelope. And we'll start a trust fund. If somebody wants to match me, we must have that museum. We must make it happen. Scott McKinney has that beautiful triple engine by Bob Davis here. And here's another story we can trip on right now. And I hope the Davis family is listening again, because they were last night. And I can expand on their knowledge of their dad's bike, who passed away not long ago. The man who constructed the chassis on that motorcycle was John Dixon. And John Dixon is here working with Larry McBride's team this weekend. And I took John over to the bike. He knew it was here on display, so I walked John Dixon over to the bike, and we were talking about chassis stamps and where mine was on Boris Murray's chassis. John showed me where his was. He went right over and put his finger right on it. Right on it. Right on it. And the stamp on the front of that motorcycle says SCE. Now that's Supercycle Engineering. That was John's old company. Then there's a number 2 on it. And that was the second chassis turned out in the next 2 numbers, which is 78. So that motorcycle chassis was constructed and finished and delivered to the customer in 1978 by John Dixon. So now you know what those numbers are on the front of that bike that you never knew. You can see the stamp in the front of the motorcycle chassis on the top frame rail facing forward right behind the triple G's. If you look at the triple trees and down tubes in the front, right where that round tube is facing forward, you'll see the stamp on it. Supercycle Engineering. Those are the letters SCE stamped on that. The number 2, it was the second bike, second chassis completed that year, and the number 78. So that motorcycle chassis was completed in 78. And for those of you who are curious as to what did that monster run, with 3 ginormous Kawasaki injected motors in it, it ran somewhere in the 170s to 180 range. That was typical of top fuel bike with multi-engines in the late 70s. Mile per hour numbers were somewhere in the 170s, low 180s, and elapsed times were somewhere in the high 7s, like 770, 7080s, 790 types numbers. Now, I know we've got no-bar bike guys who are laughing at that right now, but we're talking technology from decades ago. You're riding high on today's technology, and you could do that. But if you tried to tell anybody back then that you were going to do that with no wheelie bars and a slick on a street bike, they'd all laugh at you. They'd think you was crazy. That's a true story. For those of you who have not seen Bob Davis's triple Kawasaki, if you get on a Man Cup registration and the Man Cup souvenir stand down there, you'll see Electron pop-up down there. And where that pop-up is that says Electron, that is where Bob Davis's motorcycle is parked right now, courtesy of McKinney Motorsports. Scott McKinney was nice enough to bring it down with him, with his crew and his transporter, to put it on display. And I'm telling you right now, I'll say it again, we've got to have a museum where we can park these big, beautiful bikes. And once a year, we get down there and take a look at them and revisit our history. Yes, sir. All right, we're getting our radios cackling away up here, and I've just gotten the word that we are going hot on this racetrack in 3 to 4 minutes. So for all of our folks who are watching internationally and you're wondering when this is going to happen next, we are 3 to 4 minutes away. The big equipment is being parked right now. Scraping is done. All the other work is done. Tire rotator has come down off the racetrack. There will be a spray, and then we're going to work. Bob Davis's triple is about to get comfort too. If you're into these multi-engine big bikes, I've got good news for you. There's another triple being restored right now out in California, West Coast. Russ Collins Jr. is restoring his dad's triple the Atchison Topeka Santa Fe, and that thing is being restored and built like a Swiss watch. It is gorgeous. We had it here on our midway last year. You will hear that thing fire up probably next year. We're hoping for 2021, definitely 2022, but the Atchison Topeka Santa Fe is almost completed. Jerry Cooper Performance made tremendous efforts in restoring all the plumbing and getting it all back together. All right, my chief starter on the starting line is calling for teams to come forward. We are getting hand signals here for fire up. So we are going to fire up. Not so sure that that spray is going to happen, but I can tell you nitromethane action is going to happen. Sam Wills is putting his helmet on right now, which will be followed by his gloves. And Mitch Brown is suiting up as well right now. And that tells me that fire up is definitely going to happen. Starter carts are rolling forward to upper staging past the ready line. They're headed for the water box. So for folks at home, if you are tuning in to see the nitromethane action, we're going to deliver that straight ahead. That we are, and not before far. From the alignment and layout of the bikes and the lanes, I'm pretty sure it looks like Sam is going to come up here and roll into the right lane. Yes, I see Nitro Conspiracy shirts in the right lane going downtown, getting ready to push Sam back, so that confirms that Sam Wills will be in the right lane. I haven't seen a contestant occupy left side yet for team. We're looking for that. And Mitch's bike is being rolled forward. That's actually Dennis Bradley's bike. I say Mitch because I see Mitch in the seat all the time. He's the pilot. He's the man that gets to sit in the hot seat. So Mitch Brown, Haas machine operator, multi-axis CNC wizard, and he will be piloting the Dennis Bradley owned and built Top Fuel motorcycle in the left lane. And without question, Sam is literally pushing his motorcycle to the water right this moment as I speak. This is extremely exciting for the Dennis Bradley team. They are now enjoying their best performance after such a struggle. They worked very, very, very hard trying to get this thing to behave itself. I don't know how many runs during practice, and it just was not behaving no matter what they did to it. But suddenly, when they needed it most, during E1 this morning, that monster spoke with authority. Oh, did it ever. Oh, did it ever. And they are rocking now. All right, here's our matchup. Left lane, Mitch Brown. Right lane, Sam Wills. Women and children, get your earplugs on. It's about to get loud here, folks. Over 1,000 horsepower each motorcycle easily. Mitch looking at Sam. Oh, there is no more beautiful sight if you ask me. Oh, yeah. Major tire smoke, enough to cover everything from both bikes. As the sun begins to set here at South Georgia Motorsports Park, what a beautiful, beautiful sight. Mitch Brown currently leading in points with Man Cup. His going rounds is very, very vital. Sam Wills going to try and ruin his day. Mitch wants to match up with Larry for the finals. We'll see if that can happen. It all depends on what happens on this round. They are really tuned to the max. You can hear it. There's a good cackle to both engines. All right, pre-staged, both motorcycles fully staged by Brown. Here comes Sam, and we're going racing. Let's go. Both bikes away clean. We got us a drag race. 4-0, both bikes at the 8th, and the win goes to Mitch Brown. There it is. Yeah. Both bikes storming side by side down that racetrack. We had 6:09 to a 6:10. Reaction time, a 1:23 for Mitch, a 1:21 for Sam. There it is. That's drag race. That's a drag race. What a great run. Congratulations to both teams. Mitch won it, and he earned it. Yes, he did. He went knuckle, head-to-head with one of the great legends of the sport, beat him fair and square. Boy, Mitch is going to have a smile on his face that you couldn't wipe off with sandpaper. Not a chance. Spider-Man, Mr. Larry McBride, his motorcycle has just taken fire. Roland Stewart jogging out to the start line. Roland Stewart's son, Chuck Stewart, is down past the tree, ready to receive Larry after the burnout. And Larry McBride of Newport News, Virginia, snaps that throttle open. And now the pushback. Mr. McBride is going to really, really step on it. I guarantee you this thing is tuned to a knife edge. They want a number. They want to serve notice to whoever they have to face in the finals that they better bring their A game. Larry ain't messing around. Yep, they are looking for a number. All right. McBride Racing. Motorcycle is being gingerly pushed forward. They're going to put him right up to the beams and step back. Then you'll see Stevie McBride to the right, and you'll see Roland Stewart on the left. And make sure everything's right. This is how the team operates. This is how the team does it every time. It's part of their routine. There they go. All right, here comes Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Oh, he's on it. 398 in the 8th. 593, 249. His parachute is out. Looks clean and green on the up end. And Mr. McBride is in it to win it. So you will see Larry McBride and Mitch Brown in the finals. Larry putting the big number down with the 593, 249. He's going to have lane choice. He's also number one qualifier in the class. So Larry and Mitch are going to go at it for all the marbles when the time comes. Fantastic run by Mr. McBride and the cycle specialist team. Congratulations to both teams. We look forward to seeing Mr. Brown and Mr. McBride out there in the finals later on today. And we're moving on with our Nitro program. That was a great 5.93 at 249 by Larry. Great performance by Mitch Brown. And on the starting line, they're calling for these motorcycles to fire up. Sam White in the right lane, Jim Martin in the left. And they are ready to fire. This is our next Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel coming your way. Liska Racing, Street ET to lane 1, please. Liska Racing, Street ET to lane 1. Vance and Hines V-Twin, lane 2, please. Vance and Hines V-Twin to lane 2. Here we go. Here we go. Sam White, right lane. Jim Martin on the left. It's a very important matchup. Mr. Martin currently leading in Pro Fuel points. Martin gets away quickly. He is on it. Jim Martin just pulling away. 7:23, his best pass ever. 7:23 at 169 miles an hour. 7:66 at 169 for Sam White. That's 7:23. I'm going to need to talk to Jim to verify, but I'm pretty sure that might be his best pass ever. That was quite a run. Congratulations to Mr. Martin on a great performance. 7:23, 169, left lane. Sam White, right lane, 7:66, 169. And the Rockstone, Mr. Rocky Jackson, getting ready to fire his bike. Liska Racing, Street ET motorcycles, lane 1, please. If you have a golf cart or a scooter in lane 1, you must remove your golf carts and scooters now. We're filling those lanes up with ET bikes, and we must move the extraneous stuff out of the way, please. ET motorcycles, time for us to get busy, my friends. Liska Racing, Street ET to lane 1. Vance and Hines Race Shop, V-Twin, lane 2. MPS Pro ET, lane 3, please. ET motorcycles, bring them up. The Rockstone, Mr. Rocky Jackson. And he's having a great weekend. Rocky's been laying down some of the best numbers I've ever seen him put down. He's won this class twice in the past. Wouldn't surprise me to see him step up and do it again. He's quite capable. He's a great racer. Rocky gets that front end up in the air and just thunders down the racetrack. 7:38 at 165. Motorcycle in the right lane. 7:38. 165. Rocky Jackson. He's ready to go head-to-head with Jim. They're going to have a great race when they come back out. The fuel bikes are going to put on quite a show. We'll have Rockstone and Jim Martin and Larry and Mitch. And we'll now continue on with the remainder of our pro classes as we whittle through the show today. Some strong performances across the board. McKinney Motorsports. I see Ashley Owens in the right lane. The man who reset the record with a 397. Scott McKinney, the man that brought that triple here to you. He's out there. So many monsters on our midway. We are so fortunate. Ashley's bike comes right up in the RPMs. Lots of horsepower. Lots of horsepower. Our next pair going into the water, Chris Garner-Jones and Jeff House. Out on the starting line, Ashley Owens purging away, making sure his nitrous bottle pressure is right where he wants it. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1. Benson Hines Race Shop to lane 2. MPS Pro ET, come to lane 3, please. ET bikes remaining in competition. Bring them up. All right, Ashley would love to drop that 397 lower. He'll be somewhere in the 40390 range. There he goes. Oh, that launched like a rocket. Yeah, 399 with a 2. For those of you who can't read the scoreboard due to glare, 399 with a 2 at 176, and that was your low qualifier who is soloing and moving on to his next round. As we continue to move on here in JD Pistons promo. I want to thank J&E Pistons for stepping up to sponsor this class. It is a very exciting class. We have some really beautiful high-powered machines out there that put on quite a show. And it's a privilege to work with you. Thank you. Chris Garner-Jones on the motorcycle in the right lane. TT is with him, I guarantee you. Jeff House of Keller, Texas in the left lane. And these guys are all business. They've raced each other many times, too. Chris Garner-Jones, one of the best high-horsepower pilots in the game. He is. Right lane. Garner-Jones. 051 reaction time. House got out on him, and House takes the win. House goes 407. Chris Garner-Jones, 416. Jeff House's reaction time was an 034. So Chris Garner-Jones, 051, put him a little behind the curve there. And that's how Jeff House managed to get one step ahead on that one. So Chris Garner-Jones will park it, and he will come up and help other racers, because that's the kind of racer that he is. Always out there helping other racers. Always. We look forward to seeing him out here. Carnell Smith and Travis Davis next. Travis Davis from Douglas, Georgia in the right lane. Carnell Smith from Lenox, Georgia. Carnell is in the left lane. And there's a problem with Carnell's bike, and they are pulling it away from the line, so this will be a competition single. But Travis Davis cuts a light anyway, 055. 402 at 174 for Travis Davis. Nice run. Wow. Straight as a string. 102 on the 60-footer. 264 at the 330. 402 with a 5. 174.10 mile an hour. The champion. The champion himself, Mr. Paul Gast, in the right lane, ready to take charge. Paul Gast has been hitting it so hard. He is so consistent. You cannot help but admire this man and his skills and tenacity. Mr. Gast has been racing drag bikes since the late 60s, if not the early 70s, definitely. He was part of the pro stock motorcycle scene in the mid-70s with Dave Schultz with a two-stroke Kawasaki. I still smile about that. Paul Gast in the right lane, Mantex Thompson left lane. Gast out strong. Good reaction time, 4:01 with an 8. Paul Gast, 4:01 in the right lane. Left lane, Mantex Thompson, 4:32 at 1:35. An 0:20 reaction time for Mantex Thompson, and 0:27 reaction time for Paul Gast. And that's how close these guys are. What a tough, tough class. Pro Mods rocking the house. They are done with their round of racing. And that concludes J.E. Pistons Pro Mod as we move into Nitrous Express Pro Open. This being Nitrous Express Pro Open and being a solo run, this will be the final in Pro Open. Mark Rendeluck, left lane. Chris Weidman bends down, gives him the nod, tells him he's good to go. So Mark Rendeluck will solo to victory. Up on the limiter. Here comes Mark. Away strong. Shifting that bike for all it's worth, 414 in the eighth. On the big end, 699 at 146 for Mark Rendeluck of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, with the Pete Brown chassis machine. And Rendeluck will take victory here in Pro Open. And now we move into Robert Tull. Pro Stock Motorcycle. Okay. Making a few hand notes here. This matchup. Chris Bostic, Mount Juliet, Tennessee in the right lane, a 1998 Suzuki Gixxer-bodied machine. A white motorcycle in the right lane. That is Mr. Bostic. He's matching up against Matt Smith. Matt Smith is fully staged right now. Here comes Chris. Here comes the tree. There they go. The shifts are right there. Matt's running a number. He's on it, and he goes 677 at 201 miles an hour. He just broke his own mile per hour record here with Man Cup. It was 200 flat. Now it's 201.16. 677 at 201.16 for Matt Smith. Great pass. And Angie now making with the Thunder with her bike. The Denso sponsored bike rolls forward. Angie Smith completing her burnout. While John Hall of Hamden, Connecticut is in the right lane. John Hall, longtime NHRA Pro Stock motorcycle pilot out of Hamden, Connecticut. Angie Smith, wife of Matt Smith. You just saw her husband rocket down that racetrack and win his round of racing. Matt Smith Racing out of King, North Carolina. 2020 Buell body with an EBR 1190 motor. And Matt Smith, with great pride, will tell you you can buy any component on that motor that you want. You can buy the whole motor. You can buy any components you want. It's all off-the-shelf items. He builds his own engines, does all his own hot rodding. Red light start by Hall. 020 red. Angie with an 055. Angie Smith, 688. 198.52. Angie Smith with the win over John Hall. John Hall went red by 020. Very strong pass by both competitors. Very strong pass by both competitors. This will be an excellent matchup. This is going to be fun. Flying Ryan in the left lane, taking on Joey Gladstone. And Joey Gladstone, like many NHRA pilots, is so tight on that tree. Oh, boy, is he ever. It is a joy to watch this man race a motorcycle. Yes, it is. Joey settling himself down on the bike before he stages. Ryan Oler following his program in the left lane. Flying Ryan out of Bloomington, Illinois. Couple of Buell EBR bikes. Gladstone, right lane. Here we go. 012 reaction time by Joey and 016 by Flying Ryan. And they bring it down to the big end with the win by Joey Gladstone. Something not quite right with Mr. Flying Ryan's machine. He was out of power well before the stripe. So he slowed down and Gladstone thundered on to win. And if I read the tea leaves right, we're going to see Matt Smith next round. I can't remember who that first matchup was, but we still got two pair. We got more great racing coming next round. That concludes this round of Robert Tull Pro Stock Motorcycle. And we are looking for Pro Street, followed by Real Street, followed by a whole lot of Street ET bikes who are ready to rock and roll. We got a whole sea of motorcycles out there, which is exactly what we should have at this time of day. Liska Racing Street ET is going to come out of lane 1. Vance and Hines V twin bikes will roll out of lane 2. And MPS Pro ET will roll out of lane 3. We had so many Pro ET bikes were rolling out of 3 and 4, but we could trim that back down to one lane of motorcycles in the lanes. And that lane, that line is still going to snake all the way down the bottom of staging, I'm sure. But the progression of it all is going in the right direction. We salute all. I know when it happened and where. My question is, do you know? If there's anybody out there that can tell me when the first 6 was run in Top Fuel Motorcycle, get my attention. We'll talk about that. It was a very prestigious race, too. It was not a race where it was expected to happen, but it did. There were over 18 Top Fuel bikes entered that day. For those of you who are wondering, where did all that go? The answer is the rules were very different in the mid-'80s. And we have had somewhat of a replication of that now in order to invigorate the class. And seeing the turbo bikes come back in is part of that. Let me see what we got here. I think we have... All right. Close answer, but he's essentially correct. That was Jason Herron came up here to the tower with a big grin on his face. And I'll tell you, it almost sounded like maybe he was at the event when it happened. He said Bristol in 1987. It was actually 86, and it was Mark Miller that ran it. This is a very interesting aspect of Top Fuel motorcycle history. All right, Top Fuel motorcycle in 1984 when the NMRA closed down and was no longer functioning as a sanction, as the leader of the NMRA got sick, and when he got sick, they didn't think anybody else could carry the ball. NMRA closed down. IDBA stopped carrying Top Fuel motorcycle as a class because there were so few of them at the time running the inline fours. So the only class they had where they could run, the only sanction that would run Top Fuel motorcycles in 1984, 85, 86. In 85 and 86, the only sanction that would do that was drag bike, sanction run by Tom Laughlin. In 1986, the IHRA was having its World Finals at Bristol that year in September, and whoever was running IHRA at that time called Tom Laughlin and said, "We'd like to have the Top Fuel bikes as part of our show. Can you do that?" Tom said, "Sure." And it was actually a points race, too. So that being said, Tom put the word out for the Top Fuel bikes to attend the World Finals in 1986 at Bristol, Tennessee. What was different about the rules then, which is similar to what we're dealing and seeing now, is that the turbo bikes were invited in to race in Top Fuel. And at that time, one of the leading turbo teams was the Brunson Miller Lundquist bike, BLM. Or BML as the case may be, Brunson Miller Lundquist. And Fred Brunson's team, with Mark Miller piloting the bike, showed up at Bristol with a really outrageous combination that nobody had ever seen before. They stretched the swing arm 3 inches, and then they made the wheelie bars the same length as the chassis of the bike as the axle wheelbase, which made the bike extremely long. And nobody was running a combination like that at the time. They were laughing at him saying, "You're crazy. You're nuts." And during qualifying for that race, and it was a points race, so it was official, Mark Miller ran the very first 6 in Top Fuel motorcycle. Very first 6 in Top Fuel motorcycle was run by a turbo bike. So turbo bikes have a history indeed in Top Fuel motorcycle drag racing. And once again, Man Cup opened up to turbos in Top Fuel mid-season. That's why we had some in here for the first time at this event, and you're going to see more of them next year. You will see more of them next year. Some rules may need adjusting, as the case may be, but nevertheless, you're going to see 5-second turbo bikes happen. And I'm going to stick my neck out a little bit, but not too far. I don't think it's that much of a stretch for me to sit here and tell you that you're going to see a 5 run by a turbo bike in 2021. I believe it's going to happen. I know Bill Vose and Aaron Litton and Mr. Timlin and all those folks are working hard on that. And I'm quite certain, I really do, I have full confidence, especially with Fuel Tech on board, and Fuel Tech getting as involved as they are in motorcycle drag racing and sponsoring and working with our sanction now. Fuel Tech, those guys are so sharp. When you add their technology and their products into these turbo bikes, the big turbo top fuel machines, you're going to see him suddenly get down there and start chasing Larry. And I do mean chase, because nothing gets off the line and goes downtown as quick as nitro. It's still the standard. It's still the quickest thing out there. So turbos are going to have a while to catch Larry and Ian and Phil and Reichard. It's going to take them a while, but they can certainly get within shooting distance. Absolutely. And another thing about the turbo bikes is when it comes to running methanol, even with high boost, those motors don't take nearly the abuse that the nitro motors do. So they've got a bit of an advantage there. It will be interesting to see the technology unfold and the competition unfold in the future. But I guarantee you that's exactly what you're going to see. You certainly will. And another thing you're going to see technologically, which is going to kind of shake the foundations of motorcycle drag racing a little bit, you're seeing some of it this weekend, but you're not hearing it because it's electric. Donnie Huffman is here with the new Harley-Davidson Live Wire motorcycle. And that bike is just extremely consistent. And he doesn't have any of the parts breakage and problems that everybody else has with their motorcycle because it's electric. And Donnie just gets out there and zips down the racetrack, and they can go round after round after round. They're going to raise havoc in ET racing. They will. When you start seeing a half a dozen of those bikes out there, and they start ripping things up in the bracket ranks, some of the competitors are going to scream bloody murder for them to have their own class, and you're going to see it. You will see electric motorcycles as a drag racing class in due time. You won't see it in the near future. It's going to take at least another 3 to 5 years. But you'll see it. You will see it. All right. Spraying operations are concluded. The dragging and the burnishing is in progress now. We're almost ready to bring out our Pro Street bikes. APE Pro Street. Jay Eshpa, the owner, front man, lead man with APE out of California. Jay has been in this sport from the beginning, all the way back to the 70s. APE, American Performance Engineering out of California. Jay has been making high-quality retainers, buckets. His biggest thing is the tool steel wrist pins for the big fuel bikes, and of course cranks and valves. Now, APE has brought so much innovation and quality to the aftermarket. Everybody else has had to chase him to try to keep pace, and that's why APE is still around, and there's still a force to be reckoned with. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for everything you've brought to the sport and all the good you've done. Jay was best friends with Elmer Trett. They stayed at each other's houses whenever they traveled coast to coast. Jay and Elmer were very close. Jay is still very good friends with the Trett family. Keeps in touch with Jackie Trett. And Kelly and Gina still hear from him. And if Kelly and Gina, if any of you is still watching, if you're listening, let me assure you, the name Elmer Trett is still spoken here. And we speak of him with reverence, as well we should, for all Elmer accomplished. And if I get a little downtime, I'll tell you a little more about Elmer later on. But right now, we're going back to drag racing. And that's what we're here for. We are here to go drag racing. And out on the 1320 right now, hear those motors coming to life. Ladies and gentlemen, APE Pro Street. Pro Street will be followed by Shinko WPS Real Street, and all of my ET bikes are in the lanes. They will follow them as we prepare to get back to racing. All right, out there on that 1320, we're going to kick it. Ronnie Bonateus and GT Tonglet around mix it up. Bonateus out of Berlin, New Jersey. GT Tonglet out of Louisiana. Which means he gets that good low country cuisine. If it's gumbo or jambalaya, call me. I'm in. All right, Bonateus. 2007 Suzuki Hayabusa in the right lane. Something is not right. His crew chief, one of his crew chief told him, shut it off right away. Yes, there's liquid under that motorcycle. Right lane motorcycle has been shut off. There's liquid under the bike. They don't want him to run over the liquid. The chief starter killed the tree, put double reds up. And Bonateus has backed up. They were both fully staged and were on the limiter when the motorcycle in the right lane, Ryan Bonateus, was shut down by one of his crew members. So there's liquid being cleaned up there. Left lane will now solo. GT Tonglet will automatically take the victory. Goes 717, 201 miles an hour on that one little street tire. The modern marvels of drag racing. Pro Street motorcycles. He is preparing to back that up now. We need to get that bike off the surface so we don't have any more liquid come out from underneath it. As we now move into Shinko WPS Real Street. And with Shinko WPS Real Street, we got the big matchup. We will be big time in here. Spencer Claycomb is moving into the left lane. And he is lined up against Ricky Gadsden, the legend of Kawasaki drag racing, Mr. Ricky Gadsden. My monitor is showing me that this is a competition single. This is Ricky Gadsden going down there solo style. He's in the right lane. He ran right on the national record, but not quite under it. We'll see if he can run it this time. Ricky snaps that throttle. Double, triple goose eggs on the reaction time for Gadsden. Gadsden, 7.69, 190.75 miles an hour for Ricky Gadsden. The national record is 7.59 with a 2 at 190.65. Ricky just went 7.69 at 190.75. So a 190.75 versus a 190.65. So close. Right on it. Right on it. And Spencer Claycomb, now in the left lane, will take a swing at that record himself. Out of Rockford, Tennessee. Oh, he's on it. Oh, is he on it? 340, 5-0 in the eighth, 152, 7.61. 7.61 at 189.12 for Spencer. Ricky Gadsden on that pass had a triple goose egg reaction time. He killed the tree, slayed it. What a matchup that's going to be in the finals when Ricky and Spencer come out. All right, that concludes our pro session. And we are now moving into Liska Racing Street ET. Ron Arnold, Bowling Green, Kentucky, left lane, right lane, Johnny Ard. Johnny Ard, he was a gunner on M1A1 tank. This old vet with a 2015 Honda CTX 700. Ard rocketing down the right side. He's got a 1547 dialed in, goes 1564. Ron Arnold takes him in. 0.32 reaction time by Ron Arnold got him. As he puts away Johnny Ard. Old Johnny Flat Top is retired on that one. As Mr. Ron Arnold takes it to the next round. Harley Davidson live wire, left lane. That is Donnie Huffman going down the left lane. You've just watched an electric motorcycle make a pass. And he won again. He's out there slaying the dragon. He will narfle the Garthok. That is Donnie Huffman. Dialed 1156, went 1155. Oh, it was a double breakout. Wardell Pinky Tempman just got set down by an electric motorcycle. Cool. Who's next? Ken Kobe in the left lane and Raz Brown. Kobe, 0.188 reaction time. Red light by Raz Brown. Brown could have eaten him alive, but he got a little gun shy on that tree and left early. And that kind of spelled the end for him. And Mr. Jacob Green will now take it over. Here we go.
All right, Raz Brown going a 14 red. Double breakout victory for Ken Kobe. The 08 Harley Davidson chopper down there. Good looking old Suzuki GS over here. That's Roy Schwartz, Summit Racing side, the 1981 Suzuki GS. 1300 cc's in the frame rails there. Stanley Russell, strange side, looking for a 966 on the Busa. Racers are separated by 0.83. Give the win to Stanley Russell with the reaction time advantage. 0.56 to Roy Schwartz's 140. 977.9 on the 966. 119 number is actually over. 56 light. Summit Racing side, 2018 Gixxer 1000 looking for an 875. Strange Lane, Lindbergh Simmons from Hull, Georgia looking for a 942. Quick track maintenance there. Gonna make sure that we don't have something foreign on that racetrack. All right, next pair staging. Got what we needed off the racetrack. Summit Racing side goes 97 red, 15 green for Lindbergh. Simmons goes 973 on the 942. Did not see his opponent's red light. Good call there. Liska Racing Street ET coming at you. Summit Racing side is Vance Howdy Shell from Vero Beach, Florida, 60-year-old on a 2011 Buell. 1006 the dial in. Wally Davis is strange side from Bristow, Virginia, looking for a 929. Racers are separated by 113. Vance Howdy Shell knows it. Howdy Shell goes 126 on the tree, 1014 on the 1006. 938, 7 on the 929. Almost 100 numbers over, a 13 light for Wally Davis. Brian Dale, strange side on the 09 Busa, looking for a 9-second run. Summit Racing side is Ariel Cross from Conyers, Georgia, the 04 Gixxer 600, after a 982. Racers separated by 26. Advantage going to Brian Dale. He won't get it. 10 light gives up the stripe by 42. 36 light from Ariel Cross runs 88.2 on an 82. 62 above, 36 light for a 98 pack. Brian Dale goes 913 on the 9 flat dial, 10 light for a 140 pack. Joey Stevens Summit side looking for a 946. Dusty Brazel strange side looking for a 1075. They're apart by 012. .178.1 of the 1075, 31 numbers above, 070 on the light for a 101 package on Dusty Brazel. 963 on the 946. 200 and change on Joey Stevens. Dusty taking the win there. Crosby Blair, 965 the dial from Georgetown, the 2014 Buell EBR. 965 the dial. Wade Smith, strange side, 1015 the dial in from Dudley, Georgia, the 2006 Gixxer 1000 will get the win. 50 light to Crosby Blair's 132. Red. John Loney on Summit side. The 1978 Honda 750 looking for a 1062. Joe Kirkwood Strange Lane looking for a 1330 on the 2000 ZRX 1100. .1091 on the 1062. John Loney taking that one. 1406 on the 1330 from Joe Kirkwood. Misses the tree and doesn't run the number. Boo Brown, Potomac Falls, Virginia native. 2012 Kawasaki ZX14 Summit side looking for a 915. Chris Rolls from Lithia, Florida. The 960 dial in on the 06 Busa is on the strange side of the racetrack. Racers separated by 080. Give it up to Chris Rolls, an 014 light, 960 with a 9. 9 above, 14 pack for a 23 total. 906 on the 915, taking 18 stripe for Boo Brown. Couldn't get around him down there. Dennis Padilla, Miami, Florida, looking for 925, strange side on the Busa. Summit Racing side is Chucky Wallum looking for a 985 on the 2014 Yamaha. Racers are separated by 48. Dennis Padilla having problems down there. 10:03 on the 985. Wins that one. Racers are separated by 12. It's Joey Brangard and Steve Usher going at it. Brangard on the left, Usher on the right. Give it to Usher without the reaction time advantage. 944.8 on the 943, going 18 above, 88 light for a 109 total. Also, Mr. Tom McCarthy, you have a visitor in the tower. Tom McCarthy, you have a visitor in the tower. Tom Lagasse, a 107 light against Eric Nettles Jr., 946.7 on the 945, 17 above, 107 light for a 124 package. Eric Nettles Jr., 952 dial in, 92 light, 58.9. Ouch. Nathan Kendrick, Summit side, the 2020 ZX14, looking for a 936. Chris Doty, Strange Lane, 853 the dial on the ZX10. $34 red for Nathan Kendrick. Chris Doty is 12 green. How about 861.7 on the 853? Nathan Kendrick holding 30 numbers, if not more. Tate Horta goes 004 red. Barry Pryor's 923 on the 999. Roy Johnson, Summit side after a 930. The 06 ZX14 taking on Landon Noble, Strange Lane, 08 Hayabusa, looking for a 932. Racers are separated by 015 down there. $936.2 on the 930, 62 above, 76 light, taking 85 10,000 stripe. For Roy Johnson down there, 940 on the 932, 61 light. 85 above for Landon Noble. All right, Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to lane number 1. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to lane number 1, please. Gotcha. Alex Kupitz and Pablo Gonzalez, they're separated by 230. 915.2 on the 899 for Pablo, still takes half a tenth. half a second stripe, excuse me. Alex Kupitz goes 265, drops a goose egg on the Christmas tree. Spencer Claycomb, the buy run here. 892 the dial. See what he's got here. Runs 896.5 on the 892. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Need you to do the lanes, please. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to the staging lanes. Here comes Vance and Hines Race Shop B-Twin ET. All right. Here's Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin ET. John Ard, Summit Racing side. Indianapolis, Indiana native, the 2015 Honda CTX 700. Takes on Don Horta, and Don Horta goes red. John Ard goes 1586 on the 1547 for the win. Up next on the Summit side is Dead Bear Machini. Signature super long burnout. $11.82, the 01 chopper sporting 116 cubic inches. Ronnie Harris on the Strange Lane from Harahan, Louisiana, 11.54 the dial in. Also, not only do we welcome everyone here at South Georgia Motorsports Park, but everyone on the live stream on Motor Media TV. If you're here, let me know. I might just give you a shout. $11.69 on the 11.54 for Ronnie Harris. Strange side of the racetrack, 71 light, 69.2 on the 11.54. Spencer Allen, Summit Racing side, the 2016 Aprilia Dorso Duro. 12.23 the dial in. Tate Porta is on the Strange side. 14 seconds on the 1999 Marauder. That's what he's looking for. Tate Horta has reaction time advantage and will get it. 12.18.4 on the 12.23. Spencer Allen is 97 on the light, 12.18.4 on the 12.23. 16 numbers under. Summit side is Barry Pryor, Chesapeake, Virginia native, 11.92 the dial in. Strange Lane is Donnie Huffman from Lakeland, Florida, 9.55 the dial in. Harley Davidson Destroyer, they're separated by 0.41. Check out Donnie Huffman taking the win lights down there, 9.65.6 on the 9.55. 106 numbers above, 103 on the tree. 106 out back, 103 up front. A 209 package taking a win light there. All right. MTC Super Comp. MTC Super Comp. You should be in lane 2 for pairing. MTC Super Comp. Halfway up lane 2 for pairing. Growthist Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to lane number 1 for pairing. Jamie and Russell Hutchinson watching from Columbus, Ohio. Jessica Schobel is watching from Fort Wayne, Indiana, supporting Nick Christmas from Youngstown, Ohio. Nick's a tough guy, I will say that. Here we are at MPS Pro ET. MPS Pro ET is up now. Tony Johnson from Dothan, Alabama, Summit Racing side, 935 the dial of the 05 Gixxer 1000. Strange side is Tom Hand from Atwater, Ohio, 858 the dial of the 14 Kawasaki ZX14. Ron Dolacek, what's happening, buddy? Good seeing you in here, man. 27 light for Tom Hand taking the win. 865-1 on the 858. Justin Judy watching all the way from Tampa, Florida. Supporting the Juan Cintron camp. Summit Racing side is Billy Johnson, the 1980 Kawasaki. Week's performance help there, 879 the dial. Strange side is Jeff Goffrey from Bettleton, Virginia. Races apart by 29. Handed over to Jeff Goffrey by 19 thou. 812 on the 809. 34 numbers above, 41 up front. 75 total. Megan Samora also supporting Tom Hand and Nick Christmas. Pete Hubbard, Summit side. Olive Branch, Mississippi native. 894 the dial. 820 for Joey Brandgard, Strange Lane, 2020 Busa. Tester Racing Engines power in the rails down there. Racers are separated by 006. .822 with a 0 on an 820. 20 above, 38 on the tree for a 58 total. 900 on the 894. Pete Hubbard just doesn't run the number. Nick Christmas, Summit Racing side, 948 the dial from Youngstown, Ohio. 23 years old on an 03 Gixxer 1000. Strange Lane, gorgeous looking old Kawasaki looking for an 866. Racers are separated by a bunch. Nick Christmas with the reaction time advantage down there takes the win easy. 953.8 on the 948. 017 light to the Strange Lanes, 103. Jerry Pelican from Milter, Florida. 890 the dial. On the Strange Lane. So we got a Kawasaki ZX12 down there looking for an 895. Derry goes 65 red. Strange shot is 11 green. 9026 on the 895. Summit Racing side, here comes Roy Hagedorn. 881 the dial in. Good looking Kawasaki down there. Don Chavot from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, looking for a 940. The 06 Busa, strange lane, goes 116 red. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 and MTC Super Comp. Need you guys to the lanes, please, for pairing. MTC Super Comp and Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Need you to the lanes for pairing. Bruce Sampson, Forest Lake, Minnesota native. Looking for an 813 Summit Racing side. Blair Field is on the strange lane, looking for a 912 from Denver, North Carolina. Goes 29 red. Sampson, don't have to worry about it. It's another time trial. Five above for Bruce Sampson, 813.5, 055 up front for a 60 total. Nice. Ron Raymond, Summit Racing side, the 2014 Kawasaki. KZ Power in the rails, looking for an 839. For those of you watching at home, the strange lane is the lane closest. The lane furthest is the Summit side. The Summit side is the far lane. The strange lane is the near lane. Ricky Jones, strange side. 9 seconds, the dial in. Keith Lynn rooting for the Schnitz boys. Seth Marshall watching from Princeton, West Virginia. A little bit of a burn down going on there. Racers are separated by 150. 150 numbers separating them up front. Yeah, that was an easy one. Ricky Jones runs dead zero. 174 light spells the end of it. 851.0 on the 839, taking 20 stripe, 34 up front. Here comes Mike Hamby, Summit side. 884 the dial in from Gaines, Louisiana. Only 66 years old. On the strange lane is Mike Nearhoof, Youngstown, New York native. 890 the dial. Racers separated by 18 down there. Give it to Mike Hamby. 885.6 on the 884, 16 above, 40 up front for a 56 total. Nearhoof goes 22 up front, 96.1, 61 above for an 83 total. Spells the end of that one. Mike Hamby moving on. Juan George from Kissimmee, Florida, the 2014 Hayabusa, looking for an 885. Summit side. Good looking old Kawasaki looking for an 863. Racers are separated by 080. Right hand lane is double 08. 870 with a 3, 142.03. Alexis Baker from Berrien Springs, Michigan, 864 the dial in. Summit side. Trevor Schnitz on the strange lane, Decatur, Indiana, 16 years old on the 2018 Gixxer 1000 after the top gas number. Trevor Schnitz goes 17 red. Baker is 58 green. She gets down there 863.0 on the 864, 10 numbers numbered, 58 up front. Dustin Lee, Summit side, Morristown, Tennessee native. 08 Busa looking for an 882 on the strange lane. Don't have any information on file there. 829 the dial in. Old school Suzuki power over there. Dustin Lee is 12 green. Strange side goes 39 red. $887.7 on the 882, 57 above, 12 green. for a 69 pack, 150.01 off top. John Carter, Summit side, 826 the dial in on the no bar Busa. Strange side is Carlo Testa, 41 years old from Akron, Ohio. Testa Racing Engine Suzuki Hayabusa looking for an 826 also. This will be interesting. '99 separates the racers on the track. 99 separates them. Carlo Testa going to win at 830 with a 1 on the 826. 41 above 5 on the tree. 46 pack. John Carter runs 16 above, 104 on the tree for a 120 pack. That's not going to do it. Dan Rudd, MPS himself. 899 the dial from Castleberry, Florida. The 05 Busa Summit side. Chad Otts, Olive Branch, Mississippi, Strange side, looking for an 820. Oh, man! Racers are separated by 27. Let me put it to you this way. Chad Otts, trip zip, doesn't get it done. Chad Otts runs 828, 181 above, trip zip on the tree. Dan Rudd, 27 green, looked like he was in trouble, goes 16 above. 9006 on the 899. Summit side is Ann Richter from Palm Harbor, Florida. 944 the dial, 1075 Kawasaki in the rails there. Harvey Hubbard, Strange Lane, looking for an 820 from Sedley, Virginia. Ann Richter goes 8 red. $57 green for Harvey Hubbard. 85 above, 57 green up front for the win. Richter goes 008 red. Mike Scott from Crowley, Texas. 922 the dial in. Here, Summit side. Ted Harvey, Strange Lane. 905 the dial in, excuse me. Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460 needs you to the lanes. MTZ Engineering Supercomp needs you to the lanes. Ted Harvey's 22 red, Scott is 13 green. About a 923-2, 12 above, 13 pack, 23 total. $12 above the number, 13 light, 25 pack, excuse me. Marshall Hutchinson from Columbus, Ohio, the 908 dial. Summit Racing sign. Good looking KZ1000 down there. Austin Bridge, Strange side, 2012 ZX14, looking for an 873. Racers separated by 010. 10 thou separates them. 909 on the 908, 15 above, 15 light for a 30 pack on Marshall Hutchinson. 879.3 on the 873, 25 light. For Austin Bridge, does not get it done. Corey Washington, Summit side. Looking for an 890. Shane Epperjesse, Strange Lane. Looking for an 822. 1500 cc's of Kawasaki Power on the Strange Lane. Suzuki Power on the Summit side. Oh man, racers separated by 003. This is gonna be a drag race. Check this out. Shane Epperjesse gets it. Dead zero, perfect package. Perfect, perfect, perfect. 822-0, trip zip on the Christmas tree. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Corey Washington goes 003, 890 with a 9, 12 pack, does not get it done. Yeah, baby. What a bracket race. Don Richter, Summit side, 905 the dial in. Don Richter on the 1980 Kawasaki. Tommy Guzin, strange side, 888, the dial in. Racers separated by 003 again. Handed over to Tommy Guzin. Don Richter goes way under, 31 under. Had to take 55 stripe or less. 87 light. Tommy Guzin goes 93 too. 873 summit side. For Mike Perry. Gorgeous old KZ. Strange lane is Ronnie Harris. 1159 from Harahan, Louisiana, the 03 Sportster. Ronnie Harris leaves before the tree's even active. .871 on the 873 down there for Mike Perry. Once again, Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 needs you to the staging lanes. MTC Engineering Super Comp needs you to the staging lanes. Up next, we have Robin Procopio from Wake Forest, North Carolina, looking for an 809. Robin Procopio gets the win on that one. Boo Brown goes red. 8072 on the 809, 24 green for Robin Procopio. John Loney, Summit side, looking for an 847, the 83 GPZ 1100. Joe Clemmy, Strange side from Davenport, Iowa, looking for an 878. .849.3 on the 847 for John Loney, going to click on the win lights down there. A 164 light didn't look too good. Joe Clemmy got down there and hogged the stripe on him. 877.5 on the 878. 5 numbers under. Had to take 102 stripe or less. He's going to shoot himself over the foot on the foot over that one. Pablo Gonzalez from Puerto Rico. Summit Racing side looking for a 940. Dwayne Leishman, Wildwood, Florida, looking for an 895 on the Strange side. Racers are separated. Not by a whole lot. Pablo Gonzalez is 12. Dwayne Leishman has transmission problems out there, 959.7. 12 light against Leachman's 21. Separated by 9 down there. Looked like it was going to be a good race. Man. Shane Epper, Jesse, you got me going, man. Trip zip 22-0 on a 22. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, 003 dead 9, 12 pack wasn't good enough. It's not often you can say that. All right, up next, here is Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. All right, Bradley, where are you? Bradley Grothis. Paging Bradley Grothis. Brad might be a little busy. Well, I'll tell you, Chase Van Sant is coming up here, Summit side. All paired up and ready to go here. Van Sant on some GS power down there. There you are. But real quick, I'm not going to pick your brain about Growth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Shane Epperjesse, dead zero trip zip. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, that's an absolutely incredible lap there. It's a lot of exciting things going back on in the Growth's Drag Bikes camp in the Midway, and that's going to be one that's going to put a lot of people on Cloud 9 right now. He obviously needs to keep doing his job, continue to go rounds, and we're going to be even more excited hopefully later in the day.
And the last piece of it is his opponent was 3 on the tree, dead 9.
Yeah, very, very, very seldom will that not advance you to the next round, but
Yeah.
there it did not, and for Growth's Drag Bikes, we're proud of Shane's performances so far and look to see him continue to go rounds in ET and all the classes he's running this weekend.
And that's why Pro ET is often seen as the highest level of bracket competition here at Man Cup. But here we go, Chase Van Sant just taking the tree.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of starter malfunction here. Chase Van Sant on a solo run and earned by, I believe, actually Harvey Hubbard may have been his opponent that was supposed to make this call. Van Sant's from Pella, Iowa, fellow Iowans. Chase, a very young talent, up and coming in many different classes. I know he's been racing Super Comp this weekend as well.
Van Sant wanting to take the pass, not just to take the tree.
Yeah, Van Sant's have been fighting a little bit of shifting issues with this bike this weekend, and obviously they're trying to gather a little bit of data, and they're not going to be happy with that one as the bike does not take high gear. He goes 113 to 60 foot, really slow to half track, and certainly at the 8th mile marker he goes 549 at only 92 miles an hour. They had to put a shift drum in it late last night, around midnight, I know. It got him through round 1. Obviously the bye got him through round 2. Round 3 is going to be interesting.
Most definitely. Here's Randy Butler from Gallatin, Tennessee, Summit side, looking at Dan McCartan across the track.
Yeah, Dan McCartan's been looking to find power all weekend long. Certainly found 460s right off of the bat, but they were the high 60s. He's going to be looking for the 460s, low 60s here, and he's got a very formidable opponent in Randy Butler. Randy Butler has been all over the 460 number. The tree comes down, and Dan McCartan goes way red. He goes 170 red. Randy Butler goes 008 red, and 457.6 for the round win.
Randy Butler going under a little bit, not a whole lot, but I believe that 170 red light, we call this term drawing out. If your opponent red lights, it tends to bring you out of the hole also.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Now, Randy did a pretty good job there. A difference of about 162 thousandths. He didn't exactly chase him through, but he definitely still left before the tree was activated, and you got to probably think that was a little bit of reacting to Dan McCartan.
Right. Larry Epperjesse from Lake Dallas, Texas, strange side.
Yeah, and he's taking on Butch Schwartz out of Grand Island, Buffalo, New York area. A really good matchup here. Two guys who have been racing for quite some time. Some stiff competition. Larry's away second. Butch is 0.34 on the bulb to Larry's 0.41. But Butch goes too fast. He goes 4.59 with an O to Larry Epperjesse's winning effort of 4.63 with a 6.
Yeah, buddy, 36 above, 41 light. That puts you at 77 total.
Yeah, a package that obviously will compete, especially early on in rounds, and is going to advance him to round number 3. Butch's bike out of the Fast by Gas camp, typically known to be a little fast. I know they've got really small nitrous jets in that thing, but still, it's just making power and going a little bit too quick for this index-style racing.
It looks like Tommy Saxon might be pushing his bike out.
Yeah, and Tommy's actually had a very consistent bike this weekend, so that's going to be a tough break for them. 460 racing for him, but as he's pushing it back, it appears that we've got Mantez Thompson on the left-hand side. Going to break the beams. Doesn't have to make a full pull down the 660 feet to get the round win. Looking to save equipment, and we'll certainly see him back here in round number 3.
Yeah, Saxon electing to push it out. Certainly didn't sound right in the burnout box by any means.
Yeah, I hear you, and that's a little bit of a surprise considering how consistent that bike has been this weekend. They have been doing really well, finding the low 460s, high 450s. And you got to make sure every single component on your bike is put together as best as it can if you're going to want to go late into race day.
Right. Well, we might not have the international audience here this time around, but we certainly have some international watching.
Yeah, I believe that. The World Finals, we still had Terry Schweigert here as far as a little bit of international flavor. But the broadcast on Motormania TV, I know our folks back in Iowa have been enjoying it all weekend long. There's a bunch of great people that came on board to put that together, and us at Growth Drag Bikes are happy they did.
Yep, and just had someone drop a comment in the live chat, watching from Curacao. Nice.
How about that? How about that?
Rock Sanders and Smokin' Joe Rodney. Here's a pair.
Yeah, Rock Sanders, your number one qualifier. He's away second, though. He's 0.39 to Smokin' Joe's 0.30. And
Yep.
Smokin' Joe Rodney taking out the number one qualifier. And you know why? It's because he goes 461 with a 2.
Yep, separated by 9 on the tree. Smokin' Joe Rodney goes 30, 12 above for a 42 total. That's nice. That's real nice.
Yeah, and that's a tight race from start to finish. Obviously, Rock didn't quite have enough to get around him down there doing the best he can, trying to let Smokin' Joe probably have the finish line and hope that he goes under. But Smokin' Joe has a good combo that's going to bring him back to round number 3.
This will be another nice pair. Megan Bowers from Nashville, Tennessee, Summit Side.
And we got Papa Freeman over on the Strange Lane. Freeman on a very unique motorcycle, one that they don't, I wouldn't say, have as fine-tuned as Megan Bauer's bike here in the right-hand lane.
Yeah, my dad had to chime in. I'm in here too. Hi, Dad. Hi, Mom. Hi, Ed Grothus. I know you're watching.
There you go. Give a shout-out to all of them.
Yep. I know there's a lot of people watching. Whole bunch. I mean, we've got almost 800 people watching.
Yeah, as we should, because this is very world-class, top-of-the-line motorcycle drag racing. And if you're not down here in South Georgia at the end of November, you're missing out. The tree comes down, and Megan Bowers has a large advantage, but her bike slows to 60 feet, and it is going to slow to 660 feet as well. So Papa Freeman going 469 with a 3, beating Megan Bowers 486.
Yeah, Megan Bowers got down there 128 short. I heard an engine speed surge. Definitely some bad tire spin down there for Megan Bowers. Can't imagine how that felt because it hooked up and went, what?
Yeah, she was riding a little bit of a bull there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She was trying to chase him down. Curtis Griggs, Summit Side, and Thomas Gunn, Strange Side. Griggs, your number 3, man. Look at that, 4.606.
Yeah, and he kind of stabbed that number in the middle of qualifying. He had a 459 with a 0 and a 478.4. A bike that used to be campaigned by Growth Drag Bikes, a very well Pete Brown built motorcycle. Both bikes are pre-stage. We hear the R's come up, pushing into the stage beams. Thomas Gunn will be second to stage as the tree comes down. Thomas Gunn is going to have a 154 green light, but Curtis, another guy, a little unsurprising here. We've had 2 460 racers leave very, very quickly before the tree was even activated.
Oh, yeah. Well, my question is, how do you go 297 red on a pro tree?
Yeah, that's taking a stab at it. Thomas Gunn for record goes 459.8 to Curtis Griggs 456. Thomas Gunn has got to be really happy with his bike's performance right now.
Yeah, only 2 under. Only 2 under that take the win. Jeffrey Hill, Strange Side from Brainbridge, Virginia. I believe it's Chris Cottle. Chris Cottle over here, Summit Side.
Yeah, Jeffrey Hill, a bike that hasn't been as consistent as I'm sure they would like this weekend, but is certainly still doing battle here in Growth Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Another thing to note here as far as racing goes, the Christmas tree is now fully in the shade. Now, that's not going to be why we have so many bikes leaving so early, but these riders will pick up a little bit of advantage as far as reaction time goes.
Oh, yeah. Racers separated by 40.
and give it to the Summit Racing side, 474.8 to Jeffrey Hill's 479. Jeffrey Hill's mile an hour very far down, especially considering the starting line advantage he had. Jeffrey was 058 to his competitors 098.
Now give it to Cottle for the win. 010 the stripe down there. Also, Adam Ouija, just saw your message, buddy. Thanks a bunch. We're missing you out here. I know we are. Morris Ball, Summit Racing side, Aliceville, Alabama.
And he's taking on David Tybert, a combination that they continue to work on year in and year out. Zona Knox, I imagine, is watching this motorcycle here very closely on the Strange side. They were having a little bit of, I believe, fuel injection issues earlier into the weekend. Let's hope that they've got that figured out so that we can see another great race here. Tybert left lane, Ball right lane.
That'll be a tight one. We know that one for sure. We've seen lots and lots of tight racing here today.
Morris Ball with a very large starting line advantage. He's 025 to Tybert's 082. And would you look at that? He's going to be thrilled. A lot of fist pumping on the starting line. He goes 460 for the win over Tybert's 459.3.
Oh, yeah, 60 with a 1 number above, 25 on the tree for a 26 total.
And I tell you what, I truly do believe that Ray Mancini and the Tybert's crew isn't going to be super upset with that performance. Obviously, you never like losing, but if there's a silver lining to see a 459 out of that motorcycle, their drive back to North Dakota is not going to be quite as long.
Joey Brandgard on the Strange side. Man, what all is this guy riding this weekend?
I believe he's probably an ET. I think I've seen him in Top Gas. It wouldn't surprise me if he's in Super Comp. I know Shane Epperjesse's riding 4 classes, all professional and sportsman and ET racing. So we're hustling around. That's why I was a little tardy up here for announcing, but I was glad I made it up by the first pair.
David Davis on the Summit Racing side. Kawasaki power in the frame rails. About as big as you can go on a Kawasaki without moving things around. 1,500 cc's.
Yeah, a great motor platform for this 460 class. Not quite as competitive when you're starting to look at maybe pro mod racing, but you'll see a lot of cows out here in 460 doing battle, and David Davis's is certainly one of them. Had a minor staging duel there. Brandgard goes in first, David second, and neither of them are ready to leave. Brandgard's 166 to Davis's 172, and neither of them are quite ready to get to the finish line in a hurry either. David Davis, your winner, though, 552 to Brandgard's, for official record, 1052.
You know, I think David got down there and peeked over his shoulder. That bracket racer instinct that everybody's got. I'm going to look over my shoulder. Got real smart about 3:30, looked back at him to see if he was home. Nope.
Yeah, you betcha.
Yeah, he looked. I just saw it on the Motor Mania TV feed. He looked over his shoulder.
I do believe that, and I truly attest to their reaction times being a little bit because of their staging duel. Neither of them wanted to go in. I think Joey kind of silent staged him, trying to surprise him a little bit, and David wasn't too far belong, and certainly their reaction times kind of proved it.
All right, guys, remember, if you have a motorcycle on the track that stops, one of your crew members is welcome to go get them.
Yeah, I really think Joey's bike had some issues right from the hit. If we're looking at his incrementals going 155, obviously just had enough momentum to get him past the scoreboards, but beyond that, we're at just a little bit of a pause until Fire gets him off the end of the racetrack and we get the all clear.
Right, well, the best point to bring up in Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 here, while we've got a moment of silence, is that 460 will actually put you around 680 or 690 in the quarter.
Yeah, I've had this conversation with Tom that it's very dependent upon your combo and how much momentum you're kind of carrying at that stripe to your overall ET. But without a doubt, these bikes are powerful, they're very fast, and the competition, which I'm happy to see, is always increasing.
Well, especially in gearing does come into fact.
Yeah, absolutely does. Gearing does, power adder does, wheelbase does, a little bit of ignition as far as progressive and timing goes on that front. They're all factors, and there's many ways to do it. Obviously, we try doing things just a little bit differently out of the contrary to maybe some other racers. but that ideally is what makes things more exciting to watch too.
Right, and on the strange lane for our next pair. Oh, man. Look at this. Shane Epperjesse and Durwood Rawlings. That'll be a good battle.
Yeah, this should be a really good one. Shane riding multiple bikes this weekend, as you said, had an incredible ET race just, probably 15 minutes ago. He was hustling to get back up here, and it's a good problem to have. I know we're alive still in 3 classes, and we are going to be running around, hopefully, late in the day, hustling to get back to the staging lanes to keep the show moving.
Staging up. Showboat Shane and Durwood Rawlings. Oh, Woody taking him on.
Showboat's away first, 037 to Durwood's 063. Depends on if Shane's got enough to get there, and he does. It's a 465.7 for the win. Showboat Shane Epperjesse to Durwood Rawlings 466. That Grothis Drag Bikes entry is headed to the next round.
Man, he is on fire today. That short time just a little bit off is supportive of that 465. But something had to happen to Durwood down track. Either he came out of the groove or the tire shook a little bit. 111 short, he's 465 down there.
Yeah, that's a great tight race, albeit not in the low 460s, still a fan favorite to watch. And our last 460 competitor here, Ronnie Procopio, coming out of this range lane, the Wake Forest, North Carolina native. He's 035 on the tree, has a slow 60, but that's very indicative of his type of tune-up. He doesn't have to be 110. He doesn't have to be 115. He goes 459.8 at the scoreboards at 100 and almost 57 miles an hour.
Right, he's slow up front and giving the bike more time to accelerate. That's why he's always got that high speed on.
Yep, you betcha. What a great round of 460, and we're going to be going back, getting the bikes maintained. And Jacob, I'll see you before long.
Brad, hope so. Hope so, man. Always fun. Super Eliminator needs you guys up to the staging lanes, please. Super Eliminator, bring them up. Super Eliminator, bring them up right now. Wiseco Street Fighter needs you to lane number 4 for pairing. Wiseco Street Fighter to lane number 4 for pairing. Here we are in MTC Super Comp. Ronnie Woodall Sr., your number 8 qualifier, was 53 numbers above in qualifying. Summit Racing side, good looking old KZ1000 over there. Ronnie trained him on the strange lane. 890 the number over there. Racers separated by a bunch. 2/10 and change. Yeah, give that one to Ronnie Woodall. 903 on the 890. Ronnie Trainham is 262 on the lamps. Dustin Lee Summit side from Morristown, Tennessee. The 08 Busa was your number 4. 891 with a 9, 19 numbers above. Taking on a tough customer Vance Howdy Shell. Give this one to Dustin Lee, 902 on the 890. Vance Howdy Shell, 200 numbers off the dial. 9026 on the 890, 55 light for Dustin Lee. Willie Hebert Jr. from Luling, Louisiana. Summit Racing side, your number 5 at 37 numbers above. Billy Barton from Keystone Heights, Florida. Your number 21 at 173 above. Strange side. Racers separated by 048 down there. Advantage to Billy Barton on a double breakout victory. Barton goes 5 numbers under, whereas Willie Hebert Jr., 64 on the tree, 886.0, going 40 under. 30 under, excuse me, 30 numbers. Spencer Claycomb from Rockford, Tennessee. Number 14 qualifier right now on the Summit Racing side. Tom Clemmy, Davenport, Iowa. Number 30 qualifier, 30 numbers under. Double breakout victory for Tom Clemmy. Spencer Claycomb goes 886.2, 46 on the lamps. Tom Clemmy gets down there 887.2. 18 under, 22 10th stripe down there. Gary Russell, Summit side, Englewood, Florida native, 16th qualifier. Marty White from Grove City, Ohio, the 32nd qualifier, Strange side. 57 separates them apart. 66 above for Gary Russell, 22 on the lamps for an 88 pack. Turns on the wind lights down there. Marty White is 20 numbers under, 89 on the tree. Trevor Schnitz, 16-year-old from Decatur, Indiana on the Summit Racing side, the 2018 Gixxer 1000. Ron Arnold, Strange Lane, your number one qualifier. Racers are separated by 005. Trevor Schnitz going out on this one, 893.8 on the 890, 38 above, 56 light to Ron Arnold's 51. Ron Arnold is 14 above, 51 light for a 65 pack. Perry Paw, double breakout victory over Michael Smith, 35 light to his 85. 888.0 on the 890. 20 numbers under, taking the stripe by 19. 84.9 on the 890 for Michael Smith. Did not have enough room down there. James Hampton, Harlem, Georgia native on the Strange side. Charlie Bishop from Fairhope, Alabama. Street ET, lane number one. Street ET to lane number one, please. Vance, we need Liska Racing Street ET to lane number one, please. Super Eliminator, you guys should be in lane number 3. Super Eliminator, lane 3. Spooky Markham and Dusty Brazel. Super tough racers here. This will be a tight one down there. I know it already. Brazel by 8 thou. 92.7 on the 890. 27 numbers above. 45 on the light. Spook Markham is 73 on the tree. 7 numbers above. Whole shot victory for Dusty Brazel. Barry Pryor Sr. Summit side. On the 09 Busa, Roy Hagedorn. On the Strange side, Barry Pryor goes 3 red. $885.6 for Hagedorn. Pryor Sr. going 3 red. That spells the end of his weekend there. Mike Perry from Venice, Florida. Mike Neerhoof, Strange side. Mike Perry, Summit side. Racers are separated by 38. Off the top end, it's a double breakout victory. Mike Neerhoof gets there first, 85-10 thou stripe, 884-0, didn't have any room to move down there at all. 888-6, 24 numbers under for Mike Perry, 10 light does it. Jason Hoffer from Ackworth, Virginia, taking on Chase Van Sant, super tough racer. Good kid, 23 years old from Pella, Indiana. Racers apart by 26 at the light. Give the advantage to Van Sant, 9:13.8 on the 890. Both of them thought they were on a breakout down there. Dan Rudd from Castleberry, Florida. Summit Racing side. MPS himself. Jason Heron from Lexington, South Carolina. On the Strange lane. GS Power in his frame rails over there. Racers are separated by 004. Oh man, what a tight race. 894.3 on the 890 for Jason Heron. It's a whole shot win by 21-10 thou. Dan Rudd is 20 on the light, 41 above. 61 total. Jason Heron is 43 above, 16 on the light. 59 pack. Pablo Gonzalez, Strange side. Tyler Lowe, Summit side. Racers are separated by 035 down there. 895.3 on the 890. 53 above, a 27 light. 480 total on Pablo Gonzalez. Tyler Lowe goes 894.0. 40 above, 62 light for a 102 total. Does not get it done. Landon Noble from Zachary, Louisiana, Strange side. Pete Hubbard from Nesbitt, Mississippi, Summit Racing side. All right. Looks like we might have some Pro Mod action coming up after Super Comp. All right. Up next. All right. Coming up soon is the semifinal in JE Pistons Pro Mod. All right. This will be a nice pair right here. Honey, stop it. Oh my goodness. Up first will be Paul Gast and Jeff House. Paul Gast has been laying down some numbers this weekend. Jeff House has been very competitive. He's got himself a 406, 407 bracket bike. Put 407 on it and almost guarantee it'll run that number. Heat of the day, don't matter what it is. And then following that, the next pair from there will be Ashley Owens and Travis Davis. Oh my goodness. That will be a good race there. Wiseco Street Fighter. Need you guys up. Star Racing Top Gas, you better start thinking about it. All right, well, we've got some open air. Just want to say again, welcome to the 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals. Wiseco Street Fighter needs you to lane 4, and Star Racing Top Gas needs you to lane number 5. Star Racing Top Gas. Star Racing Top Gas needs you guys to lane number 5, please. The 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Wiseco at South Georgia Motorsports Park. A big, huge thanks to all of our sponsors. Just Hawaii Racing, APE, Shinko, Western Power Sports, Nitrous Express, Grothis Drag Bikes, Star Racing, Schnitz Racing, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, the PR Factory Store, MTC Engineering, Worldwide Bearings, Wiseco Pistons, JE Pistons, D&G Chassis, MPS Racing, Liska Racing, Dunnigan Racing, Exoticycle, Roaring Toys, DME Racing, Mickey Thompson, Fast by Gast, Manhill Garage, Kibblewhite Precision Machine, Cometic Gasket, Advanced Sleeve, Webcam, McKinney Motorsports, Robinson Industries, Rob Bush Motorsports, Monster Race Products, and Hawaii Racing. Those are our sponsors here at the Manufacturers Cup. Those are the guys that keep us going. As Mr. McCarthy put it, here's 10 years ago. The Nifty Nine put this sanctioning body together. Here we are 10 years later, and what a monster this race is. Also, Motor Mania TV, Ralph Navarro, they would like to thank. Also, along with Platinum Fleet Repair, Manhill Garage, Fast by Gas, Schnitz Racing, Rob Bush Motorsports, Robinson Industries, J&E Automotive, John and Dale Morgan, MTC Engineering, Van Tyne Imaging, Robert Varela, Rick Perry Masonry, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, and McKinney Motorsports. Also, a special thanks to Bill Robinson of Robinson Industries. Put up $300 a class for the sportsman categories for a #1 qualifier bonus. That was awful nice. Here we go in JE Pistons Pro Mod. Jeff House, strange side from Keller, Texas, the 2020 Growthis bike. Monster head in the frame rails. Number 6 qualifier with a 407 taking on the old man Paul Gast, the grand old man of Pro Mod motorcycle. Grand Island, New York. If you've had a parts breakage, you've probably sent something to Paul. Cylinder heads, cylinders, cases, you name it, Paul does it all. Number 2 qualifier, here we go. Oh man, Paul Gast, 4.009, 177.74, 102.6 short time. Jeff House on the strange lane goes 0.51 on the light, 102 short, 269, 330. Tells me he might have missed a shift point in there or two. 411.6 to 168. Jeff House, a great semifinal appearance. Ashley Owens, Summit Racing side, reset the Man Cup world record for JE Pistons Pro Mod. A shocking 3.974. 176.53 miles an hour. That is blazing quick. He's on the Summit lane. Travis Davis is on the strange side from Douglas, Georgia. Number 4 qualifier at 4:06.3. Very consistent machine over there. Don't rule him out. Travis can lay down a number 2. But we know McKinney Motorsports. Racers apart by 001 at the starting line. Oh man, Ashley Owens, 3.989, 177.65. Oh yeah. Ashley Owens lays down a 398. Further backs up that 397.4 he ran. 390s coming more and more and more common as they go. Dude, that is quick. 102.3 short. Had it been a 10 or 999, oh man, it's on. 392, 393. Here we come into Super Eliminator. It will be Ashley Owens and Paul Gast facing each other in the JE Pistons Pro Mod Final. That will be a race to watch. Keep it locked up right here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Rick Steinard, strange side, 8 seconds is what he's looking for. I have heard that Mr. Steinard has been working with Superbike Mike. $8.15.1, 160.0672 light. Not bad at all. Here's a man to watch. Alex Hughes and Larry Zientek. Couple of Texans going at it here. Alex Hughes is from Red Oak. Larry Zientek is from Abilene. Star Racing Top Gas. And Wiseco Pistons Street Fighter. Need you guys to the lanes, please. Hughes after a 781. Zientek for an 836. Oh, man. Alex does not run the number. 8:43 on the 8:36. 46 light for Larry Zintek. Gets down there first. Dave Boyd from Georgetown, Texas. I'll stand by and let you listen to this thing. Man, 869.4, 147.26. Good sounding bike. Here's Smokin' Joe's Summit Racing side. 8:54 the dial-in, Summit side. Tom Varney is on the strange lane looking for an 869. And an 881.7, 144 miles an hour for Tom Varney. Stripe down there was 13 thou. That was a good little race. 146 light for Smokin' Joe down there. Tom Varney goes 125. They were apart by 21. All right, Wiseco Street Fighter, you guys should be in the lanes. Absolutely 100%. It's getting to be that time of night. Soon enough, we'll have the lights on out here. Up next, here comes the Wiseco Street Fighter category. These bikes are qualified against an index of 9.50 seconds. And also held against that index of 9.50 seconds. First up, it'd be Don Chavot from Mount Carmel, Illinois, Summit Racing side. On a 2008 Busa. On the 2003 Busa Strange side, it's Joey Stevens from Portland, Tennessee. Here in this class, you're going to see a whole lot of stock length bikes. But it's also common to see a lot of our Street ET guys double class down here. They've also figured out a way to slow down their bike. Either not spray the nitrous or simply short shift. Racers are separated by almost a full tenth. Double breakout victory for Joey Stevens. Goes 22 numbers under. 48.8 on the 950. Still getting the win lights there. Don Chavot goes 119. 944.9 on the 950. Here's John Upgrove from Keystone, Florida, Summit side. And Strange side is Jeff Nugent from Alafaha, Georgia. Nugent goes red big time. John Hupsgrove carries it out the back a little bit. 24-1 on the 950. Got it. All right. Dusty Brazel taking the win there. 965 on the 950, 74 light against Ryan Johnson's 89. Johnson runs 73, 973 on the 950. Barry Purnell, Summit Racing side from Henderson, North Carolina, the 03 Kawasaki. ZX9, you don't see very many of them left. Strain side is Joshua Lemons looking for the 950 also. From Pembroke, Georgia. Josh Lemons is way behind. Way behind. Still pulls it off. Barry Purnell gets tricked into slowing down there. Joshua Lemons goes 248 on the treat to Barry Purnell's 071. John Markham Summit side, Ron Arnold Strange side. Racers are separated by 061 down there. Man, oh man, John Markham runs way off the number. Ron Arnold runs dead 5. Dead 5, 95 on the tree, 100 total. Roy Johnson Strange side from Keystone Heights, Florida. Number 1 qualifier, 9.545. They're separated by 002. Dumping time down there, you hear that? 942-1 on the 950, 55 light for DeBerry Pryor. Runs way under. Takes 87 10th thou stripe, had no room to move down there. Roy Johnson takes it by 67 10th thou. T-Bone Singleton Summit Lane. Strange side is Wally Davis. One of them has a massive reaction time advantage. Massive. That happens to be Wally Davis. You see that? 982 with a 2 on a 950. 68 light to Terry Singleton's 136. Nicholas Noble Strange side from Zachary, Louisiana. 19-year-old on the 06 Busa. Summit side is Jason Herron from Lexington, South Carolina. Racers are separated by 009 down there. Excuse me, 011. 11 the difference down there. 953-4 on a whole shot victory by 91 10 thou for Nick Noble. 32 above, 43 on the light for Jason Herron. 34 above, 32 on the light for Nicholas Noble. That's 66 total on him. Here we go into Star Racing Soup Top Gas. Star Racing Top Gas here. Liska Racing Street ET to lane number 1, please. Liska Racing Street ET, lane number 1, please. Liska Racing Street ET. Brett Blue, summit side. Number 9 qualifier taking on Juan Cintron. Good looking 1979 Kawasaki. Number 12 qualifier he was. Racers are separated, man oh man, by almost 0.80. But hand it to Brett Blue. Goes 114 above, 83 on the tree. Juan Cintron gets it off the line, 007 light, looking good. Can't get it out back, 844.1, does not run the number. Doug Fisher. Summit Racing side from Beaver Springs, Michigan. Number 19 qualifier right now. 8:19.9. Double breakout victory for the Strange Lane, 8:18.9. Going 11 under. Doug Fisher goes 8:17.1 on the 8:20. He's behind on the tree, 0:28 to the 0:15. Here's Ralph Medrano Jr. summit side. Ricardo Marte is on the Strange Lane from Orlando, Florida. Racers separated by 23 down there. They run the exact same number, 8:22.8 apiece on the elapsed time. 0:23 the MOV down there. Give it to Ralph Medrano on the tree. Shane Epperjesse, Strange side. Bruce Sampson on the summit side. Shane Epperjesse, your winner here, 0:09 reaction time. Bruce Sampson goes 39 red. How about this? 8:16.3, 158.52. 5:13 half track, 134.18, and a 124 short. Looking good. 8:16 at 158.52 for Epperjesse. Summit Racing side is Mike Puglia. Puglia. Okay, got it. There's a Y in there. Puglia, gotcha. Easy enough. Puglia, got it. Leah Martinez, Strange side. Oh man, racers are separated by 0.82. You know what? Hand it to Mike Puglia. 8:24.8 on the 8:20. 48 numbers above, 18 on the tree. Leah Martinez takes the stripe by 14. She's 8:15.2 on the 8:20, 100 on the tree. Here's Ryan Schnitz, Summit Racing side. Carlo Testa on the Strange side from Akron, Ohio. Here we go. Oh, man, Ryan Schnitz goes 003 red. His day is done. Look at the charge. Oh, my gosh. 184 miles an hour? What? Now we know how much Ryan Schnitz was carrying. 8:15.7, 184.93 miles an hour. What? Carlo Testa, 41 green, 2 under, 167.76. That's fast, too. Charles Mackey, Summit side from Paducah, Kentucky. KZ Power in the frame rails down there. Trevor Schnitz, Decatur, Indiana, 16 years old on the 2018 Gixxer 1000 Strange side. Oh, man. Trevor Schnitz, 8.602, 127.97. Moving on to the next round here in Star Racing. Top Gas won that race on the Christmas tree. 116 posted by Charles Mackey is not good enough against Trevor Schnitz's 041. Dustin Lee, Morristown, Tennessee, from the straight state of Tennessee. Beautiful state. 08 Busa is what he's riding. Richard McManus from Hermitage, Tennessee, strange side. Kawasaki power in the rails over there. Goes deep. Racers are still separated by 002 down there. Double breakout victory. Dustin Lee is 1 under, 819.9, 156.44, 67 on the tree. Richard McManus goes 818.3, big time under, taking 18 stripe. Had to take 001 or less to win that race. Richard still could have done it. Had to take 1 stripe or less. Craig Adams, Summit Racing side. They're separated by 13. Tom Clemmy making a trip. Problems for Craig Adams. Smart man gets down there, rolls off the throttle. All right. Street ET, you guys should be in the lanes. Wiseco Pistons, Street ET, you should be in the lanes. Oh man, have we got some nitro in the lanes. Mitch Brown and Larry McBride ready to do it. John Markham should have been taking on Joey Brandgard. Real quick, we're going to make sure that bike's off the track. But Joey unable to make the call. Spook going to take the single here. John Markham, a fairly tough customer. Tough bracket racer. I will say that much. He's had dealings in the NHRA Sportsman motorcycle category. 21 light, 121 short, 519, 130 half, 826, 156.53. Yeah, that's a pretty respectable lap. That'll win races. 21, 68 above, 79 total, 89 total, excuse me. I'm not going to lie to you. I was a C student in math. I'm not afraid to put that out there. I know that. But anyway. Robert Tult Pro Stock, the semifinal. We have Joey Gladstone, Summit Racing side. From Maidens, Virginia. We all know and love Joey from his pro street days. Matt Smith from King, North Carolina, 48 years old. He was your 2020 National Hot Rod Association Camping World Series Pro Stock Motorcycle Champion. Qualified number 1 with 6.756, 200.62. Advanced into this round by going 201 miles an hour. Let's see what Mr. Smith has got for us this time around. What's the number? What can he lay down? Lights coming on here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Good to see. Staged up, here we go. Here's the lights. Joey Gladstone, 9 red. Matt Smith on a hard charge, 431 short in the half track, 672.8, 201.85. Yeah, buddy. 6.728. Keep in mind, naturally aspirated, no power adders. All torque, baby. Matt Smith just flexing there. He will take on his wife in the final. Matt and Angie Smith in the Robert Toll Pro Stock Final. That'll be coming to you here shortly. Well, that's the fastest pass I've seen out of a 28-second motorcycle. 351.35. There's crap blowing across the beams. Oh, man, that's funny. So anyway, just want to say hello and welcome to everybody here at South Georgia Motorsports Park for the 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals. Gorgeous night we have on tap here. Absolutely gorgeous night. But anyway, everybody here at South Georgia Motorsports Park, you might want to text your friends and say, hey, get back to the stands. Get back to the stands, man. There's something about to happen. I know it. I know there's something about to happen. Mitch Brown ran his first 5-second pass today. It was only a matter of time. I was waiting for it. I've been watching Mitch since his 990 Super Gas days. Yeah, don't get him started on that. He'll go for 45 minutes about those old Suzukis he used to ride. Mitch Brown come a long way since 2000. I know that much. Then you have the man, the myth, the legend himself. America's favorite arachnid, as Tom McCarthy put it. Larry the Spider-Man McBride. In the final round. Larry is the world's quickest and fastest man through the quarter mile on a motorcycle, period. Laid down a time slip here last year, 5.507, 264.96. Insane how fast that bike went. 264 miles an hour. We've seen Larry go 260 this weekend. 260 is still damn fast, especially on a bike. But first, we're going to get Street ET underway. Wiseco Pistons Street ET coming to you. John Loney from Dalzell, South Carolina, the 1978 Honda CB750 looking for a 1060. Strange side is Donnie Huffman from Lakeland, Florida, the 2020 Harley-Davidson Livewire. Completely electric motorcycle. Not a thing reciprocating piston engine about that bike. It's very unique. Oh man, John Loney gives it to Donnie Huffman. Says, hey, here's the white slip, buddy. 11:55.7 on the 11:54, a 109 reaction time. I guess the good thing about Pro Stock or the Harley-Davidson Lightwire is consistency. You don't have misfires to worry about. You don't have fouled spark plugs to worry about. You don't have carburetors to maintain. Chris Doty, Summit side, looking for an 855, the 2011 ZX-10. Lindbergh Simmons, Strange side, looking for a 939. They're 32 apiece on the starting line. The race isn't over yet. Oh my goodness, 858.9 on the 855. They're 32 apiece on the starting line. Chris Doty is 39 above, 32 on the tree for 71 on the pack. Lindbergh Simmons gets down there, doesn't run the number. Ariel Cross coming up looking for a 982 Summit side. The 2004 Gixxer 600. Chris Rolsey from Lithia, Florida, 43 years old, looking for a 958. The 06 Busa is on the Strange side. Racers are separated by 005. Let me see. 005. 005 they're separated by down there. 971 on the 958. Ariel Cross does not run the number. 88 light for Ariel, 83 for Chris. 971 on the 958 turns on the wind lights. Chuck Woolham, Summit Racing side, the 2014 Yamaha FZ07. Inline 4-stroke triple. Unique sounding motorcycle. Very unique sounding motorcycle. You can hear it over Stanley Russell's 2011 Busa. He's after a 966. Racers are separated by 142. Ouch. Give it to Chucky Woolham, 998.3 on the 985. 004 reaction time. Stanley Russell goes 146 on the tree, 970 with a 2 on the 966. Hole shot victory for Chuck Woolham. Barry Pryor Sr., Summit Racing side. Chesapeake, Virginia native, looking for a 923. Wade Smith is on the strange lane from Dudley, Georgia, looking for a 1009. .007 the separation here. Looks like it's in Barry Pryor's hands. No, it is not. Wade Smith runs dead 195 on the tree, 96 total. Barry Pryor runs 926, 382 on the tree. Takes the race by 19 for Wade Smith. Steve Usher, Summit side. Looking for a 943 from McDonough, Georgia. Taking on the ever so tough Puerto Rican Pablo Gonzalez, strange side. The 2019 Kawasaki ZX14 after an 899. Racers are separated by almost a full tenth, and yeah, give it to Pablo Gonzalez. 96 light to Steve Usher's 183. 9054, 150.65 on the 899. Tom Lagasse, strange side from Northport, Florida. 945 the dial in, taking on the Amish Outlaw. Spencer Claycomb on the Summit Racing side. 892 his dial in. Parabusa's going at it. Oh, man. Oh, no. Not good. Spencer Claycomb's in trouble. Makes the headlines. 940 with a 7 on the 945. 43 numbers under. Tom Lagasse puts a 59 down on Spencer Claycomb's 114. Dusty Brazel on the strange side, looking for a 1072 out of the Gixxer 600. Wally Davis looking for a 929 out of his 2005 Kawasaki ZX10 from Bristow, Virginia. Dusty Brazel goes 39 green. Wally Davis is 67 red. $10.48 on the 1072. Man, that thing picked up. Pretty impressive numbers for a 600. Ken Kobe, Summit Racing side, 53 years old from Austintown, Ohio. It's a 2008 Harley Davidson. It's a 103-inch Screaming Eagle motor in the frame rails. Your V-Twin ET leader and Street ET points leader. Won $4,000 at Hogs Gone Wild. Let's see if he can double up here at Man Cup. Ron Arnold looking for a 929 down there out of the Gixxer 1000. Ken Kobe breaks him out. 61 light to the 108 of Ron Arnold. Yeah, on a chopper. On a chopper. He was 008 on the tree earlier. On a chopper. How do you do it? Your front wheel's sitting 2.5 feet in front of you. I bet that stripe's harder than hell to judge. Roy Johnson on the bye run. Keystone Heights, Florida native. The 06 ZX14 going late in rounds. 35 is what we're looking for. 931.8. 42 under. Still not terrible. It's a bye run. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the kitchen brewing coffee, watching us on Motor Mania TV, you might want to come back to the sofa. Or if you're here at South Georgia Motorsports Park off at the concession stand getting yourself some chicken strips, you know, some mozzarella sticks, what have you. Those cheese sticks were actually pretty freaking good, I'll say that much. Some of the best track food I've ever had here. That's beside the point. But if you are busy, drop what you're doing, get to the fences, get back to your couch. You might want to see this. It's going to be the Top Fuel final between Larry McBride and Mitch Brown. Mitch Brown out of Clearwater, Kansas, just turned 53 this week. Wednesday was his birthday. Larry McBride is from Newport News, Virginia. McBride and the Dennis Bradley crew celebrating their first ever 5-second run. Fairly big accomplishment for that team. Dennis told me, he said, well, I was going to be honest with you, I thought it was going to be a couple more years and a couple more $1,000. But it was bound to happen eventually. With a team that backs you up like that, real quick, we're going to lay down some track prep or do some lane loving real quick. You see Sydney Marshall pulling out the rotator drag. We just like to cultivate the track a little bit. And then behind Sydney, we see a flat drag. Two very different instruments used for two very different things. Track crew here, bunch of great guys. Couldn't ask for a better bunch. Also, while we've got a quiet minute, before Motor Mania gets to break, they would like to thank Ralph Navarro from Platinum Fleet Repair, Man Hill Garage, Fast by Gas, Schnitz Racing, Rob Bush Motorsports, Robinson Industries, J&E Automotive, John Adea Morgan, MTC Engineering, Van Tyne Imaging, Robert Varela, Rick Perry Masonry, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, and McKinney Motorsports. Those are the sponsors for the live feed. So those of you who are here that have family, those sponsors made that possible. Also, I need Vance and Hines Race Shop V20 T to lane number 2 and MPS Pro ET back to lane number 3. We're not done bracket racing yet. And I know a good 90% of you guys out there have these push button bikes. You can ride those things around the racetrack all day long. And also, I need Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to the rear of lane 1 for pairing. Racing, Liska Racing Street ET, Dunnigan Racing, Exoticycle, Roaring Toys, DME Racing, Mickey Thompson, Fast by Gast, Manhill Garage, Kibblewhite Precision Machine, Cometic Gaskets, Advanced Sleeve, Webb Camshafts, McKinney Motorsports, Robinson Industries, Rob Bush Motorsports, Monster Race Products, and Hawaii Racing. The World Finals, always something to see. It is an incredible race. This year we don't have quite the international representation. We're missing a whole bunch of guys. Jaska Salikari, Ian King, Philippos Papafilippou, all of our Reuben audience. Got a couple of guys that come in from Bonaire. Got a couple guys that come in from Curacao. Tak Shigematsu coming in from Japan. Got a lot of guys coming in from Australia. Nikki, Zach, we're missing you a lot. I've got a good friend of mine I met here at this race here last year. His name is Craig Collins. Hasn't been a day that I haven't talked to him since I met him here last year. I know he's standing in with us right now. Craig working security in Melbourne, Australia right now. And he says, man, it's just a weird time. Very strange time. We're missing a whole bunch of our international crowd in the Arubans. I'm telling you, you guys have to be here when our Aruban crowd is here. Those guys don't come here to race. They come here to party and race. Great fun with those guys. Great fun. Hey, Rocky Jackson. How you doing, man? Seeing you here late in the rounds. Yeah? You feeling good? Good. Always good to have Dave Larson here. Dave Larson's here. Rocky Jackson's here. Man, Rocky, we need to get you back to Truett and Osborne. That's what we need to do. We're missing that race, big time. In fact, they called it off this year. I mean, I had an RD250 ready to go to that racetrack. It's heartbreaking. It's the first time, quite possibly in my lifetime, I've missed that race. Truett and Osborne, aside from Atco, one of the longest, if not the longest running motorcycle drag race. Bonnie Truett, Paul Osborne kicking that one off. You might recognize the name Bonnie Truett. Big pioneer in Top Fuel motorcycle and pro fuelers back in the 1970s and 80s. We just lost Bonnie here last year. We sorely, sorely, sorely miss him. All right. You might want to come grab your seat, but I'm telling you, you're only going to need the edge of it. Regardless if it's the sofa at home or the grandstands here at South Georgia Motorsports Park or the fence line, what have you. We just ask that a majority of the people keep clear of the starting line. Nitro is unpredictable under pressure. And it's under a lot of pressure here in these motors. Please, please, please be careful around these machines. Spider-Man McBride getting suited up. Mitch Brown all suited up, ready to go. All right. We are set to go as Larry throws a leg over the bike. Light lane 11 going on right now. But here we go in the final round of Top Fuel Motorcycle. These are the baddest, wildest, quickest, fastest, most outrageous and loudest motorcycles you will see in the sport. You know NHRA, Top Fuel? This is our version of it. This is how we do it. This is how we party. Here we go. Stop and smell the nitro and listen to the music. It's Top Fuel time. Mitch Brown and Larry McBride fired up on the nitro, ready to go. Keep close eyes on them when they launch, by the way. You'll see some nice header flames. Mitch Brown and Spider-Man McBride finished up with the burnouts. McBride, your number one qualifier, 5.704, a blistering 260.26. That bike is capable of a whole bunch more. Mitch Brown, number 7 qualifier, made it all the way through the field for the final round. 53-year-old from small town Clearwater, Kansas. 2016 Innovative Frameworks chassis. The bike that McBride is on was under development for some amount 10 to 12 years, if not more. I saw that bike in 2008. Actually, 2007, let me correct myself. Nothing compared to what it was now, but check it out. Here we go, staging into the beams. Nitro's on, here we go. Larry McBride on a pass. Watch him, watch him, watch him. How about this? 5.678, 265.95. Yeah, baby. A world record speed for Larry McBride. Oh, man, he was 3.794, 209.46. Larry McBride shattering the speed record, 265.95 miles an hour. The fastest a motorcycle has ever gone in a quarter mile in motorcycle drag racing history. How about that for Larry Spider-Man McBride? Let's hear it. Let's hear it for Spider-Man. Oh my goodness, that's first news I've seen of that. Someone in the chat just shared that Bonnie Truett's wife passed away. Well, it's good to know that they are back together. Yeah, Stevie. Yeah, buddy. The motorcycle drag racing gods are appeased. Yeah, buddy. Elmer Trett is smiling ear to ear right now. Let's not put it out to Mitch Brown. Dude, great day for you today. Made it all the way to the final round. That's the second time Mitch has had a front row seat to one of Larry McBride's records. That is ridiculous. 265.95 miles an hour. History. Drag racing history. Up next, we've got the Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel Final. It's Rocky Jackson, Summit Racing side, taking on Jim Martin, Strange side. Rocky Jackson from Arnaudville, Louisiana. Your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers, actually. Rocky Jackson on the 2007 Hawaii Racing Derringer chassis. Jim Martin on the Strange Lane, the 2012 Derringer. Also, Mitch Brown also securing, I believe, securing the 2020 Top Fuel Championship. Rocky Jackson and Jim Martin going at it. Dead even on the Christmas tree for Jackson and Martin. And give it to Jim Martin, 7.316. 167.76. Man. I believe that gives Jim Martin the championship. Championship went all the way to the final round on that one. Jim Martin, your 2020 Hawaii Pro Fuel champion. All right, here we go. The final round of Shinko WPS Real Street. Shinko WPS Real Street coming to you. Spencer Claycomb, the record holder. Jeremy Teasley, your current Manufacturers Cup Real Street world record holder. 7.592, 190.65 the speed. Summit Racing side, it's the Amish Outlaw, Spencer Claycomb. Number 1 qualifier taking on the number 2 qualifier in the final round. Ricky Gadsden is on the Strange side. Turbo power in the ZX-10R. Ricky Gadsden's got a lead, but look at Spencer squeezing that bottle so hard he's got a header flame. Look at Ricky Gadsden. Look at the speed! Oh my gosh, both of them! No way! Ricky Gadsden goes 194.69, but look at Spencer Claycomb, 7.517. 198.58. These are street bikes. Are you kidding? Yes. Back to back, side by side, world's fastest pass ever. 7:55 for Ricky Gadsden, goes 194.69, puts the tree on Ricky Gadsden, on Spencer Claycomb. But man, look at this. Takes the stripe by 12, 10 thou for the victory. Spencer Claycomb setting the world on fire with that 7.517, 198.58. Oh my gosh. Outrageous. What's going on, Sam? Good to see you. Good to see you, man. Yeah, always good to be seen. The winner in that one, Ricky Ganson by 12 ten-thousandths. Here we go into JE Pistons Pro Mod. Strange side is Paul Gass from Grand Island, New York. 71-year-old on the strange lane. Ashley Owens, Summit side. From Decatur, Alabama, the McKinney Racing Camp. Also, Mitch Brown did not make the run. But Larry McBride goes 265 miles an hour. You skip back in the feed, you will see it. Owens and Gass going at it right now. They got this stuff turned up. Look at Paul Gass. Oh, man! We're smashing records tonight. Look at this. Ashley Owens, 3.952. 179.97. Look at the speed on Paul Gass. 180.52. Good night, almighty. This is out of control, man. Ashley Owens goes 395, 1-0 short, 1.007 to the 60-foot cone. 260, 2.60 to the 330. Goes 395.2. How about a round of applause for Ashley Owens and McKinney Motorsports? Yeah, buddy. Everybody wants it tonight. Everybody wants it bad. They want those records. Wow. 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 Incredible. Owens is behind at the line by 0.24. Gets ahead of Paul and wins the race by 28. What a night. What a night. 3 wows right in a row. Oh, man. When we said here that this was a quick racetrack, we meant this was, in fact, a quick racetrack. Up next, we're moving into, let me see, MPS Pro ET looks like. Our first pair in MPS Pro ET will be John Loney and Shane Epperjesse. Epperjesse on a brand new bike they've been building. It's got an engine I recognize in it. 1500cc Kawasaki Vortex 2. Good combination for top gas racing. Kawasaki's a really good platform to top gas race on. John Loney from Dalzell, South Carolina is also on Kawasaki Power. Got a worked over J model head on top. This has been an incredible night. Absolutely incredible. Holy Nikes, I need a break. I can't even breathe. I'm sweating. I'm so excited. Epperjesse and Loney taking the tree now. Epperjesse moving on this one. 42 green to John Loney's 10 red. Look at Epperjesse go. 123 short, 512, 814.9. 159.17. Goes 512.8 through the 8th mile, 134.27. Carlo Testa and Alexis Baker. Testa is on the strange side. That's the near side for those watching at home. And the Summit Racing side is the far side for those watching at home. 91, 891 the dial in. For Carlo Testa, he goes 431 red. Alexis Baker looking for an 862 on the boards now. 864, 145.36, excuse me. A 187 light to Carlo Testa's 431 red. Up next here in Pro ET, Charlie McDaniel, I believe that is, Summit Racing side. Looking for an 863. Jeff Goffrey's after an 807 on the strange side. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to lane number 1, please. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to lane number 1, please. 867 on the 863. McDaniel throws down a light on Jeff Goffrey, 26 to his 94. Summit Racing side is Ron Raymond, 837 the dial. Strange side is Tom Hand. The 2014 Kawasaki ZX14 looking for an 858. Racers separated by 001 down there. Going to be a tight bracket race. Ron Raymond behind by 001 at the tree, 8.601 for 21 above on Tom Hand, 27 light for a 48 total. That'll turn on the wind lights down there. Mike Scott, Summit Racing side, looking for a 921. Strange side, we've got a Kawasaki ZX12. Not sure who the pilot is. After a 901. Almost an 030 advantage down there. Strange side, he gets the win. 902.5 on the 901. 15 above, 17 on the tree for 32 total. 922, 1 on the 921, 11 above for Mike Scott. 56 light is good for a 67 pack. Nick Christmas on the Summit Racing side from Youngstown, Ohio. The 952 dial in on the 03 Gixxer. Mike Hamby on the strange lane from Gaines, Georgia. Racers separated by 24. Advantage is going to Mike Hamby down there, and he'll take the win. Nick Christmas goes 18 numbers under, 9.502 on the 952. 886.8, 28 above for Mike Hamby. 24 light on the Christmas tree for a 50 pack. Robin Procopio, 807 the dial in, Summit Racing side. Strange lane is Harvey Hubbard from Sedley, Virginia, looking for an 820. Oh, Charlie, sorry. My fault, man. We don't have her in the system. I haven't seen anything. Kelly McDaniel was down there earlier. I will correct that next time. Thank you. 8091 on the 807, 21 above and a 16 light for Robin Procopio. That takes her to a 37 pack for the win lights. Marshall Hutchinson, Summit Racing side, gorgeous 1980 Kawasaki down there. 906 his dial. Roy Hagedorn looking for an 881. Strange side of the racetrack. Racers separated by 23 off the tree. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Here's somebody swatting the throttle down there. Man, Marshall Hutchinson couldn't get it done. 884.5 on the 881, 35 above, 30 light for Roy Hagedorn, 65 pack for 38.10 thou stripe. Mike Perry, Summit Racing side, Venice, Florida native, looking for an 867, the good-looking KZ 900 down there. Strange side is Bruce Sampson, looking for an 813. Mike Perry puts a light on the table. They're separated by 0.45. Check it out, 871 on the 867 for Mike Perry. Clicks the wind lights on. Whole shot victory there. Tommy Guzin from Missouri, Ohio. 888 to dial in. Strange side of the racetrack. Dan Rudd, Summit Racing side, looking for an 899. MPS himself there. The 05 Busa. Absolutely. Absolutely. 888, 5 on the 888 for Tommy Guzin, taking 20 stripe down there. 5 numbers above, 84 on the tree for an 89 pack. Joey Brandgard, 820 the dial from Northfield, Ohio. 2020 Busa taking on Pablo Gonzalez. The lone Puerto Rican this weekend on the racetrack at least. 938 the dial in. Oh man. Racers separated by 009 down there. Gonna be a tight one between Gonzalez and Brandgard. 9.409 on the 938, 41.10 thou for Pablo down there. 19 light, going 19 above. 38 pack down there. That ain't bad. Also, final call for Randy Butler. Growth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Randy Butler, we need you in the lanes, buddy.
Mr. Butler, that is your final call. We need you now, as in right now. Final call, my friend. You've been served notice. Let's move right along with the show here. We're doing exactly that. Continuing the round stop. That was a solo shot right there by Dustin Lee, GL from Morristown, Tennessee. As he continues to work his way through the ranks, racing in multiple classes. We have many racers who do exactly that, race in multiple classes, sometimes even on different motorcycles. And it completely blows my mind how they can do that. Race multiple bikes, multiple classes, and still cut lights and go out there and win. Absolutely stunning. That was a final round shot in MPS Pro ET as the racers continue to slice through it. What an amazing, amazing race this has been. The 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Wiseco here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. What an amazing race. Records dropped, performances noted, new champions in various classes. We will wait until point totals are total before we announce anybody. But nevertheless, we see it happening, and that's a very valuable aspect of our sport. We have champions across the board changing hands, and that's exactly what all these guys come out here for. Everybody wants a shot winning. Okay, out on the 1320. There's some basic discussion and checking of the race surface. Nothing serious. We're just getting ready to go along with our next class.
All right, guys, all round winners. If you win, you've got to return to the lanes for the next round. We're on a round robin basis, playing on a minimum service and back to the lanes. Coordinate your efforts with your fellow racer to get you back and forth to the lanes if you have multiple entries. Let's get this race finished up.
All righty. Mr. Showboat is out there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into our next round. Growth's Ultra 460. Mr. Grothis, what do you think? How's it look?
I am very excited. I tell you what, I'm a little winded. As Jay said, all winners bring them on back, and we're doing our best. Shane is still alive in 3 classes, and we hope to keep it that way for some time as he takes on Morris Ball here in the Summit Racing Lane. Shane jumping off one bike onto the other. This is where the cream will certainly rise to the top in all classes, and the competition increasingly getting better and better.
It amazes me to no end how guys can do that, race multiple bikes in multiple classes. I can understand racing the same bike in another class. That's one thing. But to jump from one power level to another, oh my gosh.
Yeah, certainly different power levels, but even different seat positions, different grip placements. There's a lot to be considered, and Showboat Shane is one of the best, and that's why we're proud to have him as part of Growth with Drag Bikes.
All right, our current matchup, Morris Ball and Mr. Effort Jesse, old Showboat himself. Who you like?
Well, I got to be impartial while I'm up here, I'll tell you that much. I certainly do like the bike in the left lane, but I do wish great competition here and the best of both of them.
Absolutely. Right across the board. We don't play favorites. We play racing.
Yeah, Morris Ball backs up. 3 bulbs were lit. Auto start comes down. Shane's going to have a solo here. 113 to the 60. Morris Ball had a little bit of issues getting the bike into gear. Shane's got a really great race day tune-up, though. Goes 459 with a 3 at 149 miles per hour. That bike is exactly where we would like to have it.
459 with a 3, 7 thousandths off. It's a perfect number. I'd say that tune-up is where it needs to be.
Yeah, it's a great race day tune-up, and the bikes out here, such as, say, the Trick Tools bike that qualified, on the 45th spot, ran a 459, though. You really want to be able to make sure you cover your number, do your job on the starting line, and the rest is history.
All right, all remaining racers in competition. As Mr. Reagan stated earlier, this is a heads up. You are in round-robin mode from here in for the rest of the night. Once you complete your pass, service your motorcycle, make sure it's safe and you are safe, and return to competition. Let's get her done.
It's going to bring up Mantez Thompson in the Summit Racing Lane, and he's going to be taking on David Davis in the Strange Lane. Mantez, we saw, I believe, make it down to the semifinals of JE Piston Pro Mod before bowing out there. Looking to get just as deep here in Growth with Drag Bikes Ultra 460, if not even further. But in order to do that, he's going to have to take out the Cedar Hill, Texas-based David Davis.
One thing I enjoy about 460, aside from the incredible level of competition, is when you get down to the final rounds, now it's serious, and they really, really bear down.
Yes, they do. Mantez Thompson has got quite a large starting line advantage. It's going to be a couple of really, honestly, ugly laps. The Thompson crew very excited to be going another round. It's 481 at 137 compared to David Davis's 537 at 93 miles per hour.
Davis got off that line good, but not great. You know, you look at the 60-footer there, the 111 by Thompson, the 113 by Davis, not that bad, but all of a sudden everything really just changes. There it is.
Yeah, and Mantez certainly sees that his competitor is nowhere to be found in the Strange Lane and wisely shuts the bike off and takes the stripe, and we'll see him coming back here very shortly.
That's a very interesting comment because it highlights the fact that when you're racing and going rounds and you're going for a win during a race, as well as it's just like racing during the championship season, you have to be conservative when you can. Don't break parts. Be ready for that next round.
Yeah, and certainly late in the season where a lot of your parts have maybe 5, 6, potentially a dozen racers.
MTC Supercomp to lane 2, please. MTC Supercomp to lane 2. All remaining contestants, if you are in competition, remember you're in round-robin mode. We need you to wrap up whatever you need to do for maintenance between rounds. Be sure you are safe and the bike is ready, and bring it right back. We're going to step into it and get right through this program here tonight. Please be ready.
Yeah, Growth is Drag Bikes Ultra 460 moving right along here. Bringing up our next pair in the Strange Lane. It's Papa Freeman out of Duncanville, Texas, taking on the Clarksville, Tennessee, Smokin' Joe Rodney. Rodney goes in first. Freeman's behind him. As the tree drops, it's going to be Rodney, who's 0-54.
Smokin' Joe Rodney puts that one in the bank. What happened with Mr. Freeman with that rodeo ride?
That
What causes
is-
a motorcycle to do that?
That's a great question. If he certainly gets out of the groove, I don't know if it's going to be transmission based. More than likely, it could even be as simple as just a bad ground. The battery cutting in and out, and intermittent power oftentimes will do that too.
I saw one of the pro stock motorcycles during qualifying. It was an intermittent power thing. Next thing you know, hands came off the handlebars. The front wheel was going, and it just gets scary when that happens.
Yeah, it's a very, very scary ride for sure. A battle of a veteran here and one of the most uprising talent in all of motorcycle drag racing from Pella, Iowa in the Summit Racing Lane. It's Chase Van Sant.
The Van Sant family, I'm sure, goes back quite some time in this sport. I can remember seeing that name in the 80s.
Yeah, Van Sant's typically running from Pella, Iowa, maybe near Eddyville Raceway in Oskaloosa, owned by Gerald Kramer, and does a great job up there. Larry Epperjesse out of Lake Dallas, Texas, saw his son a few pairs ahead of him, Shane, in that same exact lane, get the round win, and he's going to be vying for it here.
Hill Raceway.
Yeah, Eddyville Raceway, just an absolute
We're going to talk
gem.
about that.
Chase is away first, 046 to Epperjesse's 081. And the win will go to Van Sant, a 464. Although Larry gets closer to the number, the 461, he's got to leave a little bit quicker if he's going to want to win against Chase Van Sant.
Eddie Hill Raceway. Eddie Hill Raceway. Where is that located?
Eddyville Raceway. Yep, it's an
Eddyville.
Yeah, it's a beautiful 8th mile drag strip in Oskaloosa,
I have
Iowa.
heard of
Yeah.
Eddyville. I have not heard. You had me excited there for a minute that somebody named a racetrack after Eddie Hill. I mean, he was one of the greats in NHRA drag racing.
Yeah.
And when Pennzoil left, he parked his rig.
Yeah.
What a great racer he is.
Yeah,
and
you
shall
betcha.
remain. And he raced everything from drag boats on up.
Very impressive. Very
Wild
impressive.
man.
Speaking of impressive, an equally impressive bike in the strange lane of Ronnie Procopio,
Oh,
qualifying in the
yes.
number 6 spot.
Procopio Racing. I was speaking with them just the other night and sitting down interviewing, not really interviewing, but just chit-chatting with Robin and Ronnie. What a great pair of racers they are. Great racing families. What a wonderful thing.
Yeah, very dedicated to the sport, especially as a husband and wife duo. Obviously, there's many great families within the sport. T.T. Jones family, the Grothus family, the Epperjesse family. But as you're talking,
Man, can she cut a light?
Yeah, you're talking husband and wife duos of, say, Matt and Angie Smith and Ronnie and Robin Procopio, all the way at the top.
All right, Ronnie Procopio, left lane, out of Wake Forest, North Carolina.
And Procopio gets away first, 045. Is that going to be enough starting line advantage? You bet it is, as he goes 462 at 151 miles an hour to Garnell Claude's 472 at only 120 miles an hour.
All right, we are starting to get down to it here. Randy Butler and Thomas Gunn paired up next.
Yeah, our very last pair of Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460, and if I had to say one that might be the closest to NETs or one where our competitors are as close to one another as possible, it's going to be this one. Butler in the Strange Lane and Gunn in the Summit Racing Lane.
MTC Supercomp to lane 2, please. MTC Supercomp, lane 2.
They're only separated by 10th on the starting line. Butler has the advantage, and he is going to take the W with him. He goes 462 at 136 miles an hour. Down on power at the big end, sees that he's going to get the win to Thomas Gunn's 478 at a whopping 150 miles an hour. Butler, I said it earlier in the day, he is going to be a tough one to take out, and he just goes out there and shows why.
All right, we have wrapped it up, it appears, here in Grothus Ultra 460. Thank you, Mr. Grothus, for joining us once again. Appreciate it very much.
You're welcome, Tom. Always make time for you.
Very happy to have you up here working the mic with us. And we're getting ready to bring out our next batch. And we will continue on. We are going as long as it takes to wrap this event up and put it in the bank. Put it in the bag. Put it in the books. All of the above. All of the above. Supercomp is looking good out there. They're ready to go. All right, and catching up with the competition here. We still have remaining contestants. An MTC Super Eliminator, Wiseco Racing Street ET, and MPS Pro ET. All remaining contestants, we are in round robin mode. When you go down the racetrack in competition right now, as soon as you get onto the return road, if you are still in competition, return to your pit area, service your motorcycle, make sure it is safe and you are safe and ready, and come right up here. Come right back up for competition. Come right back up to your lane. You know which lane to be in. You've been racing out of it all weekend. Let's get her done. And we are going to continue on with that. Tate Horter, John Ard are matching it up next here. Johnny Flattop, Mr. John Ard in the right lane. Green light start. He's away quick. Tate Horter with him. Tate Horter has been killing that tree all weekend and continues to do so. Had a 007 reaction time. Both bikes making their way down there to the big stripe, and on the big end, the winner of this round is Tate Horter. Dialed to 1400, went 1422, and that took out Johnny Ard. So Johnny Flattop is all set with his competition. Mr. Horter advances to the next round. Johnny Huffman, off the electric bike and onto some horsepower. We're talking about racers having the skills to go on to new ones. It's amazing how they can do this. This is V-Twin. Vance and Hines Racing V-Twin class. So we have 5 classes of competition still in it today. That's good. We're with you. That's what we came here for, the competition. That's what it's all about. Who's got the right stuff? Let's find out. Donnie Huffman, red light by 4 thousandths. He will not be happy when he sees that time slip. But Ronnie Harris, right on the dial, doing his thing. Look at that. Ronnie Harris right on his dial. 11:52 with the dial. He ran 11:52 with an O. Sweet. So Donnie all set with that one. And he was within 1,000th, actually 10 thousandths on his run, not including the 4 thousandths red light. But Donnie did a great job, Mr. Huffman. He's all set in that round of competition in V-Twin. All right, super eliminated to the lanes, please. Super eliminated to the lanes. As we carry on with competition. Ron Arnold all set on that with a win. Charlie Bishop from Fairhope, Alabama completes his round. Ronnie Woodall and Gary Russell next. I can't. Jason Herron, Lexington, South Carolina, left lane. Herron gets away quick. 002 reaction time on the 16X motorcycle on the right lane. Dustin Lee working it down the right lane, headed for the big stripe on his end. 890, this is Super Comp Racing. Dustin Lee goes 890 with a 1. Fantastic job. Excellent job. Excellent job. Roy Hagdorn, James Henson, double breakout pass, win by Hagdorn of Venice, Florida. Yes. Exactly correct. I chased down the records before the event. NHRA national record is 672. I go quick. Landon Noble left lane, Tom Clem right side. Clem with the win on the double breakout again. Everybody pushing it as far as they can, as fast as they can. And we are moving into Pro Stock Motorcycle now. I do believe this is the final round. Is that correct? Yeah, they're just rolling out, Chuck. Yeah, I know how much fun it is. Anyway, on to the finals with Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Here they are. They started off on different sides of the ladders. Super Comp pair making their way down right now. Chase Van Zandt, Mike Perry. And the victory goes to Chase Van Zandt. 890 with a 6 versus an 893 with a 6. So Mike Perry did a great job out there. 018 reaction time. But the 890 versus the 893 with a 6. Chase Van Zandt with that one. And right now, we've got Matt Smith, left lane, Angie, right lane. And this one's going to be for all the marbles. And I'll tell you, What an incredible bit of racing we've had from our Robert Tull Pro Stock motorcycles this weekend. Matt Smith Racing has been the toast of performance. We're seeing national record times from them. May see it again here this round. We'll see how this unfolds. Angie says, fire it up. And as soon as that fire happens, Matt's lit. Matt Smith, left lane. Angie Smith, right lane. Denso machines ready to go. Somebody's got one going on that. I guarantee that. All right, so out on the 1320, it'll be interesting to see the side bets going on the sideline right now. Angie's in the right lane, Matt in the left. Their mile-an-hour numbers have been very close. They always are. Matt Smith built both of these power plants. These are his creations, and they are powerful. As you can see, world record numbers here from Matt Smith Racing all weekend. Now, who's going to go in first? Matt's sitting there very calmly waiting for Angie. Angie's kind of gathering herself, and now she's ready to go in and pre-stage. Matt has not budged the whole time. He's just sitting there calmly waiting. Now he puts his shield down. And he goes in first to force the issue. Now she has to stage. Now she's in. She's all the way in. Here's Matt. Green lights, both of them. There they go. Side by side down the racetrack. Doesn't get any better than this. And the win goes to Matt Smith with a 681 with a 2 and a 682 with an 8 for Angie. Matt Smith reaction time, 0.049. Angie's reaction time, 0.059. It's just a tenth of a difference between the two. So there you have it. Robert Tull Pro Stock motorcycle has been absolutely amazing. Amazing all weekend. Oh my. So many fantastic performances by so many racers this weekend. So many, and we still have more racing to go. And that takes care of our Robert Tull Pro Stock class. And I do believe we have some Super Eliminator action coming your way right now. Congratulations to the Smiths and Denso for their performance this weekend. Well done, Matt Smith Racing. Moving on, Super Eliminator, Tom Varney, Larry Zintek. The very unique Super Eliminator machines. All remaining contestants in all remaining classes. If you are a contestant still in competition, come to the lanes now, please. Larry Zintek. Abilene, Texas. Zentek, right lane, 8:38 with a win over Tom Varney. And Rick Stannard and Dave Boyd are matched up next. Here comes the tree. Let's go racing. Boyd away first, like a rocket ship. Stannard trying to chase him down. Anybody's drag race. Breakout pass by Stannard. Dave Boyd with the victory. Congratulations to Mr. Boyd. All remaining contestants still in competition. Please service your motorcycle. Make sure it is safe and you are ready. Come right back into the lanes. We are going round robin until you are done and these lights are off. We are here for the duration, baby. Let's get this race in. Mother Nature's been very kind to us this weekend. And I want to put a big thank you out to the South Georgia Motorsports Park staff. From up here in the booth and in the tower, out on the racetrack. Lottie-dottie, everybody, they have all done what we've asked of them and given us a great racetrack and a great race. So this has been a very successful event. Very successful event. And under trying conditions, considering COVID and everything else, the World Finals have once again lived up to the name and presented us with a magnificent race weekend. And onward we go. We ain't done yet. We ain't leaving till the bell's over. Fantastic job here, one and all. Out on the 1320, they are ready to go. We're doing some organizational duties in the staging lanes right now with pairing up racers. You must understand, many of these racers race in multiple classes. And because of this, we have to wait for racers to service a bike and come around to come back in a competition in order to continue on with competition. So come back around, we'll get them up. Top Gas, we must have you in the lanes at this time, please. Top Gas. All remaining contestants still in competition. Come to the staging lanes now, please. Top Gas, we need you now. Great job. All right, there's also some winner's circle action starting to happen down there. Those of you who have won in your respective classes, if you make your way down to the South Georgia Motorsports Park winner's circle photos are going to begin immediately. So just bring your bike down, bring your crew down, whatever you need. Come on down, and we'll get you taken care of. Street Fighter action. Street Fighter action. Now this is really some amazing work by Dusty Brazel. That's an 880 motorcycle all day long. And he can even go quicker than that, but he's got it dialed back for 950 racing. That's pretty impressive. That's over a second off its normal number. And he wins this round. Red light start by Joe Stevens. Brazel with an 029 launch. 943 with a 7. His breakout does not matter because the foul happened be first, which would be the red light start. So Joe Stevens is out of competition at this point, and Mr. Brazel remains. Nicholas Noble, Joshua Lemons. Lemons in the right lane. Working on that Street Fighter 950. Up on the big end. Noble with the win. Nicholas Noble, 977 with a 7. The .327 reaction time of Joshua Lemons was his undoing in that combination. And we continue on with competition here. Roy Johnson and Ron Arnold. Ron Arnold in the right lane. Looking for that 950 number. Arnold with a 942, 943 for Johnson. Double breakout pass. Johnson with the victory. V-Twin. Vance and Hines V-Twin. Also Top Gas. Vance and Hines V-Twin. Brett Blue and Top Gas. Brett Blue. Top Gas competitor, please bring it up. All right, my racers in the lanes are suiting up. We're getting ready to roll out our net backs. Winner's circle photos are also taking place out there. And here we go. Mr. Trevor Schnitz in the left lane. Top Gas competitor. Top Gas runs on an 820 dial. Let's call that an index, shall we? 820 index. Trevor Schnitz. Burnout's performed. Both racers are ready to go up there and put it in the beams. Trevor Schnitz of Decatur, Indiana in left lane. Schnitz racing. Mike Puglia in the right lane. Some very careful staging in progress. Puglia, right lane, rocketing down that right side. And up on the big end, double breakout pass victory, Trevor Schnitz. As the Schnitz victories continue to roll on. Trevor Schnitz. He needed that. He needed that. That was a big victory. Top Gas action continues, fast and furious. Shane Eperjesi and John Markham. Oh, here's a big match. Identical reaction times, 0:22, both racers. Up on the big end, the victory goes with Shane Eperjesi. 8:21 with a 3 and an 8:23 with a 5 for the Spooky Man. They were glued together down that racetrack. Mr. Eperjesi with a victory, and the races continue on. All racers who win their rounds, service your motorcycles, bring them right back into the lanes, please. Each racer winning your round, service your motorcycle, bring it right back up, please. Carlo Testa, Dustin Lee. Big matchup. Double-digit reaction times. Dustin Lee with the victory. 820 is the Top Gas number. He goes 825 with a 9. 825 with a 9 for Carlo Testa. But the 008 of Carlo Testa did not trump the 005 of Dustin Lee. What a great drag race. As my cohort, Mr. Jacob Green, would say, wow, wow, wow. I concur, my good man. Well stated. Man, what a drag race. 0.003 of a second. Yow. Each winner, each round, service your bike, bring it right back into competition, please. Big bikes on the big pipes making the noise, and there they go. Tom Clem, left lane. Ralph Medrano Jr., right lane. Ralph Medrano Jr. on the right, taking the victory over Tom Clem. And that is a big victory. Tight racing. 0:28 for Tom Clem, 0:31 reaction time for Medrano. But on the 8:20 index, Medrano, 8:27 with a 3. And 8:31 for Tommy Clem. Victory by Mr. Medrano. Top Gas racers. Service those bikes, bring them back up. That goes for every class of competition at this time. If you win your round, service your bike, bring it right back up as soon as you and that motorcycle are safe to do so. Brett Blue taken out by competitor 209 in Top Gas. And that concludes this round of Top Gas racing as we carry on. Now we're moving into V-Twin racing. Tate Horter and Ronnie Harris. Tate Horter dialing on a 14.05. Ronnie Harris dialed on 11.5. Harris taking his time doing his burnout and pulling up to stage. Porter has already gone in and staged, so he's forcing the issue. If Harris waits too long, he's going to get a red light. Okay, they're in the beams now. Both in all the way. Here comes the tree. Green light start with a reasonable reaction time for Horta. Ronnie Harris with a much tighter light. We'll see who can get to the stripe first and not break out. The victory goes to Ronnie Harris. Tate Horta, a little too far off his dial there. 14:15 is what he ran while dialing a 14:05. So he's up by a full tenth. Ronnie Harris takes the victory, and that's that in V-twin. I believe that concludes our V-twin as we are preparing for our next class. All contestants, if you win your round of racing, service your motorcycle. Be sure to get your motorcycle and you are safe, and come right back up to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits, all remaining contestants. If you are still in, service your motorcycle, make it safe. Please bring it right back up. Need you up here. We need to continue and press on and go round robin. We wish you all the best of luck. You've all come this far. It is very difficult to come this far. You know that. All classes, back to the lanes, please. All classes. All remaining contestants, if you're in, come back to the lanes. All racers, all classes, if you are still in, we need you back in the lanes now, please. We are ready to proceed and go further. We cannot do that without you. This racetrack is ready when you are. If you are racing multiple classes, please serve your motorcycle, make it safe. If you are still in competition, come back up. We're still waiting for one contestant in one class, and that holds up the whole class. Please service your motorcycle and come back up. A big thank you to Motormania TV for hanging in there, doing a great job with this event. Appreciate it very much. It has been a stellar World Finals. Something that we look forward to every year. All contestants, all classes, if you are still in competition, service your motorcycle, come back to the lanes now, please. We are waiting on you. This race needs to continue. We can't do that without you. All races, all class. If you are still in, please bring your motorcycle to the lanes now. We are waiting on you. The event is at a standstill without you. All right, moving forward. MPS Pro ET, moving it into the water right now. Alexis Brianna Baker, left lane. Mike Hamby of Deans, Louisiana, in the right lane. As we now move forward with MPS Pro ET. Hamby with an 85 Suzuki. Brianna Baker, 8-second cow. Alexis Baker dialed on 862. Hamby dialed on 884. Two very fast bar bikes. Ready to rock and roll out here. And here we go, tree coming down. Baker with a stellar reaction time, 004 for Alexis Baker. On the big M where it counts, the win by Hamby. And it's time for that next pair. Pro ET, tough customers. Very quick racing. Very precise. Robin Procopio in the right lane, Tom Hand left lane. Hand out of Atwater, Ohio with a red light start. Red light start for Robin Procopio as well. But Hand's red light triggered this to happen with an 025. So Hand red lighted first. Procopio followed. Procopio will automatically get the win, and Robin advances to the next round. Roy Hagedorn, right lane with a victory over competitor 225 in the left lane. Hagedorn with an excellent 0-1-2 reaction time. This is MPS Pro AT Racing. Dan Rudd, thank you very much. Thank you for all of your support, all your years with us. Dan Rudd, you've done a fantastic job. MPS, leader in motorcycle drag racing electronics. Mike Perry in the right lane. Looking for an 870 dial, goes 871 with a 7, and is taken out by competitor 2449, who dialed an 863 and drove 863 with a 6, coupled with an 015 reaction time. Fantastic package there. Very well done. Well executed. As Tommy Guzin and Dustin Lee get ready to mix it up. All right, Dustin Lee, right lane. Up on the pipe. Red light start for Guzin. He's all done. Dustin Lee automatically advancing. He had a bit of a breakout there, but the foul start by Guzin was Mr. Guzin's undoozin'. He's all set, and Dustin Lee will advance to the next round. Pablo Gonzalez in the right lane as both competitors roll forward into the beams. This will be another tight matchup. They're all big guns at this point. Excellent reaction times by both racers. Well done. Pablo Gonzalez in the right lane. Competitor in the left lane, 3172 with the victory pass. As Pablo is eliminated on this round. Fantastic. Fantastic racing. Super Eliminator in the water. All racers remaining in competition, please service your motorcycles as soon as they are safe and your motorcycle is ready. Please come right back into the staging lanes for competition. We must continue and carry on. We are staying here till this race is done. Let's keep going. All remaining contestants, we are in round robin mode. All classes, bring your motorcycles to the lanes as soon as you are serviced and ready. David Boyd, Larry Zentek. Up on the big end, victory by David Boyd of Georgetown, Texas. 1972 Kawasaki H2, ring-dinging it down that track, taking the victory. Boyd advancing to the next round. What a Donnybrook. What a matchup. All of these racers. Fantastic racing. All right, this round of Super Eliminator is now concluded, and we are ready for our next class to come to the ready line and make their way to the water. All contestants, all remaining classes, bring your competition vehicles back up to the lanes, please. As soon as your bike is serviced and ready, make sure it is safe and you are safe. Come back up here and re-enter competition. We need you in the lanes as soon as you are available. This race is waiting on you. Please bring them up as quickly and expeditiously as possible. Safety first. Check your tires. Check your air pressure. Check your front end. Check your brakes. Do the right things. Proper maintenance. You know what to do. Service your vehicle safely and bring it right back up, please. Getting back to it, Super Eliminator is all set, so now we'll roll back into 460 racing. And we will continue on, round and round, as many rounds as it takes. We're going to get this race in. .460 Racing continuing. Chase Van Zandt, Smoking Joe Rodney. Van Zandt in the right lane. I love the bodywork on that thing. It looks like a funny bike. Short wheelbase one, but it still looks like one. Identical reaction times, both racers. Victory for Chase Van Zandt. 460 is the index number. Van Zandt with a 61, a 63 for Smoking Joe. Oh, big boys with the big toys making the big noise. Ronnie Procopio. The Legion of Doom bike is in the left lane. Randy Butler, right lane. Gatlin, Tennessee. And it is what it is. Racing hard here. 460 competition continues. Butler versus Procopio. Procopio with a 2010 body Suzuki. Both bikes rocking the house, and there they go. Breakout by Butler. Victory goes to Ronnie Procopio. Procopio close to the number with a 461. The 458 with a 3. Randy Butler's 458 runs under the index, and he is out of here. Ronnie Procopio with the victory, and the next pair puts it in the beams. This is Rothus Ultra 460 drag race. Tremendous work by these racers. Tremendous. Some great performances all the way across the board. Spectacular stuff. Showboat in the left lane. He got schooled on the tree. Montez Thompson with an 0.16 reaction time. Showboat with an 0.57 reaction. That's not going to get it. Montez Thompson with the win. Excellent, excellent, excellent racing. 460 racing has been stellar all weekend. And of course it is. We started off with over 40 motorcycles. Fantastic competition. Very excited about this class. Racing and the racers are excellent. And we are now moving into Liska Racing Street ET. Donnie Huffman and Chuck Willem. In the left lane, Donnie Huffman, who does the dry hop. Now, you'll notice that Donnie Huffman did not do a burnout. He doesn't need to. It's an electric motorcycle. He's got sufficient power and torque to do everything he needs to do. All he has to do is twist the throttle. That's it. It is as quiet as you would expect it to be, and it can still run an 11-second elapsed time. Red light start for Donnie. Oh, he's going to be heartbroken. He's not happy with himself now. I could not see it from here, but I guarantee you within the first 3 feet of his movement, he was shaking his head. Seen him do it many times. He hates it when that happens. But this is drag racing, and that does happen. Congratulations to Chuck Willem, who did a very good job. Cut an 0.60 reaction time, dialed 985, went 10.00 on that pass. So Chuck Willem will advance. And Liska Racing Street ET. And as expected, Ken Kobe is still in the mix. Wheel stand, Tom Lagasse left lane, Roy Johnson right side. Big guns going for fun out here, and here it is. Victory by Roy Johnson. Lagasse's .170 reaction time. Not a winning combination at this stage of the game. When it's this late in the racing, the race has really got to tighten it up to put it together. Wade Smith and Dusty Brazel. Dusty Brazel in the left lane. Wade Smith on the right. Breakout pass by the Dusty man. Wade Smith right there with his number. So Wade Smith will take the victory and move on to the next round. As Ken Kobe of Austintown, Ohio, is now facing Chris Rolls. And Rolls is very good. So Kobe's now in there with the big dogs. We'll see how Chris Rolls does with him. Kobe revs it up. A red light start by Chris Rolls. He took the bait. He took the bait. Ken Kobe was revving the throttle. Rumor. Finally lets the clutch out. For whatever reason, Chris Rolls, red light, .023 red. Kobe takes the victory, advancing to the next round. And our next pair of motorcycles are staged and ready to rock and roll, with Pablo Gonzalez in the right lane and Chris Doughty in the left. All the big names. I love it. Y'all are such warriors. So many strong contestants. So many strong contestants. Green lights, big power wheel stand by Doughty. He had to fight the monster. Gonzalez is gone. We'll see you later. 899 was his dial. He only had to go 918 to stay ahead of Doughty. Pablo Gonzalez had full view of it, too. Pablo could see right to his left how bad that wheel stand was, and I'll bet he started smiling. Yes, he did. And that concludes this round of racing in Liska Racing Street ET. Big thank you again to all of our media who've been here working hard all weekend and is still here. Jack Corpella of Cycle Drag has been breaking his butt, but then again, he does that every race, and that's why he's brought his company to where they are, his news organization, Cycle Drag. Congratulations, Mr. Corpella. Thank you for the coverage. Tim Haley of Eat My Ink is here. Have Camera Will Travel, Mr. Tim Haley. JT Norton of dragbike.com, been with us all weekend. Mr. Norton putting up some spectacular images on multiple websites, supporting the sport, supporting the industry. Photographers out there knocking it out of the park, doing a great job, giving this great event the coverage that it deserves. Well done by all concerned. Well done. Now we are continuing on. All remaining contestants, all classes, bring them up. All classes, if you are still in competition, come to the lanes, please. All remaining contestants, thank you for hanging in there, working as hard as you have, coming as far as you have. But we're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. No, we are not, and we are not letting up, not for a moment. We are in it to win it, and one of you is going to win it in each class. If you are still in competition, please come up. Yes? Van Zandt to the lanes immediately, please, right now. Chase Van Zandt to the lanes immediately. Chase Van Zandt, come to the lanes immediately, please. Contestant still in competition. You are still in. please come up to the lanes right now. We need you. The whole show is waiting on you. All right, Van Zandt has made his way back up into the lanes. Helmets are going on, leathers are zipping up. We're ready to go back to racing. We must continue on with all of our classes. We're going to stick with it. We're going to get it done tonight. Big thank you to all of our fans who are still in and still watching, still listening with Motor Mania TV. Free to the viewers. A thank you to all of the sponsors who made Motor Mania TV possible this year. Ralphie Navarro, Platinum Fleet Repair, Man Hill Garage, Pass by Gas, Schnitz Racing, Rob Bush Motorsports, Robinson Industries, John and Day Morgan, MTC Engineering, Bantine Imaging, Robert Varela, Rick Perry Masonry, Murdoch Race Enterprises, and McKinney Motorsports. Thank you, thank you, thank you, one and all. Back to the action. Here comes Dustin Lee and Gary Russell. The DL in the left lane, Mr. Dustin Lee, 2008 Hayabusa. Gary Russell in the right lane, a very dedicated hardcore Kawasaki racer. And I have no idea how many Cowie parts he's trashed over the years. He certainly had his pair. But more importantly, he's still at it. Still at it. Still working so hard. Gary Russell, right lane, against the DL. Very comparable reaction times, both racers. On the big end, victory goes to Gary Russell. Dustin Lee with a breakout, a little bit more so than Gary. Very, very close. 888 with a 2 for Dustin Lee. 888 with a 4 for Gary Russell. Oh, my. Dusty Brazel and Ron Arnold. Arnold with the starting line advantage. Dusty Brazel making it close. Victory to Ron Arnold. Ron Arnold moving on to that next round. As the heavy hitters, they are out there. .890 class, Super Comp, Roy Hagedorn, right lane. 016 reaction time. Hagedorn, victory. Competitor 16X in the left lane, breakout pass. Victory automatically for Roy Hagedorn. And Chase Van Zandt, Tom Clem next. Chase Van Zandt in the left lane. Tom Clem, Davenport, Iowa, on the right side. This is MTC Supercomp. Supercomp action. Here we go. Van Zant versus Clem. And the victory goes to Clem. Van Zant is out. Clem is in. And forward we go, my friends. So we got 2 more rounds completed there. 2 classes. Super Comp and Liska Racing Street ET. You see more heavy hitters out there congregating at upper staging. Just before the ready line. All remaining contestants still in competition. Any remaining contestants in competition, please service your vehicle and come right back up to the lanes, please. We need you, we need you. You've all done a stellar job so far. Let's keep those stars shining and keep going here. We're not done yet. Wow, look at the leathers. And there's Mr. Showboat as well. But clearly Showboat's not alone out there. The fancy threads. Love it when you guys go all out with your leathers and your crew shirts. And we have sportsman racers that look every bit as sharp as any pro team. You bring a real touch of class to the sport when you do that. You make us all look good. Make us all look good. All the race teams working so hard and we're still at it. Don't even blink, buddy. We ain't done yet. Let's stay with it. Let's stay with it. We're in it to win it. All remaining contestants, if you are still in competition, service your motorcycle. Make sure it is safe and you are safe, and come back up here into the lanes for competition. While it's quiet, I can put a few proper thank yous out there. I'm going to do that right now. Oh, well, so much for quiet. Believe me, I'd much rather hear this noise, this joyful noise. The pipes, they're calling us. All part of what we do. Shane Eppert Jesse is in the left lane. And in the right lane, Ralph Medrano Jr. We got some top gas action coming your way. 820 going up on the board. are ready to rock on here. No bar motorcycle in the right lane for Ralph Madrano Jr. Shane Epperjesi. Man racing in multiple classes, pro and sportsman. Greenback's going down. Race bike's about to go down the racetrack. Oh, look at Epperjesi go. 001 reaction time for Shane. He buried Ralph. Ralph tried to push it to catch him at the top end, but it isn't going to happen. Shane Epperjesi with the victory. 001 reaction time by Shane. Buried him on the tree. Trevor Schnitz now. Still racing hard. Solo shot. Competition single. Trevor Schnitz. 820 is the magic number. Trevor goes 818 with a 9. He's ready for battle. More 820 action. The Star Power Top Gas continues. Dustin Lee of Morristown, Tennessee in the right lane. Competitor 209 in the left. Both bikes away clean. Good reaction time by Dustin Lee. Double breakout pass. Dustin Lee is trailered. Competitor number 209. Put him away. And that concludes this round of Top Gas. More rounds to follow. And we now move into Street Fighter. Wiseco Street Fighter in progress. Dusty Brassel and Nicholas Noble. Couple cool customers too. Very comparable lights. Enough of a spread to make a difference. Up on the big end where it counts most, double breakout pass. Nicholas Noble with the victory over Dusty Brazzle. At least he doesn't have a long ride home tonight. He's from Norman Park, Georgia, just a bit north of here from Adele. And he's a real hard-working man. Does a great job with what a graphic. Big supporter of the sport. Races multiple sanctions, multiple bikes. Got his son in the junior dragster program. A big supporter of the sport of drag racing, Mr. Brazel. Big wheel stand by John up the groove in the right lane. Roy Johnson gets away. Anybody's drag race, up the groove with the big wheel stand, and he still wins. He reeled it in. Street Fighter victory for Mr. Up the Groove. He was up the groove on that one. His feet were almost 10, 12 inches up in the air with that front wheel. Pretty vertical. That was up there. That looked good. No photographers out there to catch the action, but it looked great. All right. We move along here. Winner's circle photos are in progress. They're down there popping and snapping. That was a stellar wheel stand. He carried that so well, too. I am very, very impressed by drag bike pilots who get off the line and that front end suddenly starts to climb and they just lean forward and stay in it. I can't count the times I've seen Aaron Litton or Rodney do that, and so many others. The pro street racers that we have had come through the gates here at Man Cup have amazed me to no end, and they continue to do so. Competition is number one, and we must move along with our competition. All classes, bring them up. Any remaining contestants who are still in competition in any class, if you are still in competition, please bring your machine up to the lanes. We need you up here, please. If you are still in competition, please bring it up. Okay, competition will resume as soon as we get our next contestants up here. We're waiting for them. ET, baby. Liska Racing Street ET. I'm going to invite my partner in on this, which he can do as soon as he's ready. I'll make sure it doesn't have any water. It needs finished off first. Jacob's ready. We're just having some fun up here. Having some fun up here. Come on, Jacob. What do you think? Who you like? We got Ken Colby in the left lane on that chopper. Look who he's got. He's got Pablo.
Yeah, it's kind of a toss-up for me, honestly. But honestly, hanging out with all the side bettors here yesterday, I have to side with Ken Colby. Got to. Austintown, Ohio native on a chopper. Come on, man. You're down to 5 bikes on a chopper. What are you doing? Ken Colby after a 1274. Pablo after an 899. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man.
Pablo, here we go. Look at that. Look at a chopper.
A chopper.
A chopper. Get to the chopper.
Get
and
to
he
the
cuts
chopper.
him below light.
Oh, no.
Are you kidding me?
Oh.
And Pablo takes him out.
Yeah, 15 light for Pablo Gonzalez. Ken Colby has a triple goose egg on the starting line.
Wow.
921 on the 899 for Pablo. Gets out of there.
Oh, my.
That was a nasty situation.
That was sweet. All right, you take
These
over
guys.
here. I have to go get batteries and charge up here. Please, sir.
All right, Wade Smith, strange side from Dudley, Georgia. 10-10 the dial against Roy Johnson. Quarterfinals here. Roy Johnson, 942 on the 930. Takes the win over Wade Smith. Chuck Woolham, the 2014 Yamaha FZ07, looking for a 990. Interesting motorcycle. Inline 3-cylinder. Interesting sound. Very interesting exhaust note. Runs 999.7, 130.08. That ain't bad. Up next. On the Summit Racing side, here we are in MPS Pro ET. MPS Pro ET coming at you now. Showboat's Shane Epperjessi, strange side of the racetrack. Kelly McDaniel, Summit side of the track. Epperjessi looking for an 821. McDaniel's after an 863. Man, oh man, is this going to be a battle. Down to 6 bikes in Pro ET. Epperjessi been triple classing it, quadruple classing had he stayed in Pro Open. Epperjessi strange side looking for an 821, the 1500cc Kawasaki. Summit Racing side, Kelly McDaniel. 863 the dial. Oh man, racers are separated by 001. Come on, Shane. Come on, Shane. How about that? Double breakout victory, 819.4. 020 light for Shane Epperjessi, gets it by 008. Kelly McDaniel goes 860 with a 6 on an 863, 24 numbers under. Shane Epperjessi goes 23 numbers under. Robin Procopio, Summit Racing side, 808 the dial for her. Dustin Lee, strange side, 878 his dial. Dustin Lee goes 11 red. Procopio is 52 green. She will move on. 815.4, 159.44. Dustin Lee, 11 red. Not going to like that one. Roy Hagedorn, Summit Racing side, 880 his dial in. Mike Hamby is on the strange lane, 8.84 his dial in. See what we got going on here. Oh man, racers are separated by 0:15. It's Hamby down there with a 6, but he gives the stripe up. 884 with a 4 on the 880, 44 above for Roy Hagedorn, 21 on the light for a 65 peck. Here we go. I believe we are going to run the final. No. Yes, maybe. Let me figure this out. Got to see who he pulls. Looks like we're down to the semifinal in Growthers Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Yes, Growthers Drag Bikes Ultra 460 up now. The right-hand side, we will have Chase Van Sant. And has he got a tough customer in the opposite lane? This will be a good race. Chase Van Sant from Pella, Iowa. Strange side is Ronnie Procopio. Wake Forest, North Carolina native. 51-year-old on the 2010 Suzuki. Absolutely. Get on in here. Water's fine.
Come on in, the water's fine, he says. Absolutely. I love the bodywork on this motorcycle in the right lane. That looks like vintage funny bike, short wheelbase, but that particular body style, the way that's laid out, man, I love that.
Yeah, it takes me back to the first time I went to an AMA Pro Star race in 2003. Saw plenty of motorcycle just like that.
I absolutely miss funny bike. And I know lots of other people do too. Maybe one day we'll see that class come back.
I sure hope to. Van Sant and Procopio going at it here.
Legion of Doom, here he goes.
Separated by 4 on the line. Look at this. Oh, give it to Van Sant, though.
There's the celebration.
461 0-0-15, 25 pack for Chase Van Sant.
Yeah, look at that. How happy is that dude?
Oh man, these guys
He's
are
out
having
of control.
These guys are having the times of their lives down there. Mantez Thompson.
We have seen some rather epic celebrations at the end of the night here.
Oh yeah.
I think my favorite has to be all the people from the island of Aruba.
Oh yes.
Those folks are crazy.
By far.
Oh, they were nuts. That was a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, there were something like 55 or 60 people here from Aruba.
There were.
Over the top.
You know, that's exciting because just in thinking about that, next year, let's say things are better and things are a little more back to normal next November. What if we see a big crowd like that come back again?
Oh, I'm sure.
Aruba contingent. We had a container down the other end of the racetrack at the end of the midway. There had to be, I don't know how many dozen bikes down there.
It was easily 2.
And like you said, there were close to 50 of them with family and friends who came over here to watch and vacation. And it was just one big party. They were nuts.
Oh, yeah. It was easily over 2 dozen, if not closer to 3.
That was cool.
That container was full of motorcycles, full to the brim. All right. Growthers Drag Bikes Ultra 460. It's going to be Mantez Thompson and Chase Van Sant in the final. That'll be a nice one. That'll be a nice tight race, too. Man, what a day. What a long day.
All right, massive celebration on that line continues. And the family and friends of Van Zandt, associated with Van Zandt Racing, they are really ripping it up. So they are partying now. They are leaving the starting line, including the motorcycle that was in the water, ready to go. I will not speculate on who's going to what with that, but we had 3 drag bikes. We're down to down to 1, and now we have a vacant line, so I guess we can go back to racing.
Oh, yeah. Get this show on the road. We're still
Well, we're all for that.
on
We
schedule.
want to bring this race to a proper conclusion. In every class. We still got a couple here.
How
All
about
right,
Trevor
we are ready
Schnitz?
to get back to it. All racers, if you are still in competition, any racer still in competition, please make sure your motorcycle is safe and you are ready to return to competition. And please come back into the lanes as quickly as possible. Be safe about it. But come right back up and continue on so we can get this show concluded. We have racers suited up, helmets on, leathers waiting for you. Come on up and let's wrap this up. Let's keep going. All remaining races, all classes, if you are ready to go, come back up, please. We need you.
Tom, how about Trevor Schnitz?
That's really a great subject to breach and talk about right now. You know, with Dave Schnitz and the Schnitz family here and Schnitz Racing, all concerned, all involved. I've watched Ryan mentor this young man, and the other racers too. Of course, they chime in. So Trevor has a great pool and wealth of talent to choose from and to learn from that have been mentoring him all along, and he's come out like a monster. That boy's going to be good.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was talking to Ryan down on the starting line. I told him this. I said, Ryan, I see a ton of you and Trevor because I've been watching Ryan Schnitz since the early 2000s, back when he rode a Pro Street ZX12, if that puts perspective to it. I'm just dating myself there when it comes to motorcycle drag racing. Still fairly young, if you ask me. But Trevor and Ryan.
Very young.
Trevor
Yes.
and Ryan.
Yes, but what I'm most impressed about with Trevor Schnitz is that he's smooth, and smooth is fast. He's not fidgeting around out there. He's not nervous. He is not on too much motorcycle. They've done a great job preparing him for where he's at, and he's doing a great job of doing what he needs to do out there. But speaking of racing, let's get back to it. What do we got, buddy?
All right, we've got the Wiseco Street Fighter final here. It's Nicholas Noble, strange side from Zachary, Louisiana, 19 years old. He was your number 11 qualifier, 253 numbers above the 950 index. Summit Racing side, we have Wally Davis from Bristow, Virginia, 45 years old, aboard the 2005 Kawasaki ZX-10R. He was your number 5 at 957.7.
Nicholas Noble, left lane. Zachary, Louisiana. Both bikes away clean. But, go ahead, say it.
Racers are separated by 75 on the line. Oh, yeah. Double breakout victory for Nick Noble. 942.6 on the 950 goes well under. 75 light to Wally Davis. 159. OUCH. Ouch.
Well, what are you going to do? There it is. Read it and weep. If that is the final, then so be it.
Oh, yeah. Both bikes showing, hey, we can go well under here.
I hear you. Well, that makes me happy. I'm going to cross that one off our list.
It's
We've got
hard.
Street Fighter taken care of.
And it's hard to give up the stripe sometimes. I've been in that spot. I'm just like, man, I know the bike's fast, but I really want the stripe.
W is a W.
That's what counts. Now up next we have MTC Engineering Super Comp. Believe we're down to 4 bikes. This is the semifinal in MTC Engineering Super Comp. Super tough field. Oh my gosh, Tom. Field was separated. Top 10 were 0-11 apart.
Super Comp, its entire event is, like the other classes as well, and we expect this at the World Finals. And the 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals has been a great one. We've had stellar competition in all these classes, and here we are, 8 o'clock at night, continues. Doesn't surprise me a bit.
It's Tom Clemmy's Summit Racing side. Gorgeous 1973 Kawasaki over there. He was your number 30 qualifier. He was 30 numbers under. Gary Russell, Strange Lane from Englewood, Florida, the 2004 Kawasaki ZX7 body. Pair of good-looking cows down there.
Gary has been a Kawasaki man always. I can still remember back in 1981 when I first watched him, actually 1980 when I watched him first making passes out on the track. I got interested in the sport, and I was photographing him and doing a story on him. He had armor-alled his seat. Of course, he never did that again. And I got some photos of that, and it was one of my first early sequences that was like really cool, and he bought copies of that. We've had a lot of fun over the years. He's a great racer.
I bet that was fun. Racers are apart by 0.28 down there. Oh man, that's got me busting a gut. Tom Clemmy taking the win into the final round. 8.906, 6 above for an 18-pack, 12 on the light.
One of the great legends of racing in Sportsman and ET racing, Tom Clem did the deed. Gary Russell went, he's headed for the trailer right now, but you know what? If you're going to get trailered, it ain't a bad thing to say that it was Tom Clem put you there.
Oh yeah, 37/10 out of the stripe down there. Second pair in the semifinals, Roy Hagedorn Summit side. And on the strange...
Hagedorn on that old beautiful GS.
Oh yeah, I looked at that bike and there's not many GSs that kind of put a feather in my nose, but man, that GS is beautiful. That's a good looking bike.
That is sweet.
Ron Arnold, your number 1 qualifier, still going at it. Strange side of the track.
Ron Arnold, one of the big sharks. And he's feeding again.
Yep, he's in the final. 7 light, might as well call him James Bond. 89.9, 1 number under, 7 on the light. Consistency is that name. Wow. There's some tight racing going on tonight. Very tight racing. These guys are pressing the tree now. They've taken 20 numbers out of the box. Well, they've taken 20 numbers out of their left thumb, one or the other. Here's one I've been looking forward to.
Oh, yes.
This will be a tough one.
Oh, yes.
Trevor Schnitz is about to get the test of a lifetime
Oh, yes.
Trevor Schnitz, 16 years old. 16-year-old boy. 2018 Gixxer 1000. Taking on the Showboat Shane Epperjesse from Grothis Drag Bikes. Here in Star Racing Top Gas. The final round for all the marbles. This will be a nice race.
I've been waiting for this myself.
Oh, yeah.
There is no substitute for seat time. You can buy all.
The semi?
You can buy all the Go Fast
Semifinal, gotcha. Semifinal in Top Gas. Semifinal, my fault.
Buy all the Go Fast parts you want. You can't buy seat time. There is no substitute for seat time.
I recognize the bullet in the frame rails of Shane's bike, too.
Oh, start for Shane. You're kidding.
No,
yeah.
Shane. Come on, Shane. 12 red. Didn't even have to press the tree.
Ouchie. I'll bet he's shaking his head all the way down the racetrack.
Oh, yeah. 8:19.6, 156.59. Trevor Schnitz goes 112 green. Epper Jesse pulls the thumb off the button real early on that top bulb.
I have no idea if Shane Epper-Jesse can speak French or not, but I guarantee you if we had a live mic in his helmet, we would have heard some pretty creative commentary.
Knowing Shane, it was happening.
Yeah.
It was happening.
Yeah, definitely. We would have heard a whole bunch there. That would have been fun to have a mic on that one. I wouldn't put it on live, but it sure would be good to listen to it on a headset.
Oh, yeah. Blue streak from Maury. Or Jerry Springer.
Some fun stuff right there.
Still a great day. Still a great day for Shane Epper-Jesse. Absolutely a great day. Now, Tom, the bullet in that bike, I actually watched that motor get built here some years ago. My dad sold that motor to Grothus Drag Bikes. That thing has been getting a workout today. Gorgeous 1500cc Kawasaki Vortex 2 head. It is loaded for top gas.
You know, speaking of motors coming apart and stuff, Baybor Performance Motors, BPM has already moved on. They're packed up and moved on down the road. They're headed back to Florida. And I noticed on Friday night, I think I saw it Thursday night as well. I went by the trailer out there walking in the pits, and I saw one of the GSs flipped upside down, split the cases, gears coming out. You know, I knew what it was. And it was Christina in there taking the motor apart, Dad coming in to help out and assist. And she was doing much of the muscle in there. And it's pretty cool to see her young self in there getting in the motor like that, doing that work. And I mention that because watching Trevor race and seeing her in there tearing motors apart, this is our next generation. This is what we need.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to carry this sport forward, and I like that a lot.
Oh, yeah. Lots of young ones getting in there, like Tate Horta. Killer job today in Vance & Hines V20 ET. Semifinal, dropped a goose egg. Dropped a goose egg on the light, though, and he knew it. And I walked up to him. He said, you know what? I live to race another day. That's what matters.
One of the interesting aspects of this conversation, I was thinking about this earlier, and this is very important. What we're not seeing today that I wish we were seeing is because of the evolution of Top Fuel and the amount of money and everything else that's involved, we're not seeing the younger guys step up to race these bikes yet. And I point that out because Larry McBride was just a teenager when he got involved in Top Fuel and started racing Top Fuel. And we need something that helps bring these young ones up and get them involved early. Look at Larry's career, but it started as a teenager. And I'm hoping that some of the Top Fuel teams out there can find some young talent, bring these guys in, and groom them for a seat time. We need this for the future. We need it.
Right.
We need it.
Here we are in Liska Racing Street ET. We are in Street ET. Roy Johnson from Keystone Heights on the Summit side, 935 the dial against Chucky Woolham. Oh, there's some trouble down there. Somebody's in trouble. Big time. Chuck Woolham drops a goose egg. 150 light to Roy Johnson's 051. 99 the separation there. 940 with a 3 on a 935. 53 numbers above. 51 light for a 104 pack. Roy Johnson moving on. He will face Pablo Gonzalez. Super tough bracket racer from Carolina, Puerto Rico. The 2019 ZX14 looking for an 899 down there. Pablo goes 63, 916 on the 899, 157.65. Going to be just a little bit before we see the next class. However, I send a massive props to Shane Epper-Jesse. Man, he has been crazy this weekend. I don't know how many passes the guy has made, but it's a lot. There's a lot of guys out here that have put in 45 passes or more this weekend. But when it comes to racing, bracket racing, there's a whole lot of pressure added on top of that. And, you know, just thinking about it, it's like Shane goes up there and does his thing.